Six years ago, Royal Portrush delivered one of the most emotional chapters in Open history when Shane Lowry roared on by the home fans, won by 6 strokes. Today, we return to this rugged stretch of Northern Irish coastline where the world's best will try and tame this lynx and win golf's oldest and greatest championship. The big question is, who will lift the Claret Jug this year?
The world's best, together on the same stage for one last time this year.
The Open Championship is about all of golf for all of time.
I don't believe it.
A gust of wind, a hop of the ball, one more roll could be enough. And at the end of the journey, there may be a Claret Jug awaiting.
Every great player who's ever played the game has won that championship.
The journey is long and filled with obstacles, of near misses, of heartache. But as the champion holds aloft the Claret Jug, we all know it's bigger than golf. This is history.
Such iconic moments over the years, and we are back for the 2025 Open Championship, the 153rd staging of the event. Just look at this landscape coming off the Atlantic there, overlooking the Dunluce course, which will stage this prestigious event. We cannot wait for the action to begin. All the build-up over the next 3 days for you. We've got every angle covered. Pretty special place to stand right here next to the Claret Jug and also next to Pete Finch. Absolutely delighted to have you back, Pete.
Thank you. That was a wonderful introduction. It's wonderful to be standing here by you as well on such an amazing setup here for the range as well. I think out of the previous years that we've done this might be my favourite.
Oh, it's an absolutely fantastic place here at Royal Portrush. Just tell us why the players love coming back here. It was first staged actually in Northern Ireland in 1951. We'll speak more about the history in just a moment. Second staging 2019. This is the 3rd time ever that it's been in Northern Ireland.
I think for me, and I think a lot of the players, this is the ultimate test of links golf. I think for many of the professionals here this week, it's probably their favourite links as well. Like the course, each hole is so individual. It changes direction so many times. The elevation differences from literally one hole to the next can be quite extreme. So there's so many challenges, there's so many unique little features of this course, and it's in a part of the world which is just so ruggedly beautiful that every time you come here, it's inspirational for a lot of the players.
It's stunning, and speaking to everyone around the place, they're so excited that it's back here. Shane Lowry last etched his name onto the trophy in 2019. It's just around the front here. But he, my goodness, it created such special memories. We can't forget that new course record of 63 on the Saturday of the Open in 2019. Played some of the best golf of his life. Do you still get goosebumps thinking about his performance back then?
Yeah, I mean, it was such a special Open in many respects because all the pressure and all the eyeballs were on Rory McIlroy. Obviously, he'd come back to Northern Ireland, and all the hopes really of the island of Ireland were pinned on Rory. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, kind of Rory falls away, misses the cut, obviously very emotional. And then Shane just comes through with an incredible round on Saturday, still the course record, and sets himself up for that 6-shot victory. And the scenes afterwards, it just meant so much to so many people. And even thinking back on it now, it was amazing.
He loved celebrating, didn't he, Shane? For a few days afterwards, went to Dublin. But
he went to the Harbour Bar first.
Yes, he did, which a lot of the crowd actually have been talking about. Have you been? Did you go?
I've been there a couple of times, from what I remember. I don't know.
Oh, great stuff.
I think a bit of me is still there.
Possibly,
Yeah.
but I remember as well Shane talking about his daughter in the yellow jacket, being at the back of the green on 18, bringing back such amazing memories. He's done a feature recently walking down that 18th with Andrew Cotter, and it just gives you goosebumps. And actually that yellow jacket he's now handed to his younger daughter. Absolutely fantastic. But in terms of you saying coming under the radar, so to speak, with the attention being on Rory, this year I listened to a press conference with Xander Schauffele, the defending champion, obviously won at Royal Troon in those battling those conditions at the weekend up in Scotland last year. He's kind of coming in under the radar this year. We've got all the focus on the Northern Irish players.
A little bit. I think with Xander last year, watching him play, certainly Saturday and Sunday, there was a real aura about him. Like, he looked untouchable for a lot of those rounds. And he's had his injury problems at the start of this year, and he's not quite got back to the form that we saw. I mean, he's obviously a world-class player. You do have to consider him a contender, but I'd say there are other names up there that are more likely to walk away with this amazing trophy.
Yeah, so many different storylines developing, so much to talk about. It's pretty special standing here and thinking about the history of Royal Portrush. As I say, the first Open here was 1951, won by Max Faulkner. The fashion back then was amazing. And then 2019, to get an Open back here in 2019, quite a lot had to go on in the background. It was a 68-year gap.
Yeah, I mean, there were huge changes to the golf course to make it tournament ready for the modern game, because as far as the design, it's a classic. It's a wonderful golf course, but obviously length and distance and the kind of strength of the players nowadays, it does mean that some of these classic courses do have to be altered. And that's what they did. I mean, they transformed this incredible golf course into something truly world-class, into something truly special. And
that happened around 2014, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Because we had all the Irish players winning majors 2010, 2011, so it was a spur to get the club to make those changes for it to be possible to be held here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's now going to be looking like, especially this week, we've had a fantastic run of weather last week.
It was boiling hot yesterday.
This week looks a bit more unsettled. So we're going to get...
Do you want that?
I personally do, yeah, because we're going to get such changes as well within the weather. Like, we're going to have wind, we're going to have sun, we're going to have rain, and the look of the draw at the Open is something which is so integral to choosing a champion. And it looks like this week, if you get a morning, afternoon, or afternoon, morning, it looks like it's going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, as we were getting the buggy in, we were saying we kind of want this inclement weather, don't we? And the winds to pick up, it makes it a real battling the elements Open Championship, a force of nature, that's for sure. Okay, well, just to confirm the weather prospects for today, it's about 17 degrees. What's the wind doing, Pete?
The wind is doing whatever the hell it wants at the moment, but I would say that with links golf, you need the wind to make it interesting. If it's a little bit damp, but it's still, like, even the longest, the best links course, these players can absolutely tear it apart. So especially when you get down to the 4th and the 5th and the 6th in that little corner, if the wind is whipping there, it can make some of these holes so challenging. And it can switch as well here.
Yeah.
So it can come off the coast, it can go towards the sea.
Because this isn't a straight out and back links course, is it?
No.
It zigzags all over the place.
You've got to be paying attention to almost every shot. Like, there are so many courses, St Andrews, for example, like Troon to an extent, where you're going to go out, you can play the same wind pretty much every hole, then you switch back and then you play it differently. At this golf course, it can change from one hole to the other, and then if the wind switches, then it can completely confuse a player and completely confuse the caddy. I mean, those guys have really got their work cut out this week.
Just to tell our audience, why is this Claret Jug, before we head to our commentary team, why is it so special? Why do the players want to lift this?
I mean, you're looking at the most famous trophy in golf. It's so steeped in history. The names on here and the legacy that goes with getting your name etched on this is truly unlike any other event.
Yeah.
I mean, the Masters obviously fantastic with the green jacket, but to have a Claret Jug, it means you are a complete golfer. It means that you've tested some of the toughest conditions that you can and come out the other side. And, you know, you've got Tiger, you've got
Shane's
such amazing players on here.
Just down there. You have, thank you, Pete. Your hand actually was quite close. Do not touch the Claret Jug. Keep your hands away, I'll keep mine away as well. Right, we've got cameras everywhere, top tracer technology, all angles covered. Let's get to our commentary team for now. I hope you've got a cup of tea. Settle yourself in, it's going to be brilliant. The start of the Open Championship week. Let's get to George Harper and to Simon Holmes.
Yeah, thank you, Di. welcome to Live at the Range. This is the viewpoint that you're going to get to see, a unique view, the driving range. There it is, 2 holes on the Valley Golf Course, lots of targets, give you an opportunity to see what the players do in preparation for the competition round. George Harper, we were out there yesterday. It is a great spot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's simply stunning, Simon Holmes. The weather's slightly different to yesterday. Almost got a tan here in Portrush, but it's one of the most picturesque golf courses that the Open comes to. It was one of my first Opens back in 2019 and still is one of my personal favourites, as you can imagine. We've talked about Shane Lowry a lot, and I'm sure we'll talk about him even more over the coming days, but it was truly memorable.
Yeah, there it is. That's the 160 marker. And HSBC, one of the great sponsors in golf, and especially, you know, this week a partner of the Open Championship. 160 is how old that bank is. So that means it's founded in 1865 in British Hong Kong, and it has gone global. And we thank them for their amazing support, bringing all of this to you. So we'll have some of the players maybe take a shot at that marker. There you've got the big grandstand behind the driving range. It was very rainy this morning, so it was kind of a quiet morning. But there was one man who was out there, the 2019 champion. And I think that's a big difference, George. You know, when the rain was pumping down, the Americans were all huddled under their umbrellas. Shane just kept hitting. I think that's a big advantage for him. It's not something that phases him.
100%, and you look back to 2019, the weather was miserable. He fought the elements and better than all of them, and by a country mile as well, winning by an immense 6 shots. So he loves this, and I think if you are from this part of the world as a player, you wouldn't mind a couple of days like this to maybe scare away some of the field. But it's great to see him back. He's had an amazing preparation. I was talking to him yesterday on the range. He's been playing all over Ireland and Northern Ireland, links golf, different courses every other day, and yeah, he's licking his lips, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it was that 63 really. He kind of won it on Saturday, and he just had to hang on. Finally won by 6 from Tommy Fleetwood, who again must be kind of trending into this competition.
Yeah, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if those two were going head-to-head come Saturday, Sunday, this coming weekend as well. Shane's clearly been in good form but hasn't delivered on the big stage thus far this season, so he's had his eyes on this one for a while, and he's put in so many hours. He's visited Portrush a couple of times prior to this week, so look, if he's not going to lose this on lack of preparation. He's as ready as he'll ever be for an Open Championship. So
let's just explain some of those numbers to you. So we are, the whole of the driving range is lit up by top tracer technology. So what happens, you're going to see players hit shots and then look across to their left where there is an enormous screen which basically shows that. So this is sort of like not normalized changes, so that's exactly what the conditions were. And it's interesting to see them just kind of play around with the apexes. That's the height of the ball. So obviously, if you're coming from the PGA Tour, it's just rip it up there. It's like playing in a dome, not here. So let's have a look at the Lowry swing.
what you'll notice as well, Simon, is Lowry's well on the left side of that range, just so he's got the best seat of the big screen as well for all these stats and facts.
So let's take you through. So the carry is just carry, 160 ball speed. Guys look at a lot of that. Kind of 173, 174 is kind of ball speed for PGA Tour average with their driver. Launch, direction, and apex. So a lot of work goes in. You're going to see guys working with manufacturers this week because of the wind. You're going to see them working with different sort of shot shapes as they know they've got to work it around. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, that was magical. We were lucky enough to have a front row seat with Aldrich Portgeter, one of our recent PGA Tour champions. The young South African, he won the amateur championship at Royal Lytham in St Anne's, and now he's gone on to do amazing things. But wow, watching him absolutely launch the driver. He's one of the biggest on tour at the moment. And it was just such a simple change, Simon. He was there with his manufacturer, changing the shaft ever so slightly. and the ball was quite spinny, so he was losing it out to the right, and then as soon as he changed that shaft, bang, one drive, magic.
Yeah.
And
So-
it just started nuking it straight through the wind, and it's incredible, Simon, and you love talking about this all week here at Live at the Range, but the tiniest little changes in technology for these guys in particular is just so big.
Yeah, well, if you don't have that technological support, you know, we'll never hear of you. So the manufacturer, the player's skill combined with the technology, combined with the amazing fitting skills that those guys come out and they can just go, oh, I know how to fix this.
Yeah, and that's right. The manufacturers love to say, look, every player's different. We want to do what the players want to do, but their job is just to make it a little bit of a cheat code, a little bit easier.
Yeah. So let's have a look at the Shane Lowry swing. What I love about this, you know, you see a lot of kind of tension. You see a lot of people trying to hit like rigid positions. Justin Rose hitting rigid positions, Ricky Fowler, JT. And for me, the Lowry swing, the magic of the Lowry swing is the freedom. It's like if you watch this, there's no tension. Softer arms, not so rigid, not so position conscious, much more kind of just playing different shots.
Well, we all know about his short game prowess, and it doesn't look too dissimilar with driver in hand, does it? He is just relaxed, silky smooth. Look at that, narrow stance, and just full rotation as well. He just keeps going at the end there. Losing that one slightly to the right, but he's also joined there by Neil Manship, his coach. He's been helping him out for a very, very long time.
So there you have it. Top Tracer will bring you all of the data, all the ball speed data that the players are working on all the time. Look at that high right side through Lowry, just moving around. That's the lower one, 78 feet of apex. So that's kind of more of his bullet shot, knowing that he's going to have to play some crosswinds.
Yeah, well, that's the great thing about Portrush.
So Shane Lowry, we wish him well. You are watching Live at the Range from Royal Portrush.
Becoming champion golfer of the year is rarely a straight line. I got to play my first Open, very fortunately, in St Andrews. As a golfer, it's the most special place in the world. To play an Open there is incredible, and I actually played quite well.
Nicely done. 3 under through 10.
I didn't qualify in 2011. I didn't qualify in 2012. 2014, I shot 65 in the final round, actually finished 9th, which was pretty cool. That was my best finish ever in a major. And then from 2015 onwards, it's kind of all downhill at the Open Championship.
Break a few eggs before you can make an omelette.
I was just going through such a bad phase in my career, and then 2018 was Carnoustie, where myself and my caddy split up, and probably one of the lowest points in my whole career. I don't think I've ever been in such good form going into an Open.
What a start. Shane moves to 11 under. He's leading the Open Championship.
I get down onto the tee and I'm looking around, the crowd are going mental, and I'm just taking it all in. I'm like, this is incredible.
Oh, what a boy, Shane Lowry.
There's no in between today. Like, it's either going to be one of the best days of my life or one of the worst.
What a time to throw in another birdie.
I have to go and win, and that's the way I felt. And thankfully I did.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go? Just swing.
Swing wild.
Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing. Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Welcome back to Live at the Range with George Harper Jr. This is our bird's eye view. So there's a huge grandstand and it'd be packed with people great thing about the grandstand, if you're coming out this week, is you get to see so many shots. Players working with their coaches, working on the different ball flights that they need. All those little chipping greens. Getting used also to links turf. That was something that the guys were talking about yesterday, how the ball presents itself. Now there is Matteo Manassero, and at 16 years old, he won the 2009 Amateur Championship. Incredible, isn't it?
How nice is it to see him back in form? Such an exciting young golfer back in the day, and to believe that last year at Troon was his first Open Championship since Royal Troon in 2016. So a massive hiatus for someone who was lighting up the golfing world so early. But great to see him in form. He was on fire at the Canadian Open when Ryan Fox went on to win in heroic fashion. So, yeah, great to see him back and swinging silky smooth, Simon.
Yeah, we saw him yesterday working with Soren Hansen. You remember Soren Hansen, amazing player on the DP World Tour. Just working, you can see the sticks down there. So it's very difficult, I think, when you've got so many different targets. You come to so many different ranges. They're all kind of optically very different. So he's got a kind of a ball position stick and an aiming stick, just trying to make sure that his practice comes from exactly the right place.
Yeah, Simon, how important is alignment? I hear a lot of professionals talk about it, and in particular to amateur golfers, is one of their biggest tips is just work on your alignment. How important is that for these guys as well?
Oh, I mean, can you imagine if you had like a 5-yard aim right and and the ball positioned 3/4 of the ball further back, I don't think you'd notice that, right? And so you find these kind of unconscious errors that slip into your game. They find it at their level. You're definitely going to find it, especially at your level, George. and so you just try to make sure you practice sort of, you know, with as much structure as you possibly can, because that's at least one variable that you've eliminated.
Yeah, I can confirm my level is far from these blokes. I lost 7-5 to Ryan Fox just last week.
It's not a disgrace.
No, I thought I held my own for a while there, but 8 birdies later from Foxy, yeah, really put me, really humbled me.
You lost to my 2 young sons.
Hey, look, let's not get carried away. We've got Matteo Manassero.
Here we go. So, let's have a look and see what he's working on here.
He is very much cruising into this warm-up. That punch follow-through that we've been seeing a lot of this year.
Yeah. Okay. Almost like a little Tommy Fleetwood drill. Maybe trying to just control that club face through the ball, kind of stop that rotation. There's a centrifugal force that makes the club face want to shut. You've got to be able to support that with your structure. So
I don't want to start the week with really bold calls, but have we got a Ryder Cup bolter here?
Oh, I love that. So just a little rehearsal, trying to find the feel. It's something that never ends. You're always working on it. I mean, we saw yesterday how much the players were grinding out, trying to find the right feels. So this is all just sort of getting into your playing feels. Body turn has to outrace the club head at delivery. You know, if you're going to hold the line there, if you're going to draw it, you're probably going to let the club head go past you a little bit more. Matteo, you can see they're kind of like arms very much vertical, almost underneath his shoulders. That's more something that you see from a fade. Player see his hands close, and maybe just trying to take a little bit of that draw spin out of his game.
Yeah, I feel like this is the club where he's made massive inroads this season, or the last couple of seasons. Watching him on the PGA Tour, his proximity to the hole was super impressive. Every time he was up near the top of the leaderboard, this is the club where he was absolutely clinical with.
So, giving the grooves a little bit of a shine. That one goes back in the bag. What comes out next? Yeah, still just working up through his clubs there. 9-9, perhaps pitching wedge. Let's have a look. So, a lot of structure for Matteo, really trying to drill himself in there. The club back in there, so it's kind of got this little rehearsal. So it's like, okay, right, arms down. So don't let those arms get too late and stuck behind you. Keep them in front of your chest, and you can see him there really trying to control that club face through the ball. So the hips will kick, and that little sawn-off Tommy finish. That's a great drill to work on, to understand the sequence. You know, what you're trying to do is to get your lower body to fire first. Your second part is going to be kind of like, let's call it ribs or upper body, to fire second and kind of at a delay catch up to those hips, then the arms, then the club face. And if that sequence gets out, you're going to find a lot of different sort of shapes of starting line and spin. So you can see that face really kind of open through the ball there, then it comes out, then now trying to kick and hit it through. Probably a little bit more hook spin than he wanted there. So with a wedge, kind of club head speed and ball speed match up, and then as the, what they call sort of, as the ball gets hit with less and less lofted clubs, that ratio will change up to a driver, which gets to sort of like, let's suppose it was 100 miles an hour of club speed, be 150 miles an hour of ball speed. So you kind of just work in these numbers. The players know the numbers so well now.
How nice and relaxing is Monday on the range in comparison to Tuesday, Wednesday. They all look like they've got all the time in the world here at the moment.
It's a great point, you know. I mean, you can tell there's a lot of work going on in the Matteo Manassero camp here. He had Soren Hansen with him yesterday afternoon. I saw Soren Saturday at the Scottish, at the Genesis. So player and coach, got to find your schedule, work it around. Let's have a look. Yeah, kind of that small held off finish there, sawn off finish.
And how important is that in links golf in particular? It's obviously been working for him in the US, but that is going to be crucial with the wind and the elements this week.
You know, if you speak to the American players, what they will come and tell you is that they mostly play kind of like dome golf, right? Which means you're not really having to factor in. You might have to factor in the heat.
Yeah, the humidity, right? and the distance control.
You're not normally playing in a lot of wind, but that is not the case here. And so the skill set, you know, every single part of your game is tested over a links golf course. Your creativity, your visualization, your ability to be able to hit those numbers when, you know, your 7-iron might normally go 185, but it goes 155, right? And so that calibration, I think, of being able to work your way around the golf courses where, especially on this type of a golf course where it's not like, okay, I'm going to play 9 holes with the wind right to left and then 9 holes with the wind left to right. They're all over the place at Portrush. I think there's, you know, the caddy chat's crucial.
Yeah, we're going to get a lot of good audio in the broadcast this week. And what was also very interesting and unique to see was that the players, when they rock up from the PGA Tour, literally most of them will do a straight swap of their irons. So talking to Aldrich and a couple of others yesterday, out they go and in come the UK irons. So the grind's a lot flatter, and they've really grinded that down to help with the tight lies out here on the links. And it was just, it was really cool to see that it's as simple as, right, these ones are in, fresh one's gone, and so, they're fully equipped.
Yeah. So you can see there Matteo looking over his left shoulder, and that is to see the huge screen, which shows you exactly the same data as you have up the right side of our screen there. So this is the working area of the golf course, and if you are here or you're heading this way, it's definitely worth a visit. It's the most interesting place to see, because you can see so many different golfers working their games. You're going to learn a lot about, maybe pick up a little tip from them about how to go about it, get an improvement from your game.
Yeah, that's right. If I was a punter coming to the Open Championship, I'd certainly love to settle into the range. The practice days are your best days. You get great access to the players. They're more relaxed. I'm sure you'll get a few more autographs than game days. And yeah, as you say, sitting here, and if your favourite player's on there, you can just lock in for 45 minutes and see every shot, which is very unique, very special about the Open and all other majors as well, for that matter.
Look at that! Don't you wish your driving range looked like that? That's just absolutely beautiful. So
this is the done loose link. So they've got 2 courses here at Portrush, and they've transformed this the other course into the range, which is arguably a beautiful and equally as good venue on the left as well.
Yeah, it is an amazing place. We had some very strong wind and rain in the night. Hopefully that's behind us. So Matteo working hard on those sequences. Tendency is for a good player to get that club head too late. Bad players tend to get the club head too early compared to the body pivot. So let's have a look here and watch that left hip kick and that left leg straighten and clear.
Beautiful. Look at that. You'd almost think the sun's coming out. Things we love to see.
Okay, so Matteo Manassero, very interesting story, you know, exploded on our scenes at the age of 16, won the silver medal, won the amateur championship, and then kind of fell away, won the PGA and then just fell away. You know, that can happen. You can get to the point where he tried to add more power into his game, right? Changed his body, changed the amount of speed that he had, changed his rhythm, and it lost it. So you have to be who you are. And I think he's come back to that. Soren Hansen's a great coach, coaching both of the Højgaards as well, and also a calm guy. You know, you've got to be able to talk. You've got to be able to listen as a coach. Both skills.
7 previous Open Championship appearances, which is quite a lot for any golfer, let alone the fact he's missed 8 years with a bad run of form. So
let's have a look. 122. Maybe an 8. Let's have a look. Just little 3/4 shots there. Just working. You see, obviously, aiming into the trap there.
Yeah, that's great to watch.
Yeah, just give yourself a goal. Give yourself a goal on every shot. There it is, and those dark shadows. Those are shadows, which means the sun is out, which is a good sign. Who have we got? The range filling up.
Sean Norris there. Experienced campaigner, South African.
Matteo. It looks very rhythmical, doesn't it? It looks like that's kind of easy for him to do.
Well, like you look at a lot of golfers, and you mentioned Shane, how silky and natural he is. Like every single swing looks the exact same.
So, amazing scenes. Giant's Causeway, the Claret Jug, the most treasured piece of hardware in our lovely game. That's where we are. Royal Portrush. Magical place, isn't it? And we get to play links golf on the top of that.
It is truly delightful all around this part of the world.
Oh, in the background, the first appearance this morning of Darren Clarke.
Oh, the hometown hero.
He could be coming here thinking, you know what, I might just have one more shot. He's got enough power.
Yeah, wow. He knows this place better than most, that's for sure.
Oh.
And look at that, there's Dye. Should be getting the inside scoop for us.
Yeah, he told me yesterday he's hitting it fantastically well, but he and his putter are not talking. So, it's not the first time I've heard that from Clarke. Now, Matteo just grinding that position, isn't he? Really grooving it out. Got to be in and out if you're the coach caddy.
Yeah, well, there's some caddy jobs that you've got to really earn your stripes, don't you? Earn every dollar.
But I liked it because the caddy was in the background there making swings, kind of trying to figure out the feel himself, so he must be a player. Now, still just at that same club, 164 carry, 122 ball speed. Looking to see his numbers. working that field, isn't he? In a chat. So there's more time on a Monday than there is on a Wednesday evening. Don't see too many smiley faces on a Wednesday evening as the game gets going, George.
It's it. This is the great thing about live at the range. It's the great thing about the Open Championship. It builds and builds and builds. And by the time balls are in the air, we are ready to go. It's one of the most enjoyable weeks in sport. So many different players can win. So many different equations. It's crazy to think that there's a massive streak going on at the Open with 11 first-time champions in a row. 11 first-time champions in a row. So it's not been since Phil Mickelson since we've seen someone win the Claret Jug for a second time. So who's the new winner this year?
Yeah. To be discovered.
Speaking of discoveries, Di is down there on the range with Darren Clarke.
Simon, thank you, George. Yes, we've found the man himself, Darren Clarke. Darren, a previous Open champion. It's starting to rain.
Yes.
It's typical here, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The past couple of days with it being so warm, not really typical, but it's not that cold. We're just going to have showers on and off. This is fine. This is links golf. This is what it should be.
This is what we want. Coming back here, obviously you hit the first tee shot in 2019. We all remember that very early morning on the Thursday. Just tell us in terms of the level of goosebumps. I mean, you've played in Ryder Cups, major championships. What was that like?
It was incredible. You know, obviously I knew I was going to hit the first tee shot for quite a while before it, but I was down here at 5:10 in the morning warming up, hitting putts, hitting chips. Everything's fine. And then whenever I got up and walked off the putting green beside the first tee and I walked down those steps onto the first tee, it was and my intention was always to hit a little, like a 2-iron or something, and chase it out there. And then I thought, maybe I need something with a slightly bigger head. so I hit the driver, headed down there, and a nice second shot, and hold the putt for 3. So it was okay.
Happy days. You did well, didn't you? You remember that shot?
Well, I mean, whenever you step on that tee, even if it's not a moment which actually means a lot, you got out of bounds down both sides, and it's nerve-wracking. Even if you're just having a little social round. So never mind the first shot of the Open.
Oh,
no,
my goodness.
It was just all the emotions with, you know, the Open coming back to Portrush, with all of us, GMAC, Rory and myself being slightly involved to try and help it, and then to see it all come to fruition, actually take place, was just incredible. It was, so as you say, I've been fortunate, I've won lots of tournaments around the world, but that was right up there with probably as nervous as I felt.
Super special. We've been speaking about how the Open Championship got back here in 2019. You guys obviously did a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and you know, an Irish Open was here in 2012. A lot of redevelopment. The course right now. Just tell our viewers who are listening around the world, you know, what kind of condition, what kind of links course is it and challenge? Yeah,
it's a very Royal Portrush is a very fair links. You know, some links that we go and play, you can get really strange bounces and fairways and stuff. This one doesn't. This one, if you play well, you've got to drive the ball well around Royal Portrush. I liken it to Royal Birkdale in that the fairways are very similar. Muirfield, similar-ish, where if you had a good tee shot, usually it'll stay on the fairway. As I say, it's a very fair test. There's no straight out and straight back in, which a lot of links golf courses are. This moves everywhere. There's dog legs right to left to right, uphill, downhill. There's quite a bit of elevation change here, so a lot of the greens are just elevated, set up a little bit. It's a wonderful, wonderful Harry Colt design. And if you look at the golf course, if you do hit it in the rubbish, nearly every hole Harry Colt has given you a little bit where you can sort of, if you need to hack the ball up, there's always a way you can feed the ball into the green here, which is very clever. But as I say, it's a very fair test. It's green right now at the moment, and I know they would like, Graham Beat, the course superintendent here, would like a little bit more brown and a little bit more fiery, but because of the rain we've had, that's been difficult. With that being said, over the weekend there, where it's been so hot, the greens have firmed up massively, because I played quite a bit last week, and the ball was stopping on the greens. This past weekend it has not been. So they've firmed up. Just depends how much rain we get now in the next few days.
It's a bit of a mixed bag, isn't it, in terms of the weather forecast over the next few days?
I mean, it's just so changeable, isn't it? I mean, it's one of those courses. I know you're saying you're kind of back here last week as well, and it was blowing 40 miles an hour. Today it's blowing 10 miles an hour. Tomorrow we could be back to the same again. So it's such a changeable kind of place to be. I mean, what's your best round around here?
I don't know. Maybe 62 or something. There's a little hot after 9 that you can get plugged in if things aren't going too well.
So you've actually beaten the course record then, which is 63.
No, it's a long time. I've been playing golf here at Royal Portrush since I've been 13 years old. So that's 43 years ago. So I've been playing golf a lot, and I've seen all the changes, you know, what the R&A have done, and Martin Eber coming in and making the changes to bring it up to what they want the Open Championships to be, with new tees and everything. You know, I still find myself going out and playing this past couple of days, a new tee on 4, the back tee on 12. You know, 4 used to be hit it past the bunkers in the middle, keep it in bounds, hit it past those, and then you'd hit a 7-iron in. Past a couple of days when I was playing last week, I was hitting, and I'm not the longest, but I'm not the shortest. I was almost hitting 2 woods into number 4. Number 12's 5-iron into an elevated green, which is like an upturned saucer. So those are not the holes that I used to play when I was a young guy here. Obviously I hit it further, but it's just the whole challenge of it is way stronger. Big improvements. They've spent there, and I spent a lot of money here along with the golf course to bring it up to what guys would expect of an Open Championship.
And we love Calamity Corner and the drama that unfolds after that. Are you 16? My goodness, I mean, what's the variation in clubs you can take?
Hit it left. Don't even hit Bobby Locks. Hit it in there. He made 4 threes in 1951, and I've played it enough to know that if you start taking on any flag up the right half of that, for your right half of that green, you're asking for trouble. So it's a bailout left. If you push it a little bit, then it gets on the green. That's fine. But if not, the only place to miss it is left and Bobby Locks to that little sweel in there, and then you got a pretty straightforward up and down from there.
And 18, we were walking down it the other day. Absolutely, it's just so spectacular with the amphitheatre. You coming back as an Open champion. What is it like? You still got quite a few obligations to do.
Well, I've got a few bits and pieces to do. You know, this evening. Royal Portrush have named the 9th hole after me, which is a huge honour for me. There's two other holes.
That's such a tough hole into wind.
Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, I think they're just looking forward to me making double on Thursday on the first hole or something. But on the 9th, but they've named the hole after me. So there's only 2 other holes here. One's the 4th, which is named after Fred Daly, and the 6th, which is named after Harry Colt, the designer. So I'm the 3rd one. They've named after 9. They have a little function for me tonight over there with GMAC. They've named a hole after GMAC as well down on the other course here in the valley. So we've got a little bit of thing to do. But I've had a little bit of media. Yeah, I've had a little bit of media, and people want to know this, that, and the other and stuff. But it's brilliant. You know, as an Open champion this year, the last time in 2019, you know, I really wanted to play well and perform. I still do this year, and I managed to contrive to make, I think, a 7 on the last hole in 2019. I missed a couple of 1. Not that I have a long memory or anything, but you know, this week I'm gonna obviously I want to play well because I know the golf course like the back of my hand. But I'm gonna really.
The house is just up there.
It's just 2 minutes away up there. But I just want to really try and enjoy the week. You know, we're going to have big crowds, and we're going to have a little bit of inclement weather. We're going to have the wind. We're going to have the rain, and I couldn't ask for more. I don't need it flat still and bright sunshine, because otherwise I may be departing early. I may be departing early anyway, but you know,
such massive support.
The more the weather's a little bit inclement, the better.
Yeah. Favourite hole, Darren?
Favourite hole.
The 9th now.
I should say 9. Yeah,
it's definitely the 9th now.
I should say 9. Favourite hole is probably, I'd have to say, the 5th is pretty cool. The 5th's going to catch a lot of people out this week.
White rocks, drivable, par 4.
Yeah, they're going to hit it just over the back of the green. Think they've hit a good shot, and it's going to go out of bounds, just trickle out of bounds. That's going to catch people. Probably the 4th. Because it's such a hard hole, out of bounds on the right, bunkers on the left. It's just, but the way it's so narrow. But the way that Harry Colt designed it, whenever the greens just lay it into the natural topography there, just into the mounds, he's done that a lot out here. Very clever, and it's a really hard hole. But that would probably be my favourite one out here.
Is that your favourite hole, Pete?
I mean, it's such an early make or break hole.
Yeah.
Like early in the round. I mean, the 1st is tough, but then 2nd and 3rd, you can make some numbers there. But the 4th is just a straight up got to hold your nerve. You've got to hit a great tee shot without bounds there, and bunkers now. But it's just a brutal hole, especially if the wind is into.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
Exactly. There's a few tee shots out here where you just got to saddle up and hit one.
Yeah.
There is no option. There is no other play. You know, a lot of the guys I'm sure will have driving irons in here and what have you. But there's a few tee shots that ain't going to work. You're just going to have to stand up there and hit a proper golf shot. And the fourth is one of them.
And that's one as well. You stand on that the new back tee as well, and you're always looking for something to aim at.
Yeah.
And there's a hedge out there about 270, and it draws your eye straight away. You're like, okay, that's where I want to aim. And then you look to the right, and there's the out of bounds stake.
I've been over that hedge quite a few times.
Right, okay.
Brilliant stuff. Oh, Darren, you've been an absolute joy, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much. Well, I hope all the viewers enjoy it as much as what I'm sure all the players. The last time we had a wonderful the course was received unbelievably well from all the players, and I hope they're going to do it again this time. So it truly is a very, very special place.
It is, honestly, the feedback is fantastic from the players. They absolutely love it. Best of luck. We'll be following you, and I'm sure a lot of this crowd will as well.
Yeah, we'll have a bit of fun.
Great stuff. Awesome. We'll let you get back to practice. Great
Thank
stuff.
you.
Oh, always good to chat to Darren Clarke, former Open champion. We're going to have a little walk in just a moment, but let's get back to Simon. George, that was a great chat. Thanks.
Yeah, Darren Clarke, such a proud and knowledgeable golfer, especially of this area. He's been an incredible ambassador at this event, incredible champion. So emotional, that victory, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was amazing and good to have the local. He truly is a host. I remember watching him and following him through the practice rounds in 2019, and he had all sorts of golfers trying to join him to grab a slice of his intelligence, his IQ around his links here. Everyone wanted to play 9 holes, and he was getting it from all angles. But how crazy is it to think we were just seeing Matteo Manassero on the range having 7 previous Open appearances. How about this, 32 of them for Darren Clarke? He has been there, done that on many, many occasions.
Yeah, he is a great champion. How about that, Keegan Bradley? Now, Keegan Bradley, Ryder Cup captain, what's your opinion, George, on, I mean, at world number 7, he's 100% in the top 12 American players, and he's in form, and he's just won. Can you be a playing captain at the Ryder Cup, or is that something he should be trading in right now?
Yeah, I think you've probably got to, I guess, hand it over nice and early so everyone gets the process and gets everything in check, because let's be honest, like I've always been thinking, no, he'll just stick to his role, but the stats, the facts, the rankings do not lie anymore. So,
well, the best thing he can do for his team is play. So I have a question for you. What about we call up Tiger Woods? Tiger Woods isn't playing.
Tiger just won't do that.
Why not?
Tiger will captain the side when he wants to do it, and he wants the full glory of 2 years leading into it as well. He's not going to pop in and fill in. This is Tiger Woods we're talking about, Simon Holmes. Please.
Tiger Woods in New York.
Please. No chance.
Oh, I think we give Tiger the call, get him back out, have a look at, see what he's doing.
Tiger wants to do it when it's the perfect time to really lift the Ryder Cup and turn it into pandemonium. But
now's the perfect time, George.
Well, there is still a little bit of time before the Ryder Cup. But look, he's obviously got a great team behind him, a fair few 2, 3, 4 ICs to help him out there. So, look, let's be honest, he'll be heavily involved whether he's playing or not. So, yeah, it's hard to deny his form, and of all people, Tommy Fleetwood would probably hate to come up against him.
Oh, God. Let's not talk about that.
Come that time of year as well. It was
so
tough to watch if you're a European fan, that's for sure. But full credit to him. He really lifted
let's have a look. Aiming club down, just to get his orientation going, just to recalibrate. Always looks like he's got incredibly long legs and very, very short arms. Always looks like a lot of squat in his address position.
Is he using kids clubs?
But they do. These like some people. You look at Adam Scott, right? Adam Scott has no squat at all in his lower body, every single angle. But it's a lot of flex. Somewhat like there's almost like having to go down and then down and up. Tony Finau a bit the same.
Very similar. Probably even more so with Tony.
So, Keegan Bradley just working at around that 150-yard carry number.
Tony Finau's a name I'm looking forward to seeing this week. Been a little bit quiet as of late, but in 2019 he was 3rd here at Royal Portrush, so this could hopefully bring back some good memories for him.
Yeah, Tony, so many putting changes, so many putter changes, change of style, change of address, change of putter, so obviously not quite on form. Now, Keegan, just an aiming club down, chatting to his coach there. Flags and anthems is this banner there. There we got close in, look at the footwork. Moves into that left heel, kind of almost like the outside of left heel, that left leg is posted. Just getting used to the ground.
He's got the full USA equipment, doesn't he? The full branding.
So there we are. That is the grandstand view of the driving range. We are live at the range, bringing you all of the action, the preparation action, I would say. So what goes on behind the scenes, talking to the players, their viewpoints. We've got top tracer technology, sort of, which shows you what the players are looking at. When they look down at those launch monitors, they are looking to see the numbers we are going to show you. That will appear. And if you see the players looking over their left shoulder, that's because there's a huge screen there. So, oh, Keegan Bradley going with a bit of stabilization, maybe keeping a bit of height there. That was an interesting one. So,
yeah, got to
here we go.
Head still, and as you can see here, the world rankings, and deservedly so. Scheffler, McIlroy, Schauffele. Both Scotty and Rory showing enough last week at the Scottish Open. Takumi Kanaya in the foresight there.
Yeah. Keegan Bradley, number 7 in the world. So, let's have a look, see what he's working on. Okay, stabilizing, maybe staying, not drifting so much, maybe staying a little bit more center. The idea of weight shift is probably, weight shift, I've never liked the words of weight shift, because you're really just trying to sort of stay in a nice tube and kind of shift the pressure more under your feet. So weight shift always implies sort of drifting off to the right, makes it hard to come back to the left. So Keegan working on real serious basics. Here we go. You can see in the distance there, the 160 marker. That's a new addition for this year, and we are celebrating the birthday, the 160th birthday of our sponsor, HSBC Bank, who has been with golf, taking it forward. So our journey has been linked to their journey. Very important to have those kind of really stable long-term partners. Golf in very good hands, and no better place than the R&A's figurehead event, the Open Championship. We are at Royal Portrush, George Harper Jr. Magical.
Oh, it's simply amazing. So many good memories here from Royal Portrush, both on and off the course. The local fans, well, from the whole country, travel far and wide to be here, and they truly, truly love their golf. And hopefully later in the week we have one Irishman at least in the mix, because it was truly electric in 2019. The pandemonium around the 18th. I remember the 18th fairway. It was a stampede. It was like I was Simba and the Lion King for a moment there. Absolute crazy scenes as Shane Lowry was cruising up with a 6-shot lead, or a 7-shot lead at that time. So yeah, it was incredible scenes. If it's half as good as it was then, it's still going to be a superb week here in Portrush.
The Irish can do a party, can't they? Have you noticed that?
Oh, they can. Oh, they can, yep. It's going to be a tough week not to burn the candle at both ends.
Discipline, George.
But
that's always been our motto, I'd say.
Yeah, well, I have somewhat grown up as well, which is unbelievable, I know. But no, very excited.
So we are looking at Keegan Bradley, US Ryder Cup captain. That traditional little flip that he does, just taking the tension out and now working with his coach, trying to keep stable. Let's have a look. So watch how the weight moves into the outside of that left heel. That's what you want to do. You don't want to get stuck back behind it. That's going to make the club head go past you, or you're going to hit it low in the face, or you're going to thin it. That is an amazingly good sign. Keegan Bradley, an American, taking off his waterproof jacket here at the Open Championship. That is the first time we've seen that this week. That is a signal.
Huge moment. Huge moment in this championship. Feels like a perfect day in terms of links. A bit of rain, the cloud cover, and clearly it looks like there's a bit of breeze out there.
So just working on some basics. I mean, first arrival, first shot, straight into a drill. Working with his coach. There we go, always a little bit of wind here. Yeah, you can see that Keegan does move off the ball quite a lot to the right and then back. So maybe trying to decrease the amount of movement that he works off the ball, trying to make it easier to work through the ball. Got to hit down. So these guys would hit down probably like 4 degrees, something like that. So it's very much ball, divot, and you want to keep swinging through the ball. So you hit down on the ball to make it go up. You don't want to hit up on the ball. It's a big kind of amateur mistake.
And compressing it through the wind here is so important, is it? You've got to have such a strong ball flight.
Yeah, I think that if you have a lot of side spin on your shots, it's going to be much more difficult to control those carry numbers. So we'll see from the side slab here, which appears on the right side of your screen from time to time. And you can see Keegan will have a look across there or down at his computer. There it is. There's the side slab. That's Top Tracer technology. That is us bringing you all of the details about the golf shot. So 128 ball speed, 92 apex. That's just his normal golf shot. That won't be a links golf shot. Links golf shot's about 60 to 50 apex. A little bit of curve.
You mentioned how important your carriers and yardages, but how about run out as well here at Links Golf? It takes a while to gauge that.
That's why it's not all about just the numbers here. You've got to become an artist. A mathematician doesn't win an Open. You've got to become an artist. You've got to be creative and adapt to the conditions. There it is, consistency, little baby movement from right to left there.
We mentioned the beauty of Portrush, and this personifies it. Look at this, alluring links. Truly delightful week as everyone chases the Claret Jug.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic. Absolutely brilliant.
Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
So it's still down here on the range, and delighted to be joined by Matteo Manacero. Matteo, we spotted you having a little practice next to Darren. Really good to see you here at Royal Portrush. You didn't play in 2019. We were just speaking off camera a little bit about your play in Open Championships. You played at Royal Troon, and then there was a bit of a gap, so you didn't play in 2019, but you've played the course before.
I've played the course before, 2012. You remind me the Irish Open was here. I have nice memories, but not about the weather. I remember that week was really, really tough. So 2 different holes, obviously. I have good memories, but I have a bit blurry memories, to be fair. I'm going to go out now and see the course and have almost like a first impression, to be fair. So I'm really looking forward. I wasn't here in 2019, which I remember watching on TV being an amazing Open Championship. So yeah, I'm looking forward to be playing this year.
Great. So we've been talking about your performance over the last sort of 12, 18 months, how brilliant that you won on the DP World Tour last year, and your recent performance in the Canadian Open, and you were right up there. It's a great story, just this comeback. We love bounce back ability. How are you feeling right now about everything?
I'm feeling good. As obviously the last 2 years have been really nice. Getting back confident about my game and about all the side work that obviously we put in to be able to compete. I feel like I have a structure that kind of allows me to some weeks have the right week, and like Canada, for example, and be up there and experience things that maybe early in my career I didn't, like, you know, being in contention on the PGA Tour. It's a hard task, but it was you have to go through days like that, you know. So I was really happy to be in it. Wasn't the best finish, but it was still a good week. So I'm happy overall. This season has been a lot of learning also, being in America most of the time. So yeah, it's all really nice. Just golf is hard because you have to stay at a really high level. But I feel like I have a good structure to stay at that level, and that's what I'm trying to do week in, week out.
Yeah. Pete, your life's very structured, isn't it?
Oh, I'm super structured. I'm like a bit of scaffolding right now. With going into weeks like this, obviously we talk about your structure. Is there anything you'll change within your bag, within your game, to try and adapt to links conditions? Obviously saw you working with an alignment stick out on the range. What was the thinking there?
So I don't really change much of whatever I do, normally in a normal week. So that's a drill that I always do when I'm on the range. It's like there's 2 sticks, makes a cross. One is the center of my swing, basically, and the other one just aligns me. So I always do that. But say this week, obviously the basic adjustment is having a 2-iron, which I don't normally have. I have a hybrid, but this week it's a 2-iron in the bag, and last week too. So that's the first adjustment. Some players adjust their wedges because of the firmness of the ground. I don't. I'm happy with the one I have. I don't want to change too much. And I guess links golf is about having imagination, and first of all, so you have to see shots. You have to be brave to try them sometimes, and because you can be a bit braver if you practice them. So that's one thing that gotta do, practice those shots. And it's starting point, having the ball under control where it starts. Then you play with trajectories a lot, but you need to know where it starts because we've got a lot of crosswinds and things like that. So I would say that's once we get the starting line dialed in on links, we we sleep well.
Absolutely. Well, thinking about Royal Troon last year, I think it was a tied 31st finish, which is not bad at all. But how much imagination and creativity did you need a year ago?
Loads. Yeah, Royal Troon is a different course, I think, because it can have a really easy beginning stretch, and then all of a sudden you turn the corner and you're trying to, fighting for life there, really.
Especially that Saturday with the weather.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily, Saturday I played early enough so that I didn't have to hit driver into 17. Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
But that's what could happen in links, and you have to be prepared a bit for anything, and it's the beauty of it also. So, but again, yeah, Royal Troon, you have a lot of holes starting with one wind direction. So when you switch, it's a sudden switch, and it's not that easy to adjust. It's not so much like that here. It's not come and going. So I guess that helps being prepared for the wind, because you play one shot one way and then the other one is the other way, so you mix, which makes it easier. But I think tee shots throughout the golf course, shots into the greens, I think are harder here than Troon possibly. So we'll see.
Can't wait. And Darren Clarke has got a hole named after him. It's the 9th, and it's pretty much into wind, isn't it, Pete? Well, the day I played it was into wind, and I just about made the fairway. But watch out for Clarkey's hole, the 9th. Okay. He's giving you a wave. Try and make some birdies on that. It's not easy. But enjoy yourself. Listen, wish you the best of luck. Really great to see these results, and you feel like you're going in the right direction with everything. Yeah. And yeah, golf's not easy, is it?
No, it's not. But sometimes it feels like it.
Great
we try to have that week.
Great stuff. Thanks for your time. Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Take it easy. Thank you.
Fantastic to hear the insight. That's our show. That is what you're going to get live at the range. The thoughts, the preparation of what you're trying to do. George, this is kind of what we expect to have on a normal pattern of weather here.
I don't think we'll get normal here. One thing I've learned from Portrush is that you'll get a bit of everything, which is entertaining, challenging, no doubt. There is a little bit of wind, not too much at the moment, but the prevailing wind normally comes from the west-northwest, so it's going to be a challenge. But I really do hope there are a couple of days where the players do get challenged by the elements. That's what it's all about here at the Open Championship.
Yeah, there it is. That is the driving range. It's going to be the busiest place Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Maybe slows down a little bit of Thursday. This is all pre-prep. We've got lots of different features for you, especially top tracer technology. That is really the ball data that the players are working on. Coaches are working with players, manufacturers are working with players, and there, the classic swing of Patrick Cantlay. A player kind of in form this year, but no real fireworks. Not like, okay, wow, we played amazing here, he played amazing. It's kind of like ho-hum.
Well, that kind of sums up Patrick Cantlay, really, doesn't it? But he will be disappointed. Miscut at Quail Hollow and Oakmont. So two majors where he's probably let himself down to his personal standards. But he's the type of guy that's always thereabouts, isn't he?
You get the feel that he is. He's able to bring a lot of game. Doesn't make too many mistakes. It's just something missing from his overall package. We're looking to him to be one of the guys kicking on. And we're talking about someone who's a world number 20. So it's like...
He's doing all right.
But compared to the talent and the chat that we had 5 years ago, I don't feel like those two have matched up.
Yeah, for sure. He's, he was tied 36 at Augusta at the start of the year. So he'll have the bit between his teeth. He'll feel like he's let himself down in the big big three majors so far. So, look, he doesn't mind links golf. He's played here plenty of times, played here 6 times. His best being a tied 8th at St Andrews. So, I think he's got unfinished business here at the Open. Tied 25th at Troon last year. 33rd at Royal Liverpool. So... he's only missed 1 cut here at the Open, which is pretty consistent, especially for an American. Keeping those grooves nice and fresh. Need every bit of purchase you can find here on Links Golf.
Yeah, he's got a very strong team. We're talking to Joey LaCava yesterday. Here we go, down the line.
He is always so well lined up, so simple.
It's a very clean action, isn't it? So it's almost like, okay, you know, okay, so what could go wrong with that? Like, how can't you hit good shots all the time? That's such a good swing.
Swing smooth. I'm going to put the ball here.
Yeah.
And do nothing else.
Very simplistic. Jamie Mulligan, that's his coach. So Jamie Mulligan has made the trip over. That's a strong team, Cantlay, LaCava and Mulligan. See what they can do this week.
Yeah, Joey LaCava got the all clear from Tiger Woods to have a crack with Cantlay.
I was talking to him yesterday on the range, Joey LaCava, and we decided that we met when he was like 1988, and he was caddying for Ken Green.
Okay.
Right? Ken Green, and then Freddie Couples.
Wow.
Then Tiger, now Cantlay. That's
good stock.
That gives you, that's massive credibility, isn't it? That just means like, how good are you? Well, this is how good I was. You know, and the amazing Masters victory for Woods, who was on the bag. That was Joey LaCava. So
yeah, well, to think what he went through with Tiger as well in terms of not playing much and the fighting of injuries and sticking by his man. So 2019 would have been truly special. I was lucky enough at the Open at St Andrews to walk a couple of holes with him and Bones. So we did an interview piece where we picked their brains about everything they're looking at as they study the course, and it is truly impressive. These caddies, they're not just carrying the bag, that is for damn sure. The effort, the time, the stats, the numbers, everything that they do, it helps so much for their player.
Oh yeah, massive. That, you know, just sort of like the knowledge that they can build so quickly around a golf course. They see what they need to see. It's a real art. So Cantlay stands kind of pretty far away from the ball. That's sort of a pattern that we would sort of assume he's going to be a bit more of a draw shape. Guys who stand very close to the ball, Morikawa, Rahm, Ludwig, like very much arms up and down, very much underneath their shoulders, more of a fade, kind of keeping their club face, slowing down that club face rotation. McIlroy stands more away from the ball. He's a drawer. So Cantlay.
You can see with his outside foot, Simon, the tension on the outside of that front foot here really leans into it.
Yeah,
and that's just with a wedge.
Yeah. Into that left heel, that's where you want the face to go. Everything's in slow motion for Cantlay, isn't it?
He's in
his own world. Get a sense of that?
Well, he spiced things up in Rome, didn't he?
Hatgate.
Hatgate. First sort of emotion or somewhat personality I've seen from Patrick in some time. Darren Clarke literally chipping away in the background.
Okay, Cantlay just cruising through some wedges, getting used to the turf, getting used to the wind. There is Joey LaCava. There he is in the Apollo hat. He has seen some stuff, hasn't he? I do think that matters when you get under the cosh and you turn round to your bagman and your bagman's that man.
Yeah, well, he got vocal in Rome as well, so a good, strong personality, someone who's got your back every shot.
Yeah, the caddies travel the world. Loyal, they have to be, what do they have to be? What's a good caddy got to be? Got to be bulletproof, you're going to take some flack.
Yes.
Got to know when to chat, when not to chat.
You're going to get blamed for things
what
you
are
didn't
you? So
do.
you're a babysitter, a psychologist, a mathematician, you've got to do the numbers.
Yeah.
It's an amazing game, isn't it? The best.
And obviously core strength.
Yeah.
Those bags are not light, especially at the Open with
yeah,
all
700
weather.
pairs of waterproofs and all sorts. Here we go. These are Cantlay's shots just working through 165. I'd say that's probably just an 8-iron for him. Look and just have a look, just see his consistency. That was 165. Let's have a look.
Looking forward to seeing the hang time later in the range sessions when the drivers are hanging into the wind.
165 the last one, 169 this one. Incredible calibration, the players, you know, just picking out, you know, if you think about it, especially when the links, a little bit of a different lie, a little bit of wind into, elevated, down. It was like, there's so many 3s and 4s of yards to factor in. So this is 3-, that's 3+, you know, it's that art. And I can only pitch it on the front of the green because if I pitch it too far up, it'll run. It's an incredibly precise game. It's like got to throw a dart into the exact right place.
And it's certainly not all about playing at pins as well. Using the undulations and knowing the safe areas to land it is so important around here.
Here we go. Cantlay just working through what we think is an 8-iron there. It's almost like the hands just hold the club. He's just turning his body. It's a beautiful action. It'll be interesting to see how he goes this week. Has not been in the form he wanted. But that's very peaceful out there. One man and his horse. And the Devil's Causeway. The Claret Jug.
Winning the Open changes a life.
A hero at 22 and the first Spaniard ever to win the title.
A name remembered, a legacy secured. But look beyond the champion and you'll see that maybe there's a little more to it. From first swings to final putts. From the back streets to the big stage. From the inner cities to the outer reaches. The Open's impact stretches far beyond the fairways. Every ticket, every fan, every roar drives our mission to shape the future of golf. Removing barriers, protecting the land, honoring the past, leading for tomorrow. So yes, the Open is life-changing, but what begins as a moment for one creates a game for us all.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Golf coming up. We are the Open Championship and we are live at the range. There's the scene. 24th to the 27th of July is the Senior Open. That's at Sunningdale. That's magical. And then the AIG Women's Open, 31st and into August at Royal Porthcawl. R&A Magic. We are at the 150th fourth. And if you want to come and join us, you have to enter the ballot. This is a packed out place. 250,000+ tickets sold. So enter the ballot, scan that QR code, and hopefully you'll be able to join us next year. That is our overhead. That's what the gallery are looking at. Players starting to go out. The gallery going out with their home favourites. Shane Lowry is out there. On the far right of the screen, Darren Clarke. No one more passionate about this golf course and this part of the world than Darren Clarke. So Cantlay in the white hat as we move in to join him. Very methodical, George, isn't he? It's like slow motion everywhere. Agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Almost boringly so. He is just barely moving. Very simple, very quiet, very relaxed. And I guess that's what happens on Monday at the Open. A lot of people are arriving today, especially if you've played in the Scottish Open. It's all about acclimatising, knowing where you are, getting your bearings at these major venues. There's so much going on, both inside and outside the ropes. So finding your way to the range. How long is it going to take from the range to the first tee, which you need to know when it comes to Thursday. Every little timing counts. When do I have to leave the locker room to get to here, to get to there, to get to there? It's a somewhat of a...
Yeah, that's a very good point, like to get your rhythms going. I like that.
It's massive.
Yeah, that's chat. So 210 is Cantlay hitting a 6 iron that far?
Yeah, that's a 6.
Yeah. Amazing, the speed there. So just having a look at the footwork there. Very deliberate, kind of works into the inside of that right foot and then watch him finish. Pushes across to the outside of that left heel. Just shifting the pressure. That straight left leg.
Some fresh wheels for the Open, no doubt. Here we go, evidence of the 6 iron. Slowly making his way up, and it looks like he's just pulled a driving iron out of the bag.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, watch him. He's always moving. It's not just throws it down. He's moving the ball around, and that's links turf. You know, the Americans are used to seeing the ball present itself much higher. Their grasses are much stronger. They hold the ball up in the air.
Slightly spongy.
And
so
ours, and ours hit. Our links is the ball sits on the ground. So let's have a look. This is a club specially put in for this week.
You'll see a lot of that throughout the range sessions, a lot of testing of 2 irons, different driving irons, because a lot of players haven't used them in some time, but heavily rely on them throughout this week.
Okay. Let's just have a look. A little bit more wind. You can see Cantlay's pants just moving there. There it is. Perfect. Little waggle. And dispatched. Looks like that was a little higher by the way that he would work there. So guys working through it. We can take you out now, out onto the golf course. We're going to take you, have a look at the what is now the 16th hole. Calamity. This is it. 16th, brutal.
Yeah, for those at home, this is an absolute killer of a hole. There's some islands in the distance which you can't see from this footage, but they're called the scaries. And when you're on the tee, if you look at the right and if you look straight, you get the scaries. There is nothing fun about this hole. It's extremely intimidating. That huge drop off to the right runs parallel with the driving range, but it is a donkey of a hole, 230 odd, 234 to get there, and the wind is traditionally humming off the left. And right there, that is a bad miss. Later in the week, I saw Minwoo Lee miss 3 in a row out there yesterday, playing a practice round. It is literally calamity corner.
Yeah, we heard from Darren Clarke when he was speaking to Di to say, just hit it down the left. A bad shot, you know, middle of the green's a bad shot. So let's have a look. So we can take a Cantlay shot off the driving range and with our top tracer technology, put it out onto the golf course just to give you a sense of what the golf course looks like. The 16th is perched and there's a massive cavernous cliff of horrific fescue grasses all the way down the right. So it's the discipline. You can see the flag. The flag only shows you where the hole is on a links golf course. It does not mean you have to aim there.
No, we heard Darren Clarke talking about it earlier in the broadcast. If the pin's on the right, don't you dare go near it or else you'll find yourselves in trouble.
There it is, Patrick Cantlay, his major championship record. best is third. It's decent. Tied 8th in 2022. So, interesting not to have really peaked, been part of a competition really more than that. So Cantlay working graphite shaft, long iron. Again, just fiddling the ball position there on the ground. And just getting used to the flight. Let's have a look at that carry. Yeah, 250-ish, just kind of working it down. So Cantlay working in some new clubs, especially for this week, the test of links golf courses.
Now, a man of the moment we must talk about and we're excited to hear from is Richard Tedder. Look at this at West Lancs, an 80-yard eagle chip. He was in a 4-man playoff, and if you've ever seen a more dramatic way to punch your ticket to the Open, this is it. He will be the first ever Estonian to play this week, and we're lucky enough to chat to the man himself. He is now with Dye.
So many storylines down here at the range, and really happy to be with Richard Tedder from Estonia, who qualified at West Lancs and won on the 3rd playoff hole. Richard, it was dramatic. My goodness, it's a social media moment that's gone crazy. You chipped in. How are you feeling right now?
It's very overwhelming, to be honest with you. All the people here, it's just a dream. It feels like I haven't woken up from a dream, but here I am, which is fun.
Listen, Pete, you were watching it, that chip in on the 3rd playoff hole.
I mean, I was
magic.
Yeah, I mean, I was going through final qualifying. I'd just come off the last green, and I was obviously disappointed I didn't make it. And I thought, yeah, well, you know, open qualifying, right, it's so annoying. I hate this. Why am I doing this to myself? And then I literally opened up Instagram, and Richard's pitching was there, and it was honestly, it was one of those moments that it's kind of like, for me, it's what the Open is about. You know, it's about people being able to get here, it's fulfilling dreams, and yeah, it was such an amazing moment, and just the reaction and everything was fantastic. Like you said, it really kind of started to hype up the Open. It really made Open qualifying in many respects. It's the most kind of viewed clip from there, from anywhere.
Yeah, you've obviously watched the clip a few times, and what's the feedback been from family and friends?
Yeah, I've watched the clip way too many times.
You might watch it again. We're just going to get it out now.
I was going to get it out again. I've seen it today quite a few times.
It's all over the place. And what were you thinking playing this shot?
Where was the 3rd playoff hole? We played hole 10 already, so made par. I told my caddy if we somehow end up here again, I think I hit it really close, and just hit the perfect golf shot, and just wouldn't change a thing. Really, yeah.
I can see down behind you, your caddy, he's smiling ear to ear. Just fantastic,
So
really, really wonderful. But just in terms of playing in a qualifier, Pete, you played it. So difficult to keep your nerve when everybody wants to. There's only a very few number of spots up for grabs. How did you do it? What was your sort of mental attitude going into it?
Well, I was just trying to take it shot by shot, hole by hole. I mean, I was in for the qualifying by 2 shots on the last tee. Ended up hitting it right. Had to play another ball. Ended up in the rough. Had to chip out. Chipped it to 15 feet, and then I knew what that putt was going to mean. I mean, either miss it and go home, or make it and have a chance. So, really happy I made that putt.
So you made it to get into the playoff.
There's never a good double bogey.
It wasn't
but that was a good
straightforward
double
getting
bogey.
a double bogey on the last hole. But to have that ability to come back and regroup is really impressive. You're 20 years young. You were saying, oh, I'm old now. He's not old, is he, at 20? Fabulous to be here at Royal Portrush. Links golf, do you enjoy links golf?
I love links golf. I think it suits my game really well. I hit the ball quite far, and the ball rolls out quite a bit here. So, and I'm a pretty decent putter here on the links, so it'll be loads of fun.
We'd like to hear that.
You know, I've never been that confident. So, I mean, it was...
Could possibly be why? No. Pete, you're a brilliant golfer. Didn't quite make qualifying, but he's going to try again next year, Richard. Definitely.
Maybe.
But tell us, you know, your mum's flown in, your girlfriend's flown in. You're the first player from Estonia to qualify for an Open Championship from the Baltic region, in fact.
The Baltics, yeah.
So you must feel incredibly proud.
Yeah, I mean, it's an honor being the first Estonian to be here and play golf in front of all these people and compete with the best in the world. I'm excited.
Do you feel quite comfortable in front of people?
Yeah, I like when the crowds are walking with me and stuff. It's gotten quite used to it, like the British Am and stuff. Yeah, I love it.
You've been in Ireland for what, a week? You've been in Killarney. What have you been doing?
We had the European Team Championship there with the boys, so it was lots of fun.
Great stuff. You did okay? Not too happy?
Yeah, I mean, performance wasn't the best for the team, but we all have fun, so that's all that matters.
I'm sure you played very well. I just spoke really quickly to your coach, David. He's been with you since you were 10, so 10 years in total. How important is it to have that close team around you, that influence?
I mean, I started working with him actually 2 months ago.
He said when you were 10.
I saw him for the first time when I was 10. But
okay.
yeah, we've been working together for like 2 months, and it's been a hell of a 2 months to be
it's
honest.
a new relationship.
yeah. It's pretty fresh, but it's fun.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because what's the actual golf like? So in the Balkans region, so you got Estonia, you got Latvia, you got kind of Lithuania all along that coastline. I mean, obviously it's not produced a player to play in the Open yet.
Yeah.
So has something been going on over the past few years to actually bring golf to a new audience there?
Yeah, I mean the game's growing, always growing, which is fun to see. Loads of little kids starting to take the game up, and I'm sure it'll be growing much more over time. Especially now I'm here, so hopefully I'll be a good motivation to some younger kids.
Great stuff. You've been doing all your numbers, and I've just seen actually most people have a two iron in the bag this week. How far do you hit your 2 iron?
2 iron carries about 240, 250 meters, so like 270, 280 yards. So,
To all our viewers out there, does your 2 iron carry 280 yards? I think probably not. Richard, it's really great to meet you. Best of luck this week, and enjoy the links, and we hope to see you near the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, awesome.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
All right, take care. Cheers.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Live at the Range. A lovely interview with Richard Teeter, a true personality and massive Estonian pride. Can you believe there's only 10 courses in Estonia? He learned English by watching YouTube and just learning off that. So pretty impressive, and it was enjoyable to hear him celebrate such an amazing chip. And I also hear that at 3 a.m. he was getting a late night kebab to celebrate making the Open, which is pretty cool.
I like the way he rolls. We were covering him when he was at the amateur at Royal St George's. The local hero.
Quickly distracted, sire.
In his shorts. Darren Clarke. There it is. If you speak to Clarke now, he mostly talks about his fishing.
Does he?
He certainly does.
Okay.
I can't remember. Is it a tarpon? Is that a fishing?
Another thing we've got in common now. Fantastic. I'll let you guess what the first one was.
Ian Garbett. Listening to Clarke's chat. What a win that was. Incredible. So emotional, wasn't it? Royal St George's. I was screaming. I think I was doing it with Rob Lee, and we're screaming at our television screens as he was coming down the stretch to keep it going. What a man. A great raconteur. There's all of the different targets to hit at. You can move yourself. You can see the wind is definitely coming from the right across you to the left. You have to factor in how much does your shot shape get moved by this particular wind. You need to go out into the course, calibrate all of those different start lines. Two different holes, 2 different targets.
2011, Royal St George's, where the amateur was. Seems like a while ago. But what a win it was for Darren Clarke. Hard to forget his press conference afterwards as well. One of the greats.
He's one of the greats, you know. He's always been himself, chatting away. Champion golfer. That is what it's all about this week. The champion golfer of the year. You go down in the history of our game. So, Clarke, I would say probably just giving someone the benefit of his advice there. 56 oldest players.
KJ Choi, great to see him in the mix.
At 56, what's happened to Todd Hamilton and Ernie Els? Haven't made the trip?
Well, they've just decided that this isn't quite their venue, I'd imagine. Lee Westwood, how about him making it through final qualifying? Great
that was
story.
amazing. Yeah, fantastic for Lee to make it.
7 under total in 36 holes at Dundonald. Cruised in, walked the course in the rain the night before, and Bob's your uncle. Easy as you like. Well deserved.
Clarke and Lee Westwood, what they did for Europe in those Ryder Cups. They just kept took down Mickelson, took down Tiger Woods, took down whoever who came to them. Great friends, a great team. Ryder Cup is not that far away. This is the last major of the year. Can you believe it? Summer has just arrived, and it's the last major of the year. So, Clarke, come on, mate. Stop talking, hit some shots.
Now, not far from Darren Clarke is this big unit in Ryan Peake, the 32-year-old Australian, originally from Perth, and he made his way here through winning the New Zealand Open. One very special to my heart, obviously, but he is a seriously good story. A very much a redemption journey as well, a promising young junior, but then served 5 years in prison after joining a biker gang and was convicted of assault at 21. So not only has he gone through all of that, he has fought back and become a great golfer, and it must be so special for him to be here this week. I'm certainly going to make an effort to go catch up with him when I get back on course throughout the rest of this week. But he shot a final round 66 to win the New Zealand Open by 1 stroke. So he was the first lefty to do so since Sir Bob Charles. So that is Ryan Peake. A big, intimidating figure. I'll tell you what, if you're coming head-to-head with him in a final round, you'll certainly know about it. But yeah, pretty crazy story to have come back from where he has. He's had visa hurdles as well, to get into different countries, all sorts of immigration troubles. So yeah, it's pretty awesome to see what he's done.
Well, this is the Open Championship, so it is as it says. If you can get through the hurdles, get through the doors, you will arrive at the greatest competition we have in our game.
Yep, it is certainly open to all.
Yeah, what a great story. I wish him well.
Funnily enough,
like a unit of a bloke, though.
Yeah, not only does he have visa hurdles and obviously a criminal conviction to his name as well, he's got a fear of flying too, just to chuck that cherry on top.
Does he really? That's a pretty hot combo for to be a touring pro.
Yeah, tough gig, no doubt about it. But he was a greenkeeper back in the day. It's where a lot of people start. But yeah, he earned pro status in 2022 and full status on the PGA Tour of Australasia in 24. So it's a really good comeback story and a quick revival and launch to the Open Championship. So he's a true character as well. He'll have a few stories to tell, I'm sure, about it.
I can imagine. So just working a driving iron in, hated that.
Yeah,
Lost
that's his natural ball flight, that low cutty sort of shot. So I think he'll be able to get it around here okay.
Let's have a look. Just the driving iron, like a 250 carry off 150 miles an hour of ball speed. A little flatter, that one, only 68 degrees of apex.
He had this perfect wind on Calamity's 16th yesterday where it was hissing into and off the left, and he just played that little baby fade at the left edge, and then it straightened it towards the flag. So if it's that consistent wind throughout the week, Calamity will probably be easier for the left-hander. Is that 3-wood or is that a mini driver?
Yeah, that looks like a mini driver, right?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Kind of steep on it. Yeah, still hitting down through the ball there, very much so. So we will leave him. That's the view from behind the driving range. Look at all of those different targets to hit to. And let's see who else is down there. Oh, from Japan. Hideki Matsuyama, Masters champion. Him of the pause. Just getting maybe some of those kinks out from a flight that he's had there. World number 12. Be great to see him be a strong part of this. Yeah. I'd like to see that. I like the way he plays, behaves beautifully. You know, plays golf in a really nice way.
Yeah, true gentleman and a scholar. It feels like it's been a while since his 2021 Masters victory. But you get the sense that he's got it in the can to do well here. Such a clinical and rhythmic golfer.
Yeah, it's interesting. Let's have a look at that sort of backswing pause. It's like if people always say, "Okay, listen, okay, I'll be slower at the top," and then you film it, and it looks like a swordsman, looks like Zorro, right? So that's what happens in a lot of different swings. And this was a drill that he did to kind of slow his transition speed down. Let's have a look at those feet. I mean, legs like a power lifter, first of all. Very stable.
It surprises me immensely that his best finish is tied 6th at the Open Championship, which was 2013 in Muirfield. And I guess the last 5 or so years, he's missed a couple of cuts. T68, T13 at Royal Liverpool. So it really does surprise me. He hasn't really gone deep into the Open at any stage.
Just some interesting stretches there. So very, very stable. Got brand new trousers out. Crease line still in there. Oh, swing and a miss. Sold the crowd a dummy. Here we go.
Fresh pants, clearly.
Oh, just maybe getting out some of the creaks here. So stretch and burn.
Feels like a while ago since Century as well. Remember in Kapalua at the start of the year, 35 under par. That's right.
Yeah.
35 under par in 4 rounds of golf.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Kapalua
just mental.
Got hammered. Now let's have a look. So almost up to the top, and then everything stops, and then those hips just lead him down. So that's kind of, I'd say that's only a semi Hideki in a way, because the pause used to be longer. So he's just kind of worked around it. So he used to have a lot of flash speed at the top of his downswing, so the end of his backswing transition. And so the drill was stop and then go with the legs. It was a drill that he did, a practice drill. And then he did better with the drill than he did with his real swing, so he just played with the drill.
So for the people listening at home, what is, or is there a benefit to the pause? Like, what should people at home do? Should they try it?
Yeah, I think it's a skill to have. So I think the biggest benefit that I see is it actually completes the backswing, right? Because you think you've got all... So you're standing there, you're on Calamity, it's pumping wind, you're going to dump it in the right rough. You know you are. You get up there and you go, okay, I'll swing smooth. And then you hit something else happens. Another person takes over. And you go, what happened there? And you get halfway up and then you decide to go. You know, I don't know who's in charge here, but your legs start to go. You don't slot it in the top of the backswing, and you duff it. So I think the claustrophobic nature of the environment of the golf course makes us change our swings. And what we normally do is not like we go longer and slower, we go shorter and faster as we panic, right? So I do think there is a benefit of at least knowing where that top of the backswing is and trying to get there. So let's have a look. Boom. Stop and go.
Yeah, that is a lot quicker than as usual, isn't it?
Yeah, so not so much pause. Now, he does naturally hit the ball, at least when I've been watching, as high as anyone that I've ever seen. So let's have a look here. The manufacturer...
Here we go. Fresh irons.
...is hard at work. You can see, as the player says, these clubs are no good, find me new ones.
Yeah, if you are only just tuning in, we were talking earlier about a lot of the players coming from the PGA Tour, from the US, and literally straight swapping their irons out once they get to links golf. The grind of the club, so much different, so much flatter, so they can get closer to the soil.
Yeah. It is interesting because the Japanese have been making fantastic irons, you know, and I don't know if it's... They always have a slightly sharper. So here we go. First par 3 on the golf course. Here at Royal Portrush. It's a very sort of tricky and tempting hole. We're going to have a look and see how Matsuyama would be faring if we superimposed his shots. Here we go. Let me see if this club is any good. There it is, the third, 162. So let's see, give you a sense of what it looks like to be out there. I'm going to pretend it's a back right pin. The front left trap is no good at all. And there's movement on the greens.
It's a tremendous starting stretch here at Portrush.
Oh, he nearly cans it.
It's a tremendous starting stretch, isn't it? You look at the first hole, which is just beautiful on its own, an elevated green, but then you go the par 4 first, and then a par 5, then a par 3, and then stroke hole 1, and then obviously the most beautiful, the 5th hole as well. So it's just a great start, and one that you want to be tuned in for every shot, especially when it gets later in the championship.
There, so long on any of these links holes is no good.
No.
That gives you a sense of what the players see. Incredible undulations, the beauty of the fescue grasses. Matsuyama, has he brought the game he needs to conquer this? It's a lot of chat. A lot of chat. Side of the screen. Looks down. Is that any good? Certainly consistent, and he's throwing darts at the 3rd hole. You could sell that on a Sunday. Interesting to see. Can you imagine coming on a Monday and you go, whole new set of clubs? You know, obviously his manufacturer in preparation.
Well, that's why I think a lot of players playing in the Scottish Open, a few positives with that. The trucks are all there, the manufacturers are all there, and they spend a lot more time last week getting that all sorted, doing all the tech stuff, so when they come here, it is purely focusing on golf. So there'll be a few players having to juggle more than just warming up and more than getting into the groove and course management, whereas the players in Scotland, they've done all that. Their clubs are in the bag, they're ready to go, they've been used for 4 tournament rounds of golf. So Yeah, it's a fine balance, but it's so intriguing to see how different people approach playing in a major.
Welcome back to Live at the Range, bringing you the preparation scenes. It's a unique sort of part of this competition. All the work that was done on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was kind of invisible to the audience, to you, the viewer, before the creation of this show. And it's really a fascinating watch. Got Hideki Matsuyama down on the range, just been delivered a brand new set of golf clubs. Working on his game, trying to get ready, hits it really high. You're going to see the apex numbers are always pretty much like 115, 120 feet.
Wow, that is high compared to what we've been seeing this afternoon or this morning.
So that's his natural pattern. Really does launch it. Certainly, like if I'm standing on the range, I certainly don't remember it being, you know, the highest I can remember. So here we go. Hideki, semi-pause, and then watch this. Set and legs. And everything else just comes flying through. So looking at that, like he just turned that over a hair more than he wanted.
Feels like the longer the club, the longer the pause.
Yeah, that could easily be so. Yeah, it's just interesting. Must be, I mean, I don't know how conscious it is, but if it's conscious, it must be hard to do. He's always done it, like as far as we can remember. I mean, he came out as an absolutely smoking hot amateur golfer from Japan. And who will ever forget that amazing scenes where his caddy bowed to the golf course? I love that kind of respect of the environment where you are. So amazing Masters victory. Russell Henley in the red shirt. The Americans are piling in now. Guys who are up in Scotland. Here we go. Hideki Matsuyama dispatching another one up into the sky.
The range is certainly getting busier. Every minute another player turns up. That's why we're excited to be here to show you every little bit of detail leading into the 153rd Open.
So many different storylines, aren't there? Spoke to Richard Tida from Estonia. He found his way here. Hideki Matsuyama. The pause, it's like a pause and then an absolute rip of those legs, isn't it? Maybe it's just a sequencing drill for him, just to make sure he completes that backswing before the aggression of those very, very strong legs. But I gotta say, like, Hideki's great. When Hideki's playing well, or maybe just putting well, it is the sort of game that you think, you know what, this could fit this tournament. That ability to perform under pressure. You feel like he's got the mental side of it very much wrapped up.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, he hated that. Don't know if that was an injury or just a duff or whatever it was. The grimace.
Just all of the above, wasn't it?
Just getting the cobwebs out. Saw him doing some stretching of his hips, stretching of his head, stretching of his back. Maybe feels a little bit stiff. Long flight. Arrive here. It's cold. It's not that cold.
No, it's delightful, to be honest.
Here we go. So,
what an ambassador for Japanese golf.
Yeah, kind of that club set's a little bit off the line there. Just having a look. That's coach just filming. Am I in the right sequence? Are these the right spots? Looking at the grind of the clubs. Is this going to perform on this links turf, firm and links turf? You know, the golf courses in America tend to be a little bit more lush. Ball sits up on a little bit more grass. Hideki think, is just putting some brand new clubs into play right now. So clubs going in the bag, clubs going out. Hideki just getting some cobwebs out. That's how I feel all the time. He's pretty flexible, isn't he? I mean, he's a unit of a guy, but I mean, his shoulders are up by his ears there.
Shoulders up by his ears. Can you not do that?
I don't think so.
What if you're on the phone back in the days and you don't have your hands free? You chuck the shoulder up to the ear,
yeah,
wedge the phone in there.
Right, Hideki, very dissatisfied by the last couple of shots. Doesn't feel loose, doesn't feel ready, hasn't got the sequence. He's looking at what you are looking at, so 209 carry. I'm going to say it's like a 6-iron for him. His normal apex, I bet you could probably like 115 feet, maybe even higher, 120. A little bit better shot there, little baby fade into the wind. Oh, he's changed clubs on us. Oh, about that. 240. So let's have a look.
Fresh grips.
What do you think? 4-iron?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, 4-iron. Hideki wide stance.
Much cavity on the back of that, so.
That club looks like it's been hit before though, because that must be one of the new ones. So maybe it's the scoring irons that are going in fresh. That sweet spot's still glowing. Glowing in the air a little bit. And I want to be that ball, would you? Absolutely hates it.
Put that one away, get rid of it.
Hates it. Disgusted with the last 3 shots, Matsuyama. Beware the injured golfer there. That's what they always say, isn't it? So let's have a look. It's very calm to the top. And then those hips really drive. The lower one, apex 61. The coach is filming, the manufacturer is trying to find the equipment. The caddy's just keeping his head down, trying to stay out the way until his man has got everything he needs. It's always reassuring when the player turns around to the coach and said, okay, what's wrong?
Yeah, what they tend to do is just take a few videos and check everything's in place. Sometimes after a long flight, the simplest little things can change. We saw Justin Thomas researching into that at the Scottish last week, and they're not looking at too much, just the basics. Making sure they set the week off in the right way. And here is the big screen. Simon, this is where the players get almost our view as well.
Yeah, we're seeing what they're seeing. So this is all powered. Great innovation by Top Tracer technology, and so they basically light up the driving range. This is ball data only. Remember that Molinari. Amazing. So Henley has got one up in the air. So that is on the driving range, and that is also brought to you. And in the background, just cruising up for the first time today. Welcome, Scotty Scheffler, world #1. Has just joined us on the driving range. He made the trip over from Scotland. So we will join him, and there it is. The cliffs, the links, all powered and mixed up together.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff.
quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go? Just swing.
Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever.
However,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Welcome back, live at the range, Monday morning. The calm before the storm, George Harper.
It certainly is. But the storm is growing. It is brewing because the world #1 has just cruised on to live at the range. That's when you know it is go time. The best in the business from all across the globe reside here now in Portrush, Northern Ireland.
There he is. Hat off. Don't normally see that. Very interesting process, isn't it, Scotty Scheffler? It's like, look at that. Like, check the grip, check the face. You see him do that a lot. He's got a practice club with a molded grip on there. Very much a fade action. Sam Burns, that's his buddy in the background.
Certainly see the tan line without the hat, can't you? Oh, let's
There
cover
it
up.
is.
Let's cover it up. Come on, get rid of it. There we go. Oh no, just a little bit tight. Haven't had a haircut in a while, so it's just filling out the hat. There we go.
There we go. Clarke, hands in pockets. Holding office.
He's half spectator, half player this week, isn't he?
He's got a lot of chat.
Just holding court, enjoying his week in the spotlight.
Yeah, very interesting action. A lot of chat about his footwork, but not about his performances.
Pretty clear cut there, isn't it? Somehow battled away to a T7 at Oakmont as well, which is arguably a bad week for him. But just super impressive, super consistent. And he is at the top of an amazing field and consistently as well.
Yeah, so let's just sort of understand the Scotty Scheffler action. So, wait for him to have a hit. New glove. That doesn't feel quite right. What else you got for me? Ted, new glove, please, mate. It's no good. Or maybe he's just kind of breaking in gloves. You often find that. You know, just kind of getting like 4 or 5 or 6 that this week really fit properly. You're kind of figuring, okay, I'm going to probably have 3 or 4 gloves that I'm used if it's going to be rainy.
Well, you're not sure you remember Brian Harman winning at Royal Liverpool, but he had about 20 gloves under the umbrella. And you're right, like when you do get a fresh mitt out of the packet, it's quite stiff and you've got to stretch it out a bit. So he'll rotate about 5 or 6 over the next couple of days, so they all feel slightly molded, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so
all the little details count.
Let's have a look. This looks like a pretty brisk warm-up. I guess he must be going out with Sam Burns fairly soon onto the golf course. That would be a great watch. And there you go. Those are his records at the Open, his results. Trending nicely, never out of it. 2 top 10s. Just hoping to be able to hoist the most important championship trophy in the game.
Yeah, and you get the sense it's the career Grand Slams are certainly on his mind, and this feels like the hardest leg for him. So he'll have ultimate focus this week.
Yeah, it is. It's like it's hard to know what suits him, what doesn't. I mean, the best part of his game, you can't see it because it's in his head, right? His mental side's amazing. Look what he did at the PGA when everyone was kind of flying up the leaderboard at him. So Scotty checks the face, hands on the club. Have I got my grip? And so what happens to him? Very, very vertical hand path, hands on. He's got his aim, he's got his training club in there. You can see with the reminders of where his hands need to go.
How crazy is this? You know, think of all the amateur golfers, think of the beginner golfers that use the same tool, and then our world's best player is still using it.
The challenges in golf are the same. You just get closer to perfecting them, or your mistakes are more small. It's not. It's we play what they play. You know, that's the magic of the game, and you know, and it's all about your game, isn't it? It's like if you're 5% better than I am at tennis, I never beat you, right? You don't have a good game, I don't have a good game, and that's not true in golf because we go round like. Next month, you guys could come and play on this golf course and walk the test that these guys felt. And that's one of the magical parts of our game. So the Scotty Scheffler footwork. and what you have to understand is, like, he moves very little. By the time the club head is parallel to the ground, he's already moving left, right? And then he just keeps moving and moving left. So when that left foot is rolled to the outside, and even as he gets into the longer clubs, bounces, it's only just supporting himself. It kind of like almost feels like he jumps, like he gets so much vertical force off that left leg. Very high left arm, very steep left arm plane, which faders do. Monty fader, he had the same. So working with his hands on the club. Now watch that left foot. So you'll see it kick. This is only probably a 9-iron, so it won't be that much, but it kicks and jumps.
Interesting to watch him at the Scottish Open last week. Seemed to, well, get relatively aggressive on the putting greens when he was missing a few short putts. Couldn't understand how the ball didn't drop on a few occasions.
No, I think
that
he's calm, as he seems to us, right? But I mean, he is like tigers in the competition. He's like, he will be the last man standing. He will die on the course to try to get one extra shot. I love that about his game. So, high left arm, 2 training clubs, 2 aiming clubs, getting his pictures right.
An extremely high left arm, isn't it, Simon?
Yeah, it's very steep, the left arm. So, Scotty Scheffler's last 9 results. No. From the Masters, so 4th, kind of ho-hum, and then CJ win, PGA Championship win, 4th win, 7th, 6th, 8th.
That tied 8th intrigues me because that's almost like a perfect warm-up for the Open. You know, gets your blood pumping enough. He's worked out plenty over the last week, so ominous signs for the rest of the field.
Yeah, and he wasn't super hot. He had that hand injury, which he kind of said took a while for him to get used to. But I would say the Scheffler team, the Scheffler camp game is back on forward. 3 wins and a 4th in a month. That's kind of like Tiger Woods stuff. You know, you hear guys saying, oh, you know, I've just won, I'm exhausted, I'm taking 3 weeks off, and not Scotty Scheffler. Where's the next competition? So, that is the best man in our game, stands very close to it, hands close to his body, left arm high, goes left early, and then just working that ball up to the apex and drops it down. I think he feels the face as well as anybody that I can see in the game right now. those little micro calibrations that he makes, superb at that.
Amazing to think that when he played his first Open at Royal St George's, we barely looked at him, barely knew who he was.
Well, he did come out, I would say, as a hot college player, and there were many.
Yeah,
and then he went on to Corn Ferry,
finished top of the pops in Corn Ferry,
and then he came out. It didn't take him long. I think, you know, the putting on the tour was something that he, you know, maybe the green speeds or just finding the lines, something he's worked on a lot. Phil Kenyon, putting whiz, putting guru, putting whisperer, has helped him a lot.
I actually flash back to the Waste Management Phoenix Open. It was one of my first ever gigs in America, and Scotty Scheffler was one of my first ever interviews, and I believe that I was one of his first ever interviews because he'd just come from the Corn Ferry Tour, and people are like, oh, you need to go talk to this Scheffler guy, and I was like, are you talking about Schauffele or Scheffler? And it was a little bit of confusion. I'm like, oh yeah, righto. So went and played a hole with him and spent a good 20 minutes, and it was great fun. And at the end, I kind of jokingly said, oh, I remember the name, and I didn't remember the name, and boy, oh boy, do I remember it now. Absolutely incredible looking back at the video and seeing the same swing, but yet so unrecognisable back then. Still a lovely guy.
Oh,
a great interview.
He's such a polite guy, isn't he? So respectful. And golf is always lucky. Like, we're so oftentimes, our great champions are great ambassadors, global ambassadors for our game. I think that's such a crucial part. Maybe we haven't been lucky, but like for me, the best professional of all sports, Arnold Palmer, man, he had time for everybody. And I think that, you know, bless him, he created a legacy where his way of behaving to the fans, who are the heartbeat of our game, set a benchmark, set a respect. So, Scheffler, here we go. Let's have a look at that left foot now, a little bit more action. Yeah, it's like a landing, the way that left side launches up and then comes back down to the ground. So,
you can clearly see this is a relatively quick range session, purely a little warm-up session, as he'll go get his bearings at Portrush. Unsure if he would have ever been here before.
No, so a little bit of chat.
I'd love to see his caddy sort his collar out as well. His golf swing seems to be in fine shape, but that collar needs to sort out. Someone who might be able to do that is Di Stewart. She's down on the range. What can you see down there, Di?
Thanks, George. We're actually just by the putting green. Pete and I have been having a look around, scoping the place out. You're treated so incredibly well here. You get your clean golf balls to go into your putting. And if we head this way, the players are actually just dropped down where those buggies are and take a quick walk over this putting green, do a bit of practice, and then here is the range. You can see the driving range. This is the walk that you make. And just to our left-hand side in just a moment, George and Simon, you've been speaking about him, the world #1, Scotty Scheffler, arriving here at Royal Troon, ready for the Open Championship. Gosh, the breeze really is picking up, but really great to see the world #1. Of course, he's played in a handful of Opens now. Tied 7th, I believe it was, at Royal Troon last year. Links golf, Scotty Scheffler. What's your assessment of his golf on links courses?
So, I mean, tied 7th was his best finish, and links golf has so many of the ingredients that you would expect suit him down to the ground. I mean, obviously, he's the best player in the world anyway. We already know that. The creativity, he's so good around the greens, his chipping and his pitching. He's obviously got distance. The biggest problem is when he gets on the greens. So we all know that, you know, he's been a bit of a hot on the cold putter across his career. Over the past 3 years, he's really figured something out working with Phil Kenyon. But as soon as the greens get a little bit slower, he really struggles with pace and read. And that's been the biggest problem. That's been his downfall, you would say. You know, but if he could overcome that, then he's got everything else within his game which would make him a fantastic Open champion. But it does seem to keep coming back to it. At the Scottish Open last week, it was exactly the same. He played unbelievable, just didn't hold any putts.
Yeah, Scottish Open coming off fresh off that at the Renaissance Club. That was a top 10 finish, wasn't it? Finishing tied 8th. Just having a little chat with this caddy there. Some in-depth chat. Couldn't quite hear what he was saying. But it's such a privilege to watch him in bay number 2 as he smashes the driver down. How far's that gone?
I mean, he carries it around 300. He's not actually the longest hitter on tour by any means, but he just does everything so incredibly well.
Yeah.
And I remember this kind of last year at Troon as well.
280 carry, I'm just hearing actually from our top tracer technology.
Kind of just into wind off the right. That's more than acceptable. He's not. He never really looks that comfortable on the range. Like if you go down this driving range, there are so many amazing ball strikers. Actually, randomly, Scotty doesn't stand out that much. But once you get him on the course, and once you see him like have his creativity come out and his iron play, his distance control, that's where he really kind of shows. That's what's really special about him.
Yeah, and speaking to a few people this morning, actually, our chat was about Scotty Scheffler, and as I was walking here, a few of the guys and girls were really excited about seeing him. They all talk about his demeanour and the way he conducts himself and his composure. We all wish we could bottle it, we could buy it from somewhere, but it's a magic ingredient, isn't it?
It takes work, though. It takes work. I mean, Ted Scott, his caddy, really did consider not working with him because he used to be, in his younger days, quite fiery on the golf course, quite an angry golfer. But he's managed to channel it. He's managed to understand that by keeping calm, by keeping everything under control, he can then control his golf ball better.
Yeah.
It's amazing how often that happens. But you do see it boil over every now and again. He gets frustrated just like everybody else. But you would expect that from someone who is so competitive, who wants to win so much. There's no way that he wouldn't have that. But he can control himself now, and you know, he's by far the most consistent player of the modern era.
If you are down at the range, you can see all the stats on the massive screen to the left-hand side, which the players, I mean, they use this, don't they? It's really important info, data that they collect at the start of the week.
Yeah, and what they'll use as well, I mean, they've got the top tracer tech here, which is great. They'll have multiple launch monitors down as well. What they really want to find out, what they really want to understand is how the ball is affected by temperature, by wind, because a lot of these players who are full-time on the PGA Tour, like generally this time of year, the conditions they're going to be playing on, it's going to be 90 degrees plus, it's going to be really hot, like generally the air might be a little bit thinner. You come over to Northern Ireland, it's chilly. The air is thick. You know, it is pea soup out here sometimes. So that is going to affect how the ball flies. And they do need to realise that around this golf course, you might be landing it well short of the green anyway and running it up. So, you know, all these calculations are getting done now. So by the time that the tournament comes around, they understand what they've got to do.
Will Scotty have a 1-iron in his bag?
I think he'll probably have a 2. I think most of these players will be into the tour trucks, which are just to the right-hand side of this range, and they'll be adapting their equipment. Mostly, they'll be taking some grind off the wedges and putting a low lofted iron in the bag. I think apart from that, there's not loads which is going to change.
We're going to catch up with Cameron Adam, one of the amateurs who's playing, and I think he's got a 1-iron. We'll check that out. But it's as you say, you've got to adapt to the links course. I've just seen Brian Harman flash up. My goodness, what memories from a couple of years ago. If you're down here at the range, there's so much to learn. Fred Daly, winner of the Open Championship in 1947. He just came up on the screen. Where did he win? Do you remember?
What are his numbers like? He's still going strong.
Still going strong.
Wow, Fred.
Fred won at Royal Liverpool. That was it in 1947. This place is steeped in history. We're going to speak a lot more about the history, and people are going to have a little bit of a wonder. But for now, let's get back to the commentary team.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, Scotty Scheffler, world #1. The spotlight this week would be very much on what he does.
What does you, Di and Pete, have down there, right behind the best in the business?
So Scotty is out of here, we think, to have his first practice round. think he will have Sam Burns for company. I think that was last year's winner, last week's winner. It's very excitable. Let's see who he picks up on the way.
Well, he can't walk far now without being distracted, can he? Is Burns just going to go with him?
So, yeah, Sam, let's go, baby. Hit one drive and we're out of here. That's the chat.
Hold it back, Sam. You finish your warm-up, young man. Don't let the big boy call the shots. Look at that. If you're just tuning in, it was raining earlier this morning, but not anymore.
Scotty Scheffler heading out with Sam Burns for the first practice round. Probably the guys trying to get 18 done in today, 9 tomorrow, 9 Wednesday, and just try to get all of the lines off the tees. It's a complicated golf course to learn. You've got left to right wind and a right to left dogleg. It's all sorts of combinations. So whatever you can imagine is out there at Royal Portrush.
Yeah, very rarely, if ever, you get two holes going in the same direction here, which is super impressive and intriguing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. So, a magical links. So, now you have to take a buggy down to the first tee. Sam Burns and his buddy, Scotty Scheffler, keeping it loose. Still hasn't fixed his collar, George. That's, I think...
Oh, it's diabolical.
Is that doing your head in?
Absolutely.
Is it?
Tiger Woods sometimes does it, and it's just such a simple fix. It is, you know, it's not their first time wearing a jumper.
So you don't think he wouldn't be smiling like that if he knew he had half one in and one out?
No, Tim Southey, a New Zealand cricketer, same issues. Does my head in.
It really does. That's very upsetting. So there they go, off for their first practice round. We are live at the range, bringing you all the action from what is the headquarters of golf for these first 3 days. So, we have seen players coming to warm up. We are live at the range, bringing you all of the action. Scotty Scheffler, fascinating to watch him warm up, George.
Yeah, we certainly have the best view. And speaking of views, Incy's been out on course looking at some of the feature holes here at Royal Portrush.
This is the best seat. And you're about to get the best view. Come on then, time to go to work. So this is the opening hole at Royal Portrush, a relatively short hole in fact, but most players will keep the driver in the bag and instead pull out the long iron to take these two fairway bunkers out of play. Now you've got internal outer bounds on either side of the hole, making it feel quite claustrophobic. Back in 2019, we had home favourite Rory McIlroy with the nation's hopes upon his shoulders, and this is what happened next.
Don't tell me. He's on the wrong side of the white line. Even the best get nervous.
Even if you you do hit the perfect tee shot, the difficulty doesn't end there. With the second shot to approaching this green uphill without being able to see the putting surface, the majority of it does slope back to front. But this first third is a false front. Pitching there, you could end up at least 50 yards away, if not in that bunker short left. Alternatively, some players might try and favour the right-hand side to play a little bit safe. But then you overcook it, you're going to leave yourself an absolute stinker down the hill, making it difficult up and down. Alternatively, on the left-hand side, you've got another bunker there, playing hide and seek pretty much, and you've got the rough, long left too. Trust me, you don't want to be there because it's going to feel like you're chipping up and over a mountain. You make a 4 on this opening hole, you're sprinting to the next tee. When you think of links golf, you think about playing golf along the coast, which we are of course to a certain degree, but starting off with the 5th is probably when we get a real good view. And this being the most scenic stretch of the golf course, you're standing on that elevated tee box with everything in front of you. Now this is a dry ball par 4, dog leg left to right. Some players will opt to play the long iron down the left corner. Others will absolutely be tempted to take on this drivable par 4 at just under 400 yards. It might be a driver or a fairway metal, depending on that wind direction and strength of course, but they have to make a calculated decision, because if you go for this, anything long, you've got the out of bounds, where chaos truly meets beauty and probably the world's biggest water hazard. Now, this is the most exposed part of the golf course where the nature and the elements of nature will truly show its teeth. But up next, you've got the par 3 6th. You've got the instant change of direction. You can hear the waves crashing out on this corner. Don't get distracted by these views because you've got that coming up next. And that looks like it's got my name on it. Now that is some par 3. Par 5 7th visually is one of the more dramatic holes, cut amongst the dunes, especially with that one all the way down the right, towering over you. And when you're standing on that tee box, it really feels like it's you against the golf course, and you've got these 2 fairway bunkers staring right back at you. Starting off with this one on the right-hand side, could be in play, of course, wind dependent, but ahead of the Open in 2019, they made a couple of changes, and this is one of 2 holes where they did just that, putting in that tiny bunker in the left corner. Despite only being so small, it will catch a fair few players out, and depending on your positioning, it will determine whether or not you can take on this par 5 in 2 or not. The fairway snakes all the way, gradually uphill. It will present some eagle opportunities, if not birdies. Anything slightly wayward, you could get punished. Undulations, a classic feature when it comes to links golf courses, and they have their pros and cons. You can definitely use them to your advantage. We're on the 10th, happens to be called the Himalayas, and this is a great example where you could hit the perfect tee shot and everything is spruced into place. Alternatively, you could hit an absolute perler and just get an unlucky bounce and end up in no man's land. But that's the beauty of this game and the stage that Royal Portrush presents itself. Alternatively, you can get quite unlucky and get varied lies. Here's a great example where the ball is below my feet, and imagine I'm standing over this with the wind howling from the left. Not only is it going to test my skill set, but also my balance and everything else that comes with it. That's not easy, for sure. Anyway, the green over here is one of the most undulating one yet. Let's go have a look. Race ya. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Low. That's not fair. You've got 4 wings and I've only got 2 legs. Anyway, 10th is a great example of how everything valleys in, and you could definitely use it to your advantage. But the beautiful thing about the Open and how it sets itself apart from all the other tournaments and championships is that you can have a particular lie. You can put 5 different clubs in someone's hand, and there can be a multitude of ways you can pull it off. Yes, sometimes the result might be good, other times it might not. You can use the ground, you can take it out of play. Say this back flag, pitch it about there, that's gonna ride in. Alternatively, pitch it in the same spot, maybe with a bit of height. I mean, ideally, I really wanted that to come back just to show you the severity of it. But even that's not a good place to miss. Oh, there's a reason why I'm not a runner. Right, imagine if you were about to hit this tee shot. That's it, from that tee box to this green. Respectfully, I think the majority of us would genuinely struggle to reach this green, especially if it's howling wind into from 236 yards, and it only gets from bad to worse because there's no place truly to lay up. Anything just short or right of this green, you get swallowed up by this steep chasm. And even for demonstration purposes, with all due respect, I'm not going to go down there because I think if I go down there, I'm not making it back up. But here's a little history lesson for you guys. Back in 1951, Bobby Locke, he actually was a smart man because he played it down the left, and to this day, they call this the Bobby Locke Hollow. That was his safe space. That's where he could play from and see the whole green right in front of him. Trust me, from back there, this is a tiny target. This is the final test here at Royal Portrush. It's a demanding tee shot with the out of bounds running all the way down the left. And on the flip side, you've got those googly-eyed bunkers staring right back at you. Now, if, and that's an if, you can hit this intimidating fairway, like Shane Lowry did back in 2019, after he struck that second shot, realizing that this was his moment, walking down the fairway, taking in the energy and the atmosphere that the final hole presents, seeing his name up on that leaderboard and catching a glimmer of his family. He celebrated walking in between these two bunkers with both hands raised, realizing that this was his moment. Who will walk down this hole and become the 153rd champion golfer of the year?
Winning the Open changes a life.
A hero at 22 and the first Spaniard ever to win the title.
A name remembered, a legacy secured. But look beyond the champion and you'll see that maybe there's a little more to it. From first swings to final putts. From the back streets to the big stage. From the inner cities to the outer reaches. The Open's impact stretches far beyond the fairways. Every ticket, every fan, every roar drives our mission to shape the future of golf. Removing barriers, protecting the land, honoring the past, leading for tomorrow. So yes, the Open is life-changing, but what begins as a moment for one creates a game for us all.
On the tee. She was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
One other story we found on the range is Cameron Adam, who won the Open Amateur Series. Cameron, it's so exciting that you're here at the Open Championship. How are you feeling?
I'm buzzing. It's great, you know. It's a new experience for me being here with all the guys that I kind of watch week to week. So yeah, I'm really excited to be here.
Pete and I just spotted you and thought, oh my goodness, he's through Open Amateur Series. Just tell all our viewers at home what that encompasses.
Yeah, so the Open Amateur Series is a kind of a ranking system based over the Links Trophy, the British Am and the European Am, which are kind of the 3 major amateur events that get played 3 weeks in the spin over in Europe. So the person that picks up the most world ranking points from those 3 events gets in.
So you're constantly checking websites and looking at where you are?
Pretty much, yeah. I've got kind of friends and family creating spreadsheets and all sorts, looking at it all, so yeah.
Listen, you're one of 9 amateurs in the field, and Pete, let's just have a quick look in Cameron's bag, because we spotted a couple of 1-irons. Are you taking just the one iron out there?
Yeah, it's very rare where you see that number in a golf bag anymore.
Not many people can hit a 1-iron.
No, yeah, it's something that I've toyed with. I've kind of had it in and out for a few years, different models. But yeah, I kind of substitute 3-wood and 1-iron, just trying to get this properly sorted for the links.
I was going to say, what loft is on the 1-iron?
God, I can't tell you. Maybe
Not
16?
sure.
16, I don't know.
We'll find out.
Yeah, I tell the guys at Titleist, make it work and we're
that's
good.
the problem. So once you get to like having a really good player, like they don't care. As long as it goes around where they want it to.
And it's got it's actually got some lead tape on the back, I believe. There we go. Why'd you put tape on the back?
That's just to get the swing weight up. We were just talking about that just now. But yeah, I'm very much as you guys make it work and it goes. I don't care how it looks or what it does if it's working and doing the job that I want. So that's just got the swing weight up to stop it going low right for me.
I think one of the cool things about the experience is to basically be here with a lot of guys that you watch every week and get treated like one of these guys as well. Because I noticed this on kind of Scotty's Instagram yesterday. So limited edition merch.
I love that.
And look at this.
That's pretty awesome. That's going to be treasured for my life, you know.
What's his or her name?
Oh, I don't know yet. Depends how well she puts.
Well, you're Scottish. It's got to be.
We'll see if it's on there for the second round.
Yeah.
Bonnie, come on, Bonnie.
Yeah.
Come on. Maybe could I nickname her Bonnie?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that sounds
great.
good.
Good stuff. Well, if you putt well, it's down to me and
Yeah,
Pete.
there you go.
Great. Listen, it's the first tee. Can you imagine standing on that first tee and playing here at Royal Portrush?
That's something that we've spoken about, and I've been doing a bit of work with my mental guy, and we're just like, I can't prepare myself for what it's going to feel like, so I've just got to trust that I've been in that situation before, and I've hit good shots in those situations. So I'm excited to get there on Thursday, and I'm just going to have to kind of see how it feels and how it goes.
Do you do a lot of visualisation? I've just been at Wimbledon actually, and a few of the guys who were walking onto centre court for the first time, they replicated it beforehand and really got themselves in that mindset. So when you're practising this week and standing onto that first tee, will you actually be doing a bit of work there?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's like I'm only human, you know. I think growing up, you run through your head like oh, I'm going to go play in an Open. This is the first tee shot of the Open. I've got a 6-footer to win the Open. You know, like it almost feels like it's been years. You know, you always build up those mental pictures. So now it's actually real, and especially the last couple of weeks when I knew that I was going to come here, just trying to picture a good shot, you know, make good memories, so that when I go there, I've just got a positive bank to feed out of, and yeah, I can go play my best.
Yeah, great. So Bob McIntyre's one of your good mates?
Yeah, he's been great with me, so I'm going to play with him tomorrow and hopefully learn a bit. He's obviously got a good track record around here. He finished 6th here, so yeah, hopefully learn a bit off him, and he'll keep me going well.
And you're a lefty. Is this a good or a bad thing for Royal Portrush, Pete?
Well, I mean, everyone knows like left-handers swinging better than right-handers. There's just something in the way it looks.
Yeah.
So I would say it's a big advantage. And I think with like being obviously first Open, and there's things to play for as well if you are an amateur. So obviously you want to make the cut. You got the silver medal.
100%.
You know, there's so much to actually aim for, and then obviously joining that kind of elite company. They've got a silver medal as well, will be amazing.
Yeah, you know, like I'm really close with Callum as well, so getting to watch him win the silver medal last year was pretty special. So yeah, just trying to follow in his footsteps.
Great. Cameron, we wish you luck, and we hope to speak to you again at some point. Great stuff.
That'd be great. Thank you.
1 iron in the bag.
Yeah.
Fantastic to hear from the amateurs, such a crucial part of this competition, always been a feature.
That's exactly right. There's 9 amateurs in the field this week at the 153rd, and there we go. A very, very good list. Conor Graham, he mentioned, from Scotland. We've got Ethan Fang, our amateur champion, made a birdie on the last at Royal St George's. Simon, what a moment that was. Clutch moment indeed. And you've seen an even clutcher moment with Richard Teeter earlier in the show. He made an eagle hold out from 80 yards to win in a 4-man playoff and get through to his first and Estonia's first Open as well. So a great list of amateurs vying for the silver medal.
Yeah, people pounding in. It's Monday morning. We are live at the range. That's our sort of worm cam view that we have. Zooming in. Center frame. That is Tom Kim, who's catching a lesson. He's been in miserable form. His last top 10 was back in Pebble Beach. So he is not in form at all. He is 94th in the FedEx as well. So he exploded on our scenes at the Wyndham.
Yeah, well, he's currently 61st in the world, and he's got as high as number 11 in the world. So a really promising talent is Tom Kim, and he has been really grinding with his coach there. And here's what they were doing earlier, Simon, just looking to work on the shoulders and set this shoulder alignment.
Okay, so that's kind of a feeling of trying to get your chest maybe to finish the backswing as opposed to your arms finish the backswing. Let's see what we can pick up from them. So that's kind of like getting that right arm too narrow. So what you don't want to have, and this was Tiger's big thing that he used to hate about his swing, when his chest stopped turning and his arms kept going, kind of those running arms, and they get deep and narrow, and then that tilts you out of position as you try to make space. So let's have a look and see what Tom is up to. Maybe those hands may be feeling a little bit more radius. That right arm is really the radius arm. Very rarely in a tour player will that thing bend more than kind of 90 degrees. So if it bends more than 90 degrees, it kind of gets too elbow first, too grip first, and then you've got to kind of flip the face. Otherwise, you're going to block it right. So fascinating. This is Monday, before the Open. And Tom, I mean, he's listening to what he's saying there.
Yeah, he's...
What am I doing? So keep that left arm a bit more on my chest.
Slightly uncomfortable almost, trying to work his game out. A lot of players have to do this.
See where that right arm sets. Okay, well, that was a swing and a miss. I didn't like that. Chat from the coach.
Played in 3 Opens, St Andrews, and then Royal Liverpool. He came tied second, so a seriously impressive run there. Came home really strong and then missed the cut at Troon last year. So mixed results, but he's got it in him.
Tom, can he get this one right? Does he get the feeling? Can he blend it in?
That one's gone left now. Not your usual grouping of these consummate professionals.
That's how he's kind of been playing, though. His long game's not been great. Remember what he did in that President's Cup. Quail Hollow took some fire to a very strong US team. So let's have a look, see. So a little bit more of a shot. So he's had a few practice shots. Now that's a great thing to do. Don't just machine gun golf balls. Get your orientation right. So
8 iron in hand by the looks. There is Simon working on that right elbow.
yeah, just definitely matching something up. Chest to the turn. Arms to the chest.
Wow. There's a lot going on here.
Certainly having to work hard mentally to kind of picture the process that he's got going there. So we'll leave him for a few minutes with his thoughts. Taking a look at the driving range, getting more and more occupied. Guys like Scotty Scheffler just kind of warmed up, 30 balls gone. Tom Kim catching full-on instruction.
Yeah, he's certainly prioritising technique over course research at the moment. And
yeah.
It's not abnormal, especially on a Monday.
No, it's the game, isn't it? It's like you've never got it. You've never got it, so just trying to tune up his swing a little bit, maybe match a few things up a bit better. Great atmosphere down on the driving range. And keep your eyes on the archway there, the entrance to the driving range. Is going to be Ricky Fowler, crowd favourite Ricky Fowler. Water cup in hand. We will soon see his swing. Darren Clarke heads out. He will give Ricky Fowler a welcome to my home.
Darren Clarke's still there. He's been on that range for hours chewing the fat.
Yeah.
He's had more cigarettes than range balls.
Well, no doubt the driving range is heating up. This is the place to find a swing, tune up, warm up, figure out what clubs you're going to need. Have I got the right driving iron? Have I got a club that keeps the ball down? Or, like Tom Kim, have I got a golf swing? What has happened to my golf swing and how can I fix this? That it is coach in the hoodie there. Catching a lot of instruction, just trying to tidy up his pattern of shots. Maybe a little 7-iron there, so maybe kind of looks like he's trying to stop maybe like an upper body lean onto it. Certainly quite a lot of things going on, so definitely feel like there's something with the arm swing and the chest turn and the backswing, a bit more radius. We saw them kind of chatting about that. Maybe trying to keep that left arm on his chest, which will help him keep his chest over the ball. Make sure that he exits left and the ball starts straight. Looks like a cleaner pattern.
Yes, dispersion's clearly tightened up nicely. Seems to be more dialed in, warmed up ever so slightly.
Yeah, so to answer your question, do tour players think about anything when they're playing golf? Yes, they do. Not a huge Rolodex of thoughts, that's not what you want. So, there we go. Ricky Fowler, happy to be here. He loves getting his game on the road, loves being on there. That's not a number he would like. He doesn't want to be 1-1-4 in the world.
No, but he's at least shown some signs this season. 18 PGA Tour vets and made 14 cuts, so look, he's getting there, but he's an entertainer. He's one of our favourites, and he went through that golden season, what was it, 2019 maybe, and he was there so close at every major, and it's just such a shame to not see him feature more.
You felt like he did have the game for an Open. He is a shot maker. He's not sort of a robot with the same shot now. Those are the feet of Tom Kim.
In 2019, he was tied 6th here at Portrush, so he's obviously got some good memories here.
Balanced footwork. Kim working hard on his technique. So he's got a smile on his face, which is good. But given how much data he's absorbing this late before the gun goes, George, question mark over his skill package at the moment. Has he got what it takes?
Yeah, he's fighting something. I've seen him on the range quite a few times in the past, and never have I seen what I've just witnessed in the last 5-10 minutes. He is certainly over-analysing. Well, not over-analysing, but he is trying extremely hard to find something in time for this week.
Yeah, that's kind of the stinger shot. Anything you see around 70 apex is them trying to kind of flight the ball down for the crosswinds or into the winds that you're going to have around this really... a golf course that moves in all different directions. Every single shot will be challenged. Tom Kim's always kind of been a medium hitter. 173 ball speed, kind of PGA Tour average. So maybe just hitting a few looseners before he gets going.
Yeah, he's far from dialing it up if he's only going 257 yards carry. That is, yeah, that's very much a little silky smooth warm-up.
So interesting to see how much instruction the players are continually fighting. I mean, that's one of the drives that you have. How can I keep improving? You know, the tour is so competitive that if you don't keep improving, 25 guys will go straight over the top of your back, and you'll be ended up. He's not in FedEx Cup, so you know, with the smaller PGA Tour field starting next year, he's got to be thinking, you know, I've got to make sure I keep my exemption.
Crazy to think.
So from face on, keeping those angles, keeping that left arm, we think a little bit more on the chest. Don't get it separated. You can't keep rotating if it gets separated. It looks pretty balanced.
The sun is shining here with Live at the Range. Players are starting to flood to Royal Portrush, and what a setting it is. You can see in the distance the 16th tee. There'll be plenty of drama there later in the week. But the range is looking glorious. 2 courses here at Portrush. This is part of the Dun Loose links. Equally as beautiful as the main track, which will be in full flight this week. Tom Kim. We've seen a lot of the world's best on the range this morning. We've seen some silky smooth routines. But it's interesting to see players like Tom fighting a few little demons here and there. But there's time. There's still a little bit of time. It doesn't take much for these guys to flick a switch.
No, I think that's why they're so willing to keep working on it, because they can, you know, swing's just a tool. It just propels the ball. You still got to plan and map your way around. So Tom, giving us some great entertainment, loads of swings captured to be recorded and analysed. Tom just trying to visualise what he's working on, how he's going to get the feel, what he's got to adjust. Simon Shanks, just one of the coaches there, coming into vision. Blue skies, shadows, right to left wind on the range. That's why Darren Clarke was far to the left of the range, hitting into the wind. So, amazing scenes. The warm-up, the start has begun. Yeah, it's always interesting. So our driving range is lit up with technology. Can't see it, but we can see everything, all the ball data. And what we can do is record the warm-up sessions. So Shane Lowry and Scotty Scheffler, Shane in the black, Scheffler in the red. Fascinating to see all of the different shots. This is just them warming up before they go. And for most amateurs golfers, that's more golf balls than you hit in 2 months. So that's why they peak. And this is not a driving, this is not a session, this is a warm-up session. So a couple of shots working through the wedges, and you can see just work up. Scotty Scheffler's was very brisk, wasn't it? 20, 25 balls, that was it?
Yeah, he was in and out. He's obviously just played a full tournament down in Scotland, so doesn't need to be a range rat and needs to just look after the body and manage it, because a lot of players prepare for Thursday, but you need to prepare for Sunday if you want to win the Open.
Yeah, you do. So these are fascinating views, and on the range is Di Stewart.
Oh, thank you, Simon. Thank you, George. You've been doing a sterling job up in the comms box. Getting a little bit windy here on the range, Pete. Let's take a little bit of a walk. And the sun is out, which is marvellous. I mean, playing this golf was, I actually played it about a month ago. We did a special feature for the RNA. It was absolutely fantastic. But you had 4 seasons in one day. The 9th hole, which is now called Darren Clarke's hole, it was into wind, and I just about made the fairway. If you played Royal Portrush here, you'll know what I mean. Had a great cup of coffee with Harry in the halfway hut, and then went on to the 10th hole, which is one of Shane Lowry's famous holes from back in 2019, his second shot. It was one of the iconic shots of the tournament, wasn't it, on the way to that 63 on the Saturday. But right now we've got the players here, they're all starting to practice, they're all flying in. I saw Dan Brown, who's obviously won recently on the BMW International Open. He's in just his sort of tracksuit bottoms right now. Did you see him? He's not in his golf gear.
He's very chilled.
Yes.
If you do want someone new to follow on social media, he's a great guy to follow.
Oh, is he? Tell me why.
I've never known like a golfer to like kind of care less about being like a pro. You know what I mean? It's
very down to earth.
Very down to earth.
Easy
great
to chat
follow,
to.
like a man of the people.
Let's keep going as Kevin, our cameraman, walks backward, which is a skill in itself. We've got everyone from CBS, from the Golf Channel, NBC, everyone flying in from all around the world. And why wouldn't you, for the greatest major championship, the Open Championship? But what have you seen? Players are just sort of finding their feet right now, aren't they, on the Monday?
I would say up to this point it's quite relaxed. Like, there's a lot of people saying hello, catching up, might not have seen each other for quite some time, just getting loosened and heading out to the golf course. It just feels like a nice reunion right now. It doesn't feel like somebody is about to make history, and I think that will start to ramp up
Pete,
as the week goes on.
Yeah, it all starts obviously on Thursday, very early tee shot. We spoke to Darren Clarke, who hit the first tee shot back in 2019. He said the nerves, my goodness, he felt them. Don't forget, this is the 3rd time that the Open has been here at Royal Portrush. 1951, 2019, and now 2025. The stage is set. We're going to be back this afternoon, aren't we? Yeah, we've got a couple of hours.
Hopefully in this weather.
I know. Hopefully the sun stays out. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. All the stories, all the analysis, cameras everywhere. We promise we've got you. See you at 2. Let's take a little... Pete, let's take a little bit of a... Pete, let's take a little bit of... little bit of a walk. And the sun, a little bit of a walk. And the sun is out, which is marvellous. I mean, playing the...
The natural grandeur of the Giant's Causeway could hardly be more symbolic. This is the coastline of Northern Ireland, a nation that's laid down the stepping stones to a bright future. An integral part of the healing process is sport, and at the forefront, golf, with Royal Portrush welcoming back the game's most cherished championship. But this iconic Claret Jug is no stranger to a country that's produced two modern-day winners.
The champion golfer of the year is Darren Clarke.
Then, an extraordinary talent realised his dream.
The Open is the one that we all strive for. To be able to hold this Claret Jug is an incredible feeling.
Both men were instrumental in guiding the Open back to Portrush following an absence of 7 decades. In that time, this coveted piece of silverware has been presented either in Scotland or England. Not since 1951, when crowd-pleasing Englishman Max Faulkner overcame rain-soaked conditions to win by 2 shots, have these mighty links been the backdrop for Open glory. Now, though, golf's original championship is back, and a new winner will be crowned.
A very special day in the sporting calendar brings us to this stunning part of the world as the Open returns to Northern Ireland and Royal Portrush for the first time in 68 years.
After such a wait, thousands of alarm clocks were set pre-dawn to be there for Northern Ireland's major moment. The honour of striking the opening tee shot went to the man who launched this country's golfing renaissance.
I was down on the range at 5:30 and our tee time was 6:40. And I was totally cool with it all, until I walked down the steps. The stand was completely full, and all of a sudden I walked down there and I thought, oh, all sorts of stuff going through my mind.
On the tee from Northern Ireland, Darren Clarke.
So my original plan had been to, take a 2-iron, but I thought, I probably need a slightly bigger head than the 2-iron, so I went with driver.
Well, I can't imagine a better start for Darren Clarke.
If you don't have those butterflies going a little bit, we're in the wrong job. We all get them.
Nerves conquered, Clarke could exhale and target the first birdie of the 148th Open Championship.
I think at about 147 uphill, flag at the back left-hand corner, so I knew if I pitched it right, it's going to kick and run in there and hit a good solid 9-iron and turned it over maybe about 20 feet and get up there. It was one of those sort of moments that I could have closed my eyes and hit the putt, and I had the feeling that it was going to go in.
Well, he had a big cheer when he arrived on the first tee. Imagine if he holds this one.
I hit the putt, and sure enough, the ball goes in the hole, and the people up behind the stand and everything there were every bit as pleased as I was, so it was a good start.
That was a hope shared by Clarke's fellow countryman, Rory McIlroy. He shot a course record 61 on the Dunluce links as a teenager and was installed as the title favourite.
I felt good going into the week. I'd had a pretty good year. Up to that point, I had 2 wins. I meant with the history of playing Portrush a lot and what I'd been able to do there in the past, I felt like it was a really good opportunity for me to try and get my name on that Claret Jug for a second time.
On the tee from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
Whenever my name was announced on the first tee, I remember putting my ball on the ground, putting the tee in there, and I felt nervous, physically a little nervous.
Part of his birthday present when he was 10 years old
was a trip to Royal Portrush, where he met Darren Clarke, and he must have thought about this moment his entire life, and here it is.
I turned it too much with the wind, and it kept going. think it only went out of bounds by a yard or two. But obviously not the ideal way to start the Open Championship, whether it be at Portrush or anywhere else. I teed the second one back up and, you know, hit it, and that was fine. It was in play. When I got up there, the lie for my, I guess now it would be my fourth shot, wasn't great. There was a bit of long stuff around the ball, and I thought, though, I could muscle something through there and get it up to the front right part of the green.
This is left.
Oh, that's what I think.
No good.
There you go. There we go.
No good.
Into
Look
the
out.
ferns.
That fourth shot went in the ferns on the left side of the green, and I had to take an unplayable. But I guess at this point, I'm just trying to make the best of what I have. You know, it's a pretty bad start, but it's not, you know, it's not as if I was out of the tournament. Even by missing that putt on the first green, okay, I'm 4 over par, but I just said to myself, it's a sort of pretty tough day. You know, if I can get back to even par for the tournament, that was my goal.
Such an unthinkable start had served to illustrate the perils of Portrush. But up ahead, an Irishman with a poor Open record was going along nicely. In the wake of 4 consecutive missed cuts, Shane Lowry felt the need to seek the advice of both his coach and caddy.
He's nearly made it.
What a shot.
I wasn't feeling great Wednesday evening. I was feeling a bit anxious, a bit nervous about what was ahead of me. We went for a coffee and we just laid it all out on the table. Like, you know, we were just very honest with each other. It was like a weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders after that conversation, and obviously I went out Thursday and I performed pretty good.
With a 67, Lowry set the clubhouse lead.
He was able to fly a little bit under the radar in terms of the focus on the Ulsterman. I remember him saying on Thursday, I'm not under the radar anymore. He knew his game was there, he knew he was in a good spot, he knew what he was going to be doing going forward.
Likewise, with reasons to be cheerful, Darren Clarke on track to achieve his goal of making the cut following a level par 71. The second half of the opening day would be marked by pulses of heavy rainfall. Guiding the world #1 was his long-term caddy, Ricky Elliott, who grew up playing and caddying on the Dunluce links well before helping Brooks Koepka capture 4 major titles.
Not many of my friends or anybody had met Brooks before, and he came round to the house I grew up in, and my mum made him a cup of tea, even though he doesn't drink tea, but he drank it anyway. The first day that the gates opened, and I didn't really know what to expect. And obviously Brooks had never been there before, but from me being there, he was one of the favourites. The support that he got and hearing my name a lot is something unique to me. You got the feeling that there's a lot of people behind him.
Koepka teed it up on the back of a sparkling sequence of 4 wins and 2 runner-up finishes in his 9 most recent major starts. Almost inevitably, the American found himself in contention yet again. An opening 68 saw to that. Francesco Molinari became the first Italian to lift the Claret Jug at Carnoustie 12 months earlier, but at Portrush, the defending champion struggled to an opening 74. The 13th hole at Portrush is known as Featherbed. Due to the soft landing needed to keep the ball on the green. On day 1, Argentina's Emiliano Grillo played the perfect tee shot as he carded the Open's first hole-in-one since 2016.
How about that?
That ace was a moment to remember for Grillo on an otherwise disappointing day. Meanwhile, Rory McIlroy was about to suffer another blow at the 16th, aptly known as Calamity Corner. Frustrated and now 5 over par. Who would have thought it? Back on the first, where McIlroy's misery began, the competitively rusty Masters champion was about to test his body.
On the tee from the USA, Tiger Woods.
There was a feeling of weather being included, that the back was not going to be perfect. He needed something hot to really help his chances. And so on the one hand, he hasn't played since the US Open. On the other hand, the weather is a bit chilly, not good for his back. And so all these things start stacking up against him. And I think that's what brings the expectations down.
Tiger's tee shot and the grimace that ensued hinted at what was to come. Experiencing pain of a different variety was McIlroy.
He started with a quadruple. He's finishing with a treble. 79, 8 over par.
You know, I knew I had a lot of work on my hands to try and, you know, make the weekend, and obviously pretty disappointed, pretty dejected after that first day. But it's golf, right? And you know, some days these things happen. It just so happened to be that, you know, I had, you know, one of my worst days at a time when I wanted to produce something that was close to my best.
McIlroy's dream had been transformed into a nightmare. And behind him, Tiger, a contender right to the end at Carnoustie in 2018, was also toiling. His first round 78 seemed light years removed from victory at Augusta only 3 months earlier. While these two giants stumbled, Ryan Fox created history, becoming the first player to break 30 on the back nine at an Open.
That's a great finish to a round of golf.
The New Zealander achieved that with 6 birdies in his final 7 holes. And as the early evening weather improved, a fearless Spaniard took full advantage.
Oh, lovely birdie for John Rahm.
Rahm began encouragingly with a 68, but topping the leaderboard after day 1 was an American with Ryder Cup pedigree. That was J.B. Holmes, who finished 3rd at Royal Troon in 2016. Ignoring an early mistake, Holmes was outstanding, and on the 18th putted for a 66.
5 under par, started with a bogey and then flawless from there.
Oblivious to the drama created by others, Holmes had solved the mystery of how to tame Portrush on a day when colossal past achievement supplied no guarantee to success.
So just absolutely perfect conditions here and a beautiful morning on this Friday, day 2 of the 148th Open.
With Portrush in a kindly mood, upwardly mobile movement was on the cards. Australia's Cameron Smith took advantage, posting a 66 to be 6 under par. On that same clubhouse total was South Africa's Justin Harding, round in 65. Inspiring even louder cheers was the joint runner-up at Carnoustie in 2018. Justin Rose also reached 6 under, helped by an eagle on the 12th. But at the forefront of the English bid to win an Open for the first time since Sir Nick Faldo in 1992 was Tommy Fleetwood, hitting form at the right time after a low-key season.
I'd played okay. I'd been pretty consistent, but nothing very special. But coming into that week, my game was in pretty good shape, felt pretty calm and sort of quietly confident that I was playing better again. And we had a plan.
Fleetwood made his first bogey of the championship at the opening hole, but soon rediscovered his touch. And by the time Tommy arrived on the 18th green, the clubhouse lead was within his grasp.
I hold a good putt on 18 to finish the day, which is great. You know, first half of the tournament's done, you've held a putt on the last and you feel really good, and it put me up there, and you know, sort of leaving the course on Friday, because I teed off early, that you know, you're up there going into Saturday.
The downside for Fleetwood was that conditions remained relatively benign, and overnight leader JB Holmes picked up his thread of excellence from Thursday. Competent in all departments, this two-time Ryder Cup player from Kentucky eventually signed for a 68 and 8 under par at the midpoint of the championship. Holmes was leading the American charge, but major specialist Brooks Koepka remained in touch. His presence loomed large heading into the weekend. As morning turned to afternoon, the breeze strengthened, but that didn't prevent Shane Lowry enjoying the perfect start to his second round.
So the guys that played in the morning, they got some nice weather. It looked like they were getting a better side of the draw. You know, I knew I was going to have to shoot a decent score if I was going to keep up with the leaders, but I didn't want to force it. I hit 2 lovely shots into the first. I played the second well, and I hit a lovely shot into the third. All of a sudden I was 3 under through 3, and I was flying, I was off and running. I was just hitting it in close on every hole.
What a start! And Shane Lowry is 1 off the lead.
Meanwhile, Lee Westwood was turning back the clock. Despite finishing in the top 3 9 times, a major win remained elusive. Could the 46-year-old finally fulfill his ultimate ambition?
The Open Championship's a tournament I love. It's my favourite tournament of the year. You know, I've not been in contention in a major for a while, probably since the Masters, when Danny won, and you know, it was nice to get back in there and play well.
In his 25th Open, Westwood went low on the back 9, joining Fleetwood on 7 under par.
Fantastic shot from Westwood.
Anytime you're in contention in a major championship, it's always exciting, and you know, you do have those thoughts about winning and things like that, but the more often you've been in those situations, the more often you know, you learn what to do.
Yes, well done, Lee Westwood.
4 birdies in 6 holes. Could it be Lee Westwood's turn to win a major?
The afternoon took a turn when rain whipped in off the sea. In the wake of his first round 78, Tiger Woods faced a nigh impossible task to make the cut. But a 1 under par second round underlined those famed fighting qualities. Tiger departed together with Phil Mickelson, the first time that pair both missed the cut at a major for over 2 decades. But nothing could dampen the unbridled enthusiasm surrounding Lowry.
I'm getting feeling he's starting to feed off these crowds.
Rory had obviously struggled the first day, so maybe the crowds weren't as big with him, and all the crowds were coming to me, and it was just incredible.
That thunderously received birdie at the 10th gave Lowry a 2-shot lead. Up ahead, though, Darren Clarke was experiencing vastly differing emotions after a nightmare 18th caused the former champion to miss the cut.
Three under after 5 in round 1, and at 7 up the last.
To go from the elation of the first tee on Thursday to making treble on Friday on the last to miss the cut, I can't describe how bad I was feeling after I came off there. I think I lost the power of speech for about a day after that, unfortunately. But sometimes our sport, that's just the way it is. Sometimes it's hard.
Although not so damaging, Lowry's closing stretch was disappointing. A bogey on 14 was compounded by an uncharacteristically ill-judged chip at the last.
I finished around pretty badly on Friday. It was something that helped me going forward, but I was obviously in a great position going into the weekend.
And it's a bogey at the last, but still a round of 67. He will go into the weekend tied for the lead.
That left the most intriguing subplot to play out. Could Rory McIlroy possibly recover from his soul-destroying opening round?
I sort of reset after that first night and then came back out the next day, and I had a clear target in my mind. I thought that if I shot 6 under par and get back to 1 over for the tournament, that had a real possibility of making the cut.
As the round progressed, the improbable grew ever more possible.
Well, well, well. Suddenly that cut is looking exciting.
Yeah, I made 3 in a row to get to 5 under par, and at that point I thought, okay, you know, I have a pretty good chance here to make the cut, and I think everyone else at that point knew as well. 2 more birdies was what was going to be needed.
Visiting the sand on the 13th briefly halted momentum, but McIlroy immediately retaliated.
For me, the birdie of the day was 14. I had driver 6 iron into that. That was probably the toughest hole of the day and held the putt.
Straight in for McIlroy, a little punch in the air. Look at the crowd. Whoa, you'd think he was leading.
If I could have had 1 shot back, it probably would have been the wedge shot into 15. I was maybe a little pumped up, a little bit of adrenaline, hit it into the back bunker. I still was able to save par, but it was a great opportunity to make birdie.
As McIlroy battled manfully for weekend involvement, so did another favourite son of Northern Ireland. Graham McDowell struck his approach to the last knowing a par would guarantee his walk down the 18th on Sunday. It would be mission accomplished. On an increasingly murky evening, the spotlight now shone squarely on McIlroy, dealing only in the currency of birdies and urged on by a nation.
The cheer on 16 when I made birdie, like I get goosebumps. It was a really cool evening, and the fact that it was 7 o'clock at night and it was a sort of grey, sort of misty, it wasn't very nice, and people still stayed out there cheering me on to the very end. It's something that meant a lot to me. I don't get very emotional over golf, but you know, that day it sort of got the better of my emotions, and you know, it was hard to keep it together for all those 18 holes.
Never before had an Open been so electrified by someone merely trying to make the cut. Everyone was willing in this putt on the 17th. The reality was now stark. Only a birdie on the 18th would suffice. The effort had been Herculean. The reception Rory received, that of a hero.
Anytime I think back, especially that walk up 18, it felt the same as walking up the 18th hole at Hoylake when I won. That second round was one of the most enjoyable rounds of golf I've ever played. I think it felt like what I imagined it would have felt like on Sunday if I had been in contention. At least I got a little glimmer, a little taste of what it would have been like.
They prayed for one last McIlroy miracle. But sport isn't scripted.
I'll look back at Portrush with nothing but fond memories because it was a great experience for me. I feel like I really connected with the crowd and hadn't played in front of a home crowd like that in a long time.
The darling of the galleries came up just short. But with an Irishman sharing the lead, the weekend was rich with promise. Tickets for Portrush's return sold out days after the previous championship, with over 237,000 setting an attendance record for an Open staged outside of St Andrews. Those fortunate enough to be there for round 3 congregated at the first hole to support local boy Graham McDowell.
Saturday was special. You know, to make the cut was very important to me first and foremost. But it was a special morning, and to be out there as the only Northern Irish player left in the field, that the fans really kind of took me with them, and it was a special experience.
Dealing with a tricky northwesterly wind, this former US Open champion moved under par and consequently onto the fringes of contention. One more thing to consider then for the main protagonists, the later starters, as they began to arrive. Following a birdie on 17, McDowell found the fairway at the last, but his ball trickled into an awkward divot.
It was funny, when the shot left the club, because of the sand underneath the ball, I couldn't really feel the strike very well, and when the ball was in the air, I said, I don't think I got it all. Go hard. But when it landed and I heard the crowd react, I knew it was pretty good, and it was a great feeling walking onto that last green and you know, having a tap in to shoot 3 under, and at that time I thought that was a pretty good score.
Well, that's a birdie finish for McDowell, and from the cut line right up into a share of 30th position.
That just shows you how hard it's playing out there.
Saturday early was tough. You know, there was probably it was a 12-15 mile an hour breeze out of a slightly different direction as well. But as I was finishing, I could feel the wind laying down, and I was like, don't you dare.
But testing conditions were gone with the wind. McDowell's fears would be realised. Danny Willett soon exploited the comparative calm, signing for a 65, aided by this artistry.
He's actually played it perfectly.
Willett reached 7 under. Ricky Fowler, who had flown under the radar to this point, putted his way to 8 under. And likewise, gathering momentum, 2017 Open champion Jordan Spieth.
Come on, hit it, man. Oh, that'll do quite nicely.
He closed out the day 7 under. Not everyone thrived. Cameron Smith stalled with a level par round, and Justin Harding followed his excellent second day 65 with a mediocre 74.
Stop, stop, stop. Oh, no.
Out of bounds.
Friday had seen the exit of 2 headline makers, but at the Open, there's never a shortage of storylines.
It was set up beautifully for another remarkable Open championship, but I still felt a huge deflation just because Tiger was gone and Rory was gone, and I think it took until the middle of Saturday and had so many possibilities, and he had that big name, lurking name, that Koepka fella who just never goes away.
The calm but confident world number 1 was right there. 2 frontline birdies carried Koepka within touching distance of the lead. By now, the penultimate group were on the course, and Tommy Fleetwood had an opportunity to make the ideal start.
Big thing that we were doing all week was staying really sort of calm and very present, so I just didn't let it really get ahead of me at all. And Lee soon put a stop to that anyway, because he birdied the next 4 holes while I was parring, so it felt like I had no momentum.
Fleetwood's playing partner and fellow countryman seized the outright lead, greatly assisted both practically and mentally by his caddy and fiancée, Helen Story.
She just keeps me in a really good, light-hearted frame of mind. And, you know, when I look like I'm getting a little bit stressed, she knows what to say. And we've never had any arguments out on the golf course.
Thanks to a birdie at the 4th, his 3rd in succession, Westwood vaulted to prominence. This universally popular figure was thoroughly enjoying himself. But in the group behind, J.B. Holmes was also in the zone. He consolidated on a birdie at the 2nd by getting the measure of the 3rd. Playing in the final 2-ball alongside Holmes, Team Lowry consisted of Shane and Bo Martin, Lowry's caddy for less than a year.
I actually was thinking of leaving the caddy business. I was actually involved in another business with another friend of mine.
Shane phoned me himself and he asked me would I be interested, and I actually had to say, well, I would be interested, but I'm actually not. I'm doing something else at the minute.
He's a great person to have on your bag because nothing is too big. The consequences of failure are not that bad with him, and the relationship has just grown, and we're now very good friends.
With the correct club in hand, Lowry set up his first birdie of the day. He and Bo were off and running. Having started Saturday 3 off the lead, Dylan Fratelli briefly entered the equation.
What a shot from Fratelli.
But that proved the pinnacle for the South African, who shot a 70 to ultimately lose ground. In the market for similar creativity on the 5th was Fleetwood. That birdie was followed by another at the 7th as he joined Westwood and Holmes in sharing the lead. The links expertise of John Ram were still shining bright, just 2 weeks after winning the Irish Open at Lahinch. The Spaniard shot 68 for 7 under. Like every other title hopeful, Justin Rose knew moments of magic were essential to remain in touch.
Eagle chance, he's got it!
That, the standout moment in a Saturday 68, which propelled Rose to 9 under. The afternoon was ebbing and flowing, but the picture was about to become much clearer.
Shane moves to 11 under. He's leading the Open Championship.
1 hole ahead, Lee Westwood was about to make an uncharacteristic error. From there, a bogey came as no surprise. In contrast, Fleetwood continued to fly.
4th birdie of the round for Tommy Fleetwood, and he moves to 11 under par.
And shortly afterwards, Lowry suffered a rare interlude of inaccuracy.
I hit a bad tee shot on 10. Well, I pulled it a little bit, and I was up on the bank on the left. Didn't know what the lie was going to be like. Got up there, it was a bit iffy.
Chip hole to 7. I suppose we looked at the lie, thought the ball was going to come out okay. And in those shots, you know, with the wind off the right, you don't really want to be hitting it too hard, or you can just feel like you're going to lose the shot right to left.
Any way of running up the green, you get all those banks to go. It's not going to push it in.
It was a perfect yardage for an 8-iron, but you know, I felt like if I just hit 8-iron that it could snag in the rough and come out left.
Well, if this comes out hot and pitches like 5 on the green, does it go through the green?
I think it's very unlikely, just on the angle. Do you know what I mean? Because it's going to run up one of those banks.
Well, if it runs up one of those banks too hard, it goes into that rough then, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but then you can use the other bank to pitch down up in front. Do you know what I mean? Where the flag is in the narrowest part of the green.
I just feel like if I hit 8, there's a chance of going left.
That's the club.
Do you know what I mean? Okay. Right.
No?
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
We both agreed that it was, you know, it was a 7-iron and I could just chop down on it and hold it.
The banks were always going to help us, and the pin was in the narrowest part of the green, which means the bank are going to help you more because they can go up and down it.
Well, listen to the roar as the spectators realise that Shane Lowry and Bo, his caddy, had worked it out perfectly.
You know, the shot worked out pretty much as we called it, which was nice to see.
That was a big shot, you know, because you make bogey there, all of a sudden you're on the back foot a little bit, but the momentum was always with me, you know, I was always moving forward.
This to go 12 under.
Cheers filled the air. The intoxicating groundswell generated by something memorable in progress. Under the steerage of Ricky Elliott, Brooks Koepka clocked off at 9 under. Frustration on the greens was the theme until late on a day of what might have been for the world #1.
And finally.
On Portrush's final hole, Tony Finau had no need for a putter.
Now there's the way to finish a day.
That outrageous birdie lifted the big man from Utah to 7 under. As for Westwood, though, he could empathise with Koepka. After such a red-hot start, his putter had grown increasingly uncooperative.
Things like that happen. I probably didn't hit it close often enough, you know, I kept leaving myself 30, 40 feet, or, you know, the closest I'd get was 20 feet, and, you know, those kind of putts don't go in very often.
Bogey for Lee Westwood at 15.
The ball just wouldn't go in.
The same could be said for Fleetwood.
To get tied for the lead. Oh.
While others began to look mortal, Lowry and Caddy were serving up golf from the gods.
That's exactly where it is, because it's a bit slower, you know what I mean? Yeah. You want me to give me a good target, yeah?
I've got a little dot left the bag underneath that.
Yes, I see it. Yeah, that's good. All right, okay. Yeah.
Like, I was playing a very special round of golf. I was in the zone. Like, you don't get in the zone an awful lot as a golfer, but I felt like I was going to birdie every hole.
Wow, that was great contact there and a brave shot.
A birdie on 15 would assert Lowry's authority as his joyous fan base watched in awe.
Oh, nice stroke, nice rhythm, nice putt.
And it's a 2-shot lead for Shane Lowry.
The crowd, they were like sucking the ball into the hole. It was crazy.
6 under par, Danny Willett scores the best score of the day. He's tied with that in the final group, leading the Open.
A majestic move, but at the 16th, potential calamity always loiters.
We'd played the golf course 3 weeks previous. Myself and Shane hit it through the back of the green. So we'd actually looked at where we're going to land the ball during the tournament, and there's a little ridge like 10 short where just in front of the little swale on the left-hand side. So we were always going to try to pitch it around the front.
We both agreed that if I just hit it up the left side of the green with a little cut 4-iron, that'd be perfect.
I'd say if he was really honest, he'd probably say he pushed it about 3 or 4 yards. Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie, I did push it a little bit. I wasn't aiming at the flag. The very minute I hit it, I was like, oh, this is good, yeah.
Oh, it's just magnificent. The best shot we've seen all day at 16.
Oh.
He punched me afterwards because I said, you pushed that, didn't you? And he laughed.
But the impact of any great shot is diluted if the subsequent putt doesn't fall.
He's got it. He's got it.
Leading the Open and in touching distance of a new course record.
You know, it was great to hold that putt because birdie there, you feel you're definitely picking the shot up on the field. I was almost like greedy out there. I wanted a birdie every hole, and I felt like I could birdie every hole. And it was an incredible feeling, like an incredible place to be in, and doing it with them crowds watching it. It's the most incredible day I've ever had in the golf course.
The downwind 17th offered another chance for a birdie in what was becoming one of the great Open rounds.
This is just magnificent. This is just extraordinary. Something's going to wake me up any minute.
You don't really get to know how good a player's game is until you really stand beside him. But to do it there, getting cheered on the way was on off every green, every tee, it was a bit surreal, if I'm completely honest.
A 4-shot lead for Shane Lowry. 3 in a row, just the 18th to come.
Although inevitably overshadowed, Lowry's closest pursuer was applying the final touches to an impressive round of his own.
Shane was behind and he was holding some putts, making birdies, and you can hear all those cheers, so it almost feels, you come off, you shot 5 under in the 3rd round, played like flawless, and you're almost like a little bit disappointed, and it was like important to not look at Shane's round and think that, you know, like it wasn't a great round, because it really was.
66 for Tommy Fleetwood, and he'll have Shane Lowry for company tomorrow.
You finish the round and you have a lot of press to do, and you never really switch off until you actually eventually leave the course, and you kind of drive back and you're looking out the window, and at the end of the day, my ultimate dream, as well as any British golfer, is to win the Open. Your lifelong dream is alive.
Yet for Lowry, the record books beckoned. A birdie on the last would yield an unthinkable 62. The joint lowest round in a major championship.
Oh, goodness me. Almost perfection from Lowry every hole today.
Lowry had found himself in this position before, having established a 4-shot lead after 3 rounds in the 2016 US Open at Oakmont. Then he faded into a tie for 2nd, but this felt different. It had been a truly epic performance, as was his reception on the 18th, and history was still on the line.
I actually didn't know that he had a putt for 62 in the last green. Genuinely, I knew we were going pretty low.
I'm not too sure if I really knew, but I was just trying to make birdie and see if it dropped in. And I thought I had it, to be honest.
Oh!
What a round of golf. 63.
It was an incredible feeling, like doing it with them crowds watching it is just the most incredible day I've ever had in the golf course. I nudged Bo, I said, look up there, I said, at least I won't have to answer too many questions about Oakmont now, 4 ahead. I was doing my press, and about 3 questions in, it was asked, and I was like, finally, someone's asked it, you know. And I just laid everything out on the table. I said, I think I'm a different person than I was then. I'm a different golfer, and I probably didn't fight hard enough in Oakmont. And I said, one thing's for sure, on Sunday in Portrush, I'm going to fight as hard as I can to win that tournament.
Let's play some music for these guys,
Lowry had conjured up a round for the ages, but the most scrutinised day of his life lay ahead. The beguiling coastline of Northern Ireland, moulded over millions of years, and on Sunday, July the 21st, 2019, the backdrop for a single, monumental day in golfing folklore. After such a long wait for the Open to make its way back to Portrush, thousands turned out to witness a coronation. 12 months earlier, it was King Francesco, and in the closing round this time, Molinari was regal. An eagle on the 12th, helping the Italian post a 66 in the relative calm of the morning. He eventually tied for 11th, assisted by a marked deterioration in the weather. Tyrrell Hatton also made the most of his early start. Ball striking instrumental in reaching 5 under, securing a share of 6th alongside Danny Willett. Such was the threat of stormy conditions, tee times were brought forward by 2 hours. Good news for the leader, who quite naturally was afflicted by butterflies.
Sunday morning I struggled to eat my breakfast. I didn't have any lunch. It was a bag of nerves. But no, it's only human. You're 4-shot lead in the biggest tournament of your life.
The perils of Portrush were being laid bare as the wind stiffened. John Rahm's challenge had slowly faded over the weekend, and a 75 saw him relegated from the top 10.
Oh, Jordan, that's bad.
Similarly, Jordan Spieth struggled. He ran up a 77 to drop into a tie for 20th. But no matter the conditions, the final round of any Open produces magic, such as this from Lee Westwood at the third. Having opened with a double bogey, Ricky Fowler found the perfect response.
3 straight birdies after the poor start.
The Californian would end the day in a logjam for 6th. As the squalls began to turn ugly, not even the world #1 was protected. That set the tone for a run of 4 bogeys on the opening 4 holes and persuaded playing partner JB Holmes into a club change. His initial tee shot was even worse and symptomatic of what was to follow. Implosion and a round of 87. Lowry also found potential trouble off the first tee, affording Fleetwood an opportunity to inflict an immediate blow.
Yeah, there could be a sudden turnaround here.
4 shots isn't a lot, especially in an Open, like with conditions and anything can happen. By the time that we got to the end of the hole, I had 7-8 feet for birdie. Shane's got 6 feet for bogey.
Tommy holds that and I miss, you know, it goes back to a 1-shot lead. All of a sudden, Oakmont does start coming into your head.
Last round of the Open. Are the nerves jangling? Absolutely.
Well, you don't often see that, do you? A little fist bump with a bogey putt, and the gap is 3.
That was a very important 2 minutes in the whole scheme of things.
He had said to me in the past that I think it was in the 14th in Oakmont that, you know, he was only 1 behind when he felt like he'd thrown it away when he really hadn't, and he learned a lot from that.
On the second, both putted for birdie on the same line, but Fleetwood was appreciably closer. Lowry didn't just miss. He'd supplied a useful read for his rival, who was aiming to cut the deficit even further.
Just a par, still 3 in it.
Another wasted chance. And worse still, Fleetwood was in danger of bogeying the third.
That's it, it leads 4 again.
I needed to press better earlier on, which I didn't do.
Sensing blood, Lowry went on the offensive. A clinical birdie at the 4th extended his lead to 5 shots. Like all great champions, Brooks Koepka's head refused to drop. An eagle 2 on the drivable 5th elevated his spirits, but by now, winning yet another major depended on the resilience of others.
He hung in there well. He had a bad start there on Sunday, and he kept going, and anything can happen at any point, especially we knew there was a lot of bad weather coming in.
Koepka couldn't be ignored, but Lowry's chief challenger remained Fleetwood, who had an eagle look of his own at the 5th. Fleetwood's putter stone cold, but that wasn't an issue for Lowry.
Back-to-back birdies for the big Irishman. He's back in control.
The birdie on 4 and 5 really set me down.
Tommy's going to have to push really hard to make birdies, where we can just play into the middle of the greens.
Lowry was flying high, but menacing clouds were scudding in, just as the forecasters predicted. Yet for Robert McIntyre, a European Tour rookie on his major debut, the sanctuary of the clubhouse beckoned. With a closing 68, the young Scot guaranteed a top 10 finish. The anticipated deluge soon arrived, but nothing, it seemed, could deter Lowry's fan base. But it did affect the focus of their support.
The weather was horrendously bad. I've never seen rain like that on the golf course. And then the tee shot on 9 was just, I mean, the rain was so bad that, God, no, I didn't know where it was going to go if I hit driver, so I had to hit an iron off the tee. Made bogey there, but I kept on telling myself bogeys weren't going to hurt me, you know. If I made the odd bogey, I could still go on and win this thing.
The weather was eroding Lowry's lead, and the patience of Justin Rose. The Englishman carded a 79.
That is a solid, straight shank.
Lee Westwood's perseverance would be rewarded with a share of 4th place, ensuring his spot in a 26th consecutive Open at Royal St George's next year. The final group were now at the par 3 13th, where Lowry faced a testing up and down.
The bunker save on 13 was huge, and you're thinking for a minute, if this is going to get really tight at the end, it's going to take one mistake by Shane, and it turned out to be one mistake by Tommy.
After finding a fairway bunker, then greenside rough, Fleetwood fatally faltered on the 14th.
Went wrong, you know, made double, and definitely walking off that green, there was that sense of deflation, and then sort of the realisation on the 15th tee was that, yeah, it's probably too much now.
Lowry's lead was expanding, and with his proud father Brendan watching on at the 15th, the now runaway leader was about to remove any lingering doubt.
I hit a lovely lob wedge to maybe about 8 feet, and that just put so much pressure on him. He's 5 behind with 4 holes to play, and I'm into 8 feet, so it put so much pressure on him, and then he doesn't make birdie. I stood over that putt and I said, this is it, like, I hold this, like, I feel like I can win from here.
What a time to throw in another birdie.
Lowry's major milestone was rapidly approaching, much to the delight of fans and family alike. Tony Finau had stealthily risen up the leaderboard on Sunday. He couldn't quite manage a birdie at the last, but regardless, the satisfaction of 3rd place was his. And although this historic day wasn't officially over, the engraver could confidently etch the name of Lowry onto the modern champions band that encircles the base of the Claret Jug. As for Koepka, his place in the pantheon of Open champions will have to wait. He tied 4th.
Another stunning major performance by Brooks Koepka. Not quite able to add to his 4 wins in the last 2 years.
Brooks finished out, he hugged me and he just went, sorry I couldn't win it for you, mate. I think at times he was maybe trying a little bit too hard for me.
All eyes were now trained on Lowry and the most unforgettable walk of his life.
Just before I got down to the ball, and I kind of walked around the corner where you could see the flag, and I could see my daughter was wearing a yellow jacket that was very, you know, visible. You'd be able to see it, so I could see my family, and I started to, like, I almost cried, and I said to Bo, God, I'm welling up here, and he goes, well, cop yourself on because you've got a shot to hit here. Once I hit that, I handed him the club, but I told him I loved him.
I spent the dark nights holding putts thinking I was going to win the Open Championship. We're links players, that's what we grew up doing. It's the championship that we want to win. It was just a pretty unbelievable feeling.
Fleetwood had also starred in a remarkable championship, finishing second. Succumbing only to an inspired rival.
No doubt about it, there was only one deserving winner, which was Shane. He played the best golf throughout the week and he totally deserved it, and it was an amazing moment for him and his family. And I'm pleased that I was there up front and centre to see that moment. I just wonder, I can just look to the future and hope it'll be me.
But now it's all about the winner.
I couldn't believe that it was me standing there on 18, and you'd love to be able to stand there for longer because it's so hard to take everything in, but just to be able to knock that putt in and lift your hands up and, you know, hug Bo and see my family is just incredible.
The return of the Open to Royal Portrush has been an absolute triumph. And just to set the seal on an unforgettable week, Shane Lowry is the Open champion.
Lowry had stared down his demons and stood firm. Swimming through a sea of emotion under the most incredible pressure, he emerged as the leading man, morphing dreams into reality.
I think he's one of the best players in the world. I've thought that since I started working for him. I think he thought he was one of the best players in the world, but he proved to himself how good he really is, and that's what I'm proud of him for.
The winner of the gold medal and the champion golfer of the year is Shane Lowry.
I never thought I would do it, you know. If you were to put down on paper all the tournaments I'm going to play in my whole career, which one would you really, really, really want to win? That would probably be it, like.
See it? Oh.
How lucky am I being able to do that?
Six years ago, Royal Portrush delivered one of the most emotional chapters in Open history when Shane Lowry roared on by the home fans, won by 6 strokes. Today, we return to this rugged stretch of Northern Irish coastline where the world's best will try and tame this lynx and win golf's oldest and greatest championship. The big question is, who will lift the Claret Jug this year?
The world's best, together on the same stage for one last time this year.
The Open Championship is about all of golf from all of time.
I don't believe it.
A gust of wind, a hop of the ball, one more roll could be enough. And at the end of the journey, there may be a Claret Jug awaiting.
Every great player who's ever played the game has won that championship.
The journey is long and filled with obstacles, of near misses, of heartache. But as the champion holds aloft the Claret Jug, we all know it's bigger than golf. This is history.
Such iconic moments over the years, and we are back for the 2025 Open Championship, the 153rd staging of the event. Just look at this landscape coming off the Atlantic there, overlooking the Dunluce course, which will stage this prestigious event. We cannot wait for the action to begin. All the build-up over the next 3 days for you. We've got every angle covered. pretty special place to stand right here next to the Claret Jug, and also next to Pete Finch. Absolutely delighted to have you back, Pete.
Thank you. That was a wonderful introduction. It's wonderful to be standing here by you as well on such an amazing setup here for the range as well. I think out of the previous years that we've done this might be my favourite.
Oh, it's an absolutely fantastic place here at Royal Portrush. Just tell us why the players love coming back here. It was first staged actually in Northern Ireland in 1951. We'll speak more about the history in just a moment. Second staging 2019. This is the third time ever that it's been in Northern Ireland.
I think for me, and I think a lot of the players, this is the ultimate test of links golf. I think for many of the professionals here this week, it's probably their favourite links as well. Like the course, each hole is so individual. It changes direction so many times. The elevation differences from literally one hole to the next can be quite extreme. So there's so many challenges, there's so many unique little features of this course, and it's in a part of the world which is just so ruggedly beautiful that every time you come here, it's inspirational for a lot of the players.
It's stunning, and speaking to everyone around the place, they're so excited that it's back here. Shane Lowry last etched his name onto the trophy in 2019. It's just around the front here. But he, my goodness, it created such special memories. We can't forget that new course record of 63 on the Saturday of the Open in 2019. Played some of the best golf of his life. Do you still get goosebumps thinking about his performance back then?
Yeah, I mean, it was such a special Open in many respects because all the pressure and all the eyeballs were on Rory McIlroy. Obviously, he'd come back to Northern Ireland, and all the hopes really of the island of Ireland were pinned on Rory. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, kind of Rory falls away, misses the cut, obviously very emotional, and then Shane just comes through with an incredible round on Saturday, still the course record, and sets himself up for that 6-shot victory. And the scenes afterwards, it just meant so much to so many people. And even thinking back on it now, it was amazing.
He loved celebrating, didn't he, Shane? For a few days afterwards, went to Dublin. But
he went to the Harbour Bar first.
Yes, he did, which a lot of the crowd actually have been talking about. Have you been? Did you go?
I've been there a couple of times, from what I remember. I don't know.
Oh, great
I'm not sure.
stuff.
I think a bit of me is still there.
Possibly, but I remember as well Shane talking about his daughter in the yellow jacket, being at the back of the green on 18, bringing back such amazing memories. He's done a feature recently walking down that 18th with Andrew Cotter, and it just gives you goosebumps. And actually that yellow jacket he's now handed to his younger daughter. Absolutely fantastic. But in terms of you saying coming under the radar, so to speak, with the attention being on Rory, this year I listened to a press conference with Xander Schauffele, the defending champion, obviously won at Royal Troon in battling those conditions at the weekend up in Scotland last year. He's kind of coming in under the radar this year. We've got all the focus on the Northern Irish players.
A little bit. I think with Xander last year, watching him play, certainly Saturday and Sunday, there was a real aura about him. Like, he looked untouchable for a lot of those rounds, and he's had his injury problems at the start of this year, and he's not quite got back to the form that we saw. I mean, he's obviously a world-class player. You do have to consider him a contender, but I'd say there are other names up there that are more likely to walk away with this amazing trophy.
Yeah, so many different storylines developing, so much to talk about. It's pretty special standing here and thinking about the history of Royal Portrush. As I say, the first Open here was 1951, won by Max Faulkner. The fashion back then was amazing. And then 2019, to get an Open back here in 2019, quite a lot had to go on in the background. It was a 68-year gap.
Yeah, I mean, there were huge changes to the golf course to make it tournament ready for the modern game, because as far as the design, it's a classic. It's a wonderful golf course, but obviously length and distance and the kind of strength of the players nowadays, it does mean that some of these classic courses do have to be altered. And that's what they did. I mean, they transformed this incredible golf course into something truly world-class, into something truly special. And
that happened around 2014, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Because we had all the Irish players winning majors 2010, 2011, so it was a spur to get the club to make those changes for it to be possible to be held here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's now going to be looking like, especially this week, we've had a fantastic run of weather last week.
It was boiling hot yesterday.
This week looks a bit more unsettled, so we're going to get...
Do you want that?
I personally do, yeah, because we're going to get such changes as well within the weather. Like, we're going to have wind, we're going to have sun, we're going to have rain, and the look of the draw at the Open is something which is so integral to choosing a champion. And it looks like this week, if you get a morning, afternoon, or afternoon, morning, it looks like it's going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, as we were getting the buggy in, we were saying we kind of want this inclement weather, don't we? And the winds to pick up, it makes it a real battling the elements Open Championship, a force of nature, that's for sure. Okay, well, just to confirm the weather prospects for today, it's about 17 degrees. What's the wind doing, Pete?
The wind is doing whatever the hell it wants at the moment, but I would say that with links golf, you need the wind to make it interesting. If it's a little bit damp, but it's still, like, even the longest, the best links course, these players can absolutely tear it apart. So especially when you get down to the 4th and the 5th and the 6th and that little corner, if the wind is whipping there, it can make some of these holes so challenging. And it can switch as well here.
Yeah.
So it can come off the coast, it can go towards the sea.
Because this isn't a straight out and back links course, is it?
No.
It zigzags all over the place.
You've got to be paying attention to almost every shot. Like, there are so many courses, St Andrews, for example, like Troon to an extent, where you're going to go out, you can play the same wind pretty much every hole, then you switch back and then you play it differently. At this golf course, it can change from one hole to the other, and then if the wind switches, then it can completely confuse a player and completely confuse a caddy. I mean, those guys have really got their work cut out this week.
Just to tell our audience, why is this Claret Jug, before we head to our commentary team, why is it so special? Why do the players want to lift this?
I mean, you're looking at the most famous trophy in golf. It's so steeped in history. The names on here and the legacy that goes with getting your name etched on this is truly unlike any other event.
Yeah.
I mean, the Masters obviously fantastic with the green jacket, but to have a Claret Jug, it means you are a complete golfer. It means that you've tested some of the toughest conditions that you can and come out the other side. And, you know, you've got Tiger, you've got
Shane's
such amazing players on here.
Just down there. You have, thank you, Pete. Your hand actually was quite close. Do not touch the Claret Jug. Keep your hands away. I'll keep mine away as well. Right, we've got cameras everywhere, top tracer technology, all angles covered. Let's get to our commentary team for now. I hope you've got a cup of tea. Settle yourself in. It's going to be brilliant. The start of the Open Championship week. Let's get to George Harper and to Simon Holmes.
Yeah, thank you, Di. Welcome to Live at the Range. This is the viewpoint that you're going to get to see, a unique view, the driving range. There it is, 2 holes on the Valley Golf Course, lots of targets, give you an opportunity to see what the players do in preparation for the competition round. George Harper, we were out there yesterday. It is a great spot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's simply stunning, Simon Holmes. The weather slightly different to yesterday. Almost got a tan here in Portrush, but it's one of the most picturesque golf courses that the Open comes to. It was one of my first Opens back in 2019 and still is one of my personal favourites, as you can imagine. We've talked about Shane Lowry a lot, and I'm sure we'll talk about him even more over the coming days, but it was truly memorable.
Yeah, there it is. That's the 160 marker. And HSBC, one of the great sponsors in golf, and especially you know, this week a partner of the Open Championship. 160 is how old that bank is. So that means it's founded in 1865 in British Hong Kong, and it has gone global. And we thank them for their amazing support, bringing all of this to you. So we'll have some of the players maybe take a shot at that marker. There you've got the big grandstand behind the driving range. It was very rainy this morning, so it was kind of a quiet morning. But there was one man who was out there, the 2019 champion. And I think that's a big difference, George. You know, when the rain was pumping down, the Americans were all huddled under their umbrellas. Shane just kept hitting. I think that's a big advantage for him. It's not something that phases him.
100%, and you look back to 2019, the weather was miserable. He fought the elements and better than all of them, and by a country mile as well, winning by an immense 6 shots. So he loves this, and I think if you are from this part of the world as a player, you wouldn't mind a couple of days like this to maybe scare away some of the field. But it's great to see him back. He's had an amazing preparation. I was talking to him yesterday on the range. He's been playing all over Ireland and Northern Ireland, links golf, different courses every other day, and yeah, he's licking his lips, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it was that 63 really. He kind of won it on Saturday and he just had to hang on, finally won by 6 from Tommy Fleetwood, who again must be kind of trending into this competition.
Yeah, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if those two were going head-to-head come Saturday, Sunday, this coming weekend as well. Shane's clearly been in good form but hasn't delivered on the big stage thus far this season, so he's had his eyes on this one for a while, and he's put in so many hours. He's visited Portrush a couple of times prior to this week, so look, if he's not going to lose this on lack of preparation. He's as ready as he'll ever be for an Open Championship.
So let's just explain some of those numbers to you. So we are, the whole of the driving range is lit up by top tracer technology. So what happens, you're going to see players hit shots and then look across to their left where there is an enormous screen which basically shows that. So this is sort of like not normalized changes, so that's exactly what the conditions want. And it's interesting to see them just kind of play around with the apexes. That's the height of the ball. So obviously, if you're coming from the PGA Tour, it's just rip it up there. It's like playing in a dome, not here. So let's have a look at the Lowry swing.
What you'll notice as well, Simon, is Lowry's well on the left side of that range, just so he's got the best seat of the big screen as well for all these stats and facts.
So let's take you through. So the carry is just carry, 160 ball speed. Guys look at a lot of that. Kind of 173, 174 is kind of ball speed for PGA Tour average with their driver. Launch, direction and apex. So a lot of work goes in. You're going to see guys working with manufacturers this week because of the wind. You're going to see them working with different sort of shot shapes as they know they've got to work it around. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, that was magical. We were lucky enough to have a front row seat with Aldrich Portgeter, one of our recent PGA Tour champions, the young South African. He won the amateur championship at Royal Lytham in St Anne's, and now he's gone on to do amazing things. But wow, watching him absolutely launch the driver. He's one of the biggest on tour at the moment. And it was just such a simple change, Simon. He was there with his manufacturer, changing the shaft ever so slightly. And the ball was quite spinny, so he was losing it out to the right. And then as soon as he changed that shaft, bang, one drive. Magic.
Yeah.
And
So
it just started nuking it straight through the wind. And it's incredible, Simon, and you love talking about this all week here at Live at the Range, but the tiniest little changes in technology for these guys in particular is just so big.
Yeah, well, if you don't have that technological support, you know, we'll never hear of you. So the manufacturer, the player's skill combined with the technology, combined with the amazing fitting skills that those guys come out and they can just go, oh, I know how to fix this.
Yeah, and that's right. The manufacturers love to say, look, every player's different. We want to do what the players want to do, but their job is just to make it a little bit of a cheat code, a little bit easier.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the Shane Lowry swing. What I love about this, you know, you see a lot of kind of tension. You see a lot of people trying to hit like rigid positions. Justin Rose hitting rigid positions, Ricky Fowler, JT. And for me, the Lowry swing, the magic of the Lowry swing is the freedom. It's like if you watch this, there's no tension. Softer arms, not so rigid, not so position conscious, much more kind of just playing different shots.
Well, we all know about his short game prowess, and it doesn't look too dissimilar with driver in hand, does it? He is just relaxed, silky smooth. Look at that, narrow stance, and just full rotation as well. He just keeps going at the end there. Losing that one slightly to the right, but he's also joined there by Neil Manship, his coach. He's been helping him out for a very, very long time.
So there you have it. Top Tracer will bring you all of the data, all the ball speed data that the players are working on all the time. Look at that high right side through Lowry, just moving around. That's the lower one, 78 feet of apex. So that's kind of more of his bullet shot, knowing that he's going to have to play some crosswinds.
Yeah, well, that's the great thing about Portrush.
So, Shane Lowry, we wish him well. You are watching Live at the Range from Royal Portrush. We are the Open Championship, and we are live at the range. There's the scene. 24th to the 27th of July is the Senior Open. That's at Sunningdale. That's magical. And then the AIG Women's Open, 31st and into August at Royal Porthcawl. R&A Magic. We are at the 150th fourth. And if you want to come and join us, you have to enter the ballot. This is a packed out place. 250,000+ tickets sold. So enter the ballot, scan that QR code, and hopefully you'll be able to join us next year. That is our overhead. That's what the gallery are looking at. Players starting to go out. The gallery going out with their home favourites. Shane Lowry is out there. On the far right of the screen, Darren Clarke. No one more passionate about this golf course and this part of the world than Darren Clarke. So Cantlay in the white hat as we move in to join him. Very methodical, George, isn't he? It's like slow motion everywhere. Agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Almost boringly so. He is just barely moving. Very simple, very quiet, very relaxed. And I guess that's what happens on Monday at the Open. A lot of people are arriving today, especially if you've played in the Scottish Open. It's all about acclimatising, knowing where you are, getting your bearings at these major venues. There's so much going on, both inside and outside the ropes. So finding your way to the range. How long is it going to take from the range to the first tee, which you need to know when it comes to Thursday. Every little timing counts. When do I have to leave the locker room to get to here, to get to there, to get to there? It's a somewhat of a...
Yeah, that's a very good point, like to get your rhythms going. I like that.
It's massive.
Yeah, that's chat. So 210 is Cantlay hitting a 6 iron that far?
Yeah, that's a 6.
Yeah. Amazing, the speed there. So just having a look at the footwork there. Very deliberate, kind of works into the inside of that right foot, and then watch him finish. Pushes across to the outside of that left heel. Just shifting the pressure. That straight left leg.
Some fresh wheels for the Open, no doubt. Here we go, evidence of the 6 iron. Slowly making his way up, and it looks like he's just pulled a driving iron out of the bag.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, watch him. He's always moving. It's not just throws it down. He's moving the ball around, and that's links turf. You know, the Americans are used to seeing the ball present itself much higher. Their grasses are much stronger. They hold the ball up in the air.
Slightly spongy.
And
so
our links is the ball sits on the ground. So let's have a look. This is a club specially put in for this week.
You'll see a lot of that throughout the range sessions, a lot of testing of 2 irons, different driving irons, because a lot of players haven't used them in some time, but heavily rely on them throughout this week.
Okay. Let's just have a look. A little bit more wind. You can see Cantlay's pants just moving there. There it is. Perfect. Little waggle. And dispatched. Looks like that was a little higher by the way that he would work there. So guys working through it. We can take you out now, out onto the golf course. We're going to take you, have a look at the what is now the 16th hole. Calamity. This is it. 16th, brutal.
Yeah, for those at home, this is an absolute killer of a hole. There's some islands in the distance which you can't see from this footage, but they're called the Scaries. And when you're on the tee, if you look at the right and if you look straight, you get the Scaries. There is nothing fun about this hole. It's extremely intimidating, that huge drop off to the right. runs parallel with the driving range, but it is a donkey of a hole, 230 odd, 234 to get there, and the wind is traditionally humming off the left. And right there, that is a bad miss later in the week. I saw Minwoo Lee miss 3 in a row out there yesterday, playing a practice round. It is literally calamity corner.
Yeah, we heard from Darren Clarke when he was speaking to Dye to say, just hit it down the left. A bad shot, you know, middle of the green's a bad shot. So let's have a look. So we can take a Cantlay shot off the driving range, and with our top tracer technology, put it out onto the golf course, just to give you a sense of what the golf course looks like. The 16th is perched, and there's a massive cavernous cliff of horrific fescue grasses all the way down the right. So it's the discipline. You can see the flag. The flag only shows you where the hole is on a links golf course. It does not mean you have to aim there.
No, we heard Darren Clarke talking about it earlier in the broadcast. If the pin's on the right, don't you dare go near it, or else you'll find yourselves in trouble.
There it is, Patrick Cantlay, his major championship record. Best is 3rd. It's decent. Tied 8th in 2022. So interesting not to have really peaked, been part of a competition really more than that. So Cantlay working graphite shaft, long iron, again just fiddling the rain, fiddling the ball position there on the ground, and just getting used to the flight. Let's have a look at that carry. Yeah, 250-ish, just kind of working it down. So Cantlay working in some new clubs, especially for this week, the test of links golf courses.
Now, a man of the moment we must talk about, and we're excited to hear from, is Richard Tedder. Look at this at West Lancs, an 80-yard eagle chip. He was in a 4-man playoff, and if you've ever seen a more dramatic way to punch your ticket to the Open, this is it. He will be the first ever Estonian to play this week, and we're lucky enough to chat to the man himself. He is now with Dye.
So many storylines down here at the range, and really happy to be with Richard Tedder from Estonia, who qualified at West Lancs and won on the 3rd playoff hole. Richard, it was dramatic. My goodness, it's a social media moment that's gone crazy. You chipped in. How are you feeling right now?
It's very overwhelming, to be honest with you. All the people here, it's just a dream. It feels like I haven't woken up from a dream, but here I am, which is fun.
Listen, Pete, you were watching it, that chip in on the 3rd playoff hole.
I mean, I was
magic.
Yeah, I mean, I was going through final qualifying. I'd just come off the last green, and I was obviously disappointed I didn't make it. And I thought, yeah, well, you know, open qualifying, right, it's so annoying. I hate this. Why am I doing this to myself? And then I literally opened up Instagram, and Richard's pitching was there, and it was honestly, it was one of those moments that it's kind of like, for me, it's what the Open is about. You know, it's about people being able to get here, it's fulfilling dreams. And yeah, it was such an amazing moment, and just the reaction and everything was fantastic. Like you said, it really kind of started to hype up the Open. It really made Open qualifying in many respects. It's the most kind of viewed clip from there, from anywhere.
Yeah, you've obviously watched the clip a few times, and what's the feedback been from family and friends?
Yeah, I've watched the clip way too many times.
You might watch it again. We're just going to get it out now.
I'm just going to get it out again.
I've seen it today quite a few times.
It's all over the place. And what were you thinking playing this shot?
Well, it was the 3rd playoff hole. We played hole 10 already, so made par. I told my caddy, if we somehow end up here again, I think I hit it really close. And just hit the perfect golf shot, and just wouldn't change a thing. Really, yeah.
I can see down behind you, your caddy, he's smiling ear to ear. Just fantastic.
So
really, really wonderful. But just in terms of playing in a qualifier, Pete, you played it. So difficult to keep your nerve when everybody wants to. There's only a very few number of spots up for grabs. How did you do it? What was your sort of mental attitude going into it?
Well, I was just trying to take it shot by shot, hole by hole. I mean, I was in for the qualifying by 2 shots on the last tee, Ended up hitting it right, had to play another ball, ended up in the rough, had to chip out, chipped it to 15 feet, and then I knew what that putt was going to mean. I mean, either miss it and go home, or make it and have a chance. So, really happy I made that putt.
So you made it to get into the playoff.
There's never a good double bogey.
It wasn't
but that was a good
straightforward
double
getting
bogey.
a double bogey on the last hole. But to have that ability to come back and regroup is really impressive. You're 20 years young. You were saying, oh, I'm old now. He's not old, is he, at 20? Fabulous to be here at Royal Portrush. Links golf, do you enjoy links golf?
I love links golf. I think it suits my game really well. I had the ball quite far, and the ball rolls out quite a bit here. So, and I'm a pretty decent putter here on the links, so it'll be loads of fun.
We'd like to hear that.
You know, I've never been that confident. So, I mean, it was...
Could possibly be why? No. Pete, you're a brilliant golfer. Didn't quite make qualifying, but he's going to try again next year, Richard. Definitely.
Maybe.
But tell us, you know, your mum's flown in, your girlfriend's flown in. You're the first player from Estonia to qualify for an Open Championship from the Baltic region, in fact.
The Baltics, yeah.
So you must feel incredibly proud.
Yeah, I mean, it's an honor being the first Estonian to be here and play golf in front of all these people and compete with the best in the world. I'm excited.
Do you feel quite comfortable in front of people?
Yeah, I like when the crowds are walking with me and stuff. It's gotten quite used to it, like the British Am and stuff. Yeah, I love it.
You've been in Ireland for, what, a week? You've been in Killarney. What have you been doing?
We had a European team championship there with the boys, so it was lots of fun.
Great stuff. You did okay? Not too happy?
Yeah, I mean, performance wasn't the best for the team, but we all have fun, so that's all that matters.
I'm sure you played very well. I just spoke really quickly to your coach, David. He's been with you since you were 10, so 10 years in total. How important is it to have that close team around you, that influence?
I mean, I started working with him actually 2 months ago.
He said when you were 10.
I saw him for the first time when I was 10. But yeah, we've been working together for like 2 months, and it's been a hell of a 2 months to be honest.
It's a new relationship.
Yeah. It's pretty fresh, but it's fun.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because what's the actual golf like? So in the Balkans region, so you got Estonia, you got Latvia, you got kind of Lithuania all along that coastline. I mean, obviously it's not produced a player to play in the Open yet.
Yeah.
So has something been going on over the past few years to actually bring golf to a new audience there?
Yeah, I mean, the game's growing. Always growing, which is fun to see. Loads of little kids starting to take the game up, and I'm sure it'll be growing much more over time. Especially now I'm here, so hopefully I'll be a good motivation to some younger kids.
Great stuff. You've been doing all your numbers, and I've just seen actually most people have a two iron in the bag this week. How far do you hit your 2 iron?
2 iron carries about 240, 250 meters, so like 270, 280 yards. So,
To all our viewers out there, does your 2 iron carry 280 yards? I think probably not. Richard, it's really great to meet you. Best of luck this week, and enjoy the links, and we hope to see you near the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, awesome.
The calm before the storm, George Harper.
It certainly is. But the storm is growing. It is brewing, because the world #1 has just cruised on to live at the range. That's when you know it is go time. The best in the business from all across the globe reside here now in Portrush, Northern Ireland.
There he is. Hat off. Don't normally see that. Very interesting process, isn't it, Scotty Scheffler? It's like, look at that. Like, check the grip, check the face. You see him do that a lot. He's got a practice club with a molded grip on there. Very much a fade action. Sam Burns, that's his buddy in the background.
Certainly see the tan line without the hat, can't you? Oh, let's
there it is.
Let's cover it up. Come on, get rid of it. There we go. Oh no, just a little bit tight. Haven't had a haircut in a while, so it's just filling out the hat. There we go.
There we go. Clarke, hands in pockets, holding office.
He's half spectator, half player this week, isn't he?
He's got a lot of chat.
Just holding court, enjoying his week in the spotlight.
Yeah, very interesting action. A lot of chat about his footwork. but not about his performances.
Pretty clear cut there, isn't it? Somehow battled away to a T7 at Oakmont as well, which is arguably a bad week for him. But just super impressive, super consistent. And he is at the top of an amazing field and consistently as well.
Yeah, so let's just sort of understand the Scotty Scheffler action. So wait for him to have a hit. New glove. That doesn't feel quite right. What else you got for me? Ted, new glove, please, mate. It's no good. Or maybe he's just kind of breaking in gloves. You often find that. You know, just kind of getting like 4 or 5 or 6 that this week really fit properly. You're kind of figuring, okay, I'm going to probably have 3 or 4 gloves that I can use if it's going to be rainy.
Well, you're not sure you remember Brian Harman winning at Royal Liverpool, but he had about 20 gloves under the umbrella. And you're right, like when you do get a fresh mitt out of the packet, it's quite stiff and you've got to stretch it out a bit. So he'll rotate about 5 or 6 over the next couple of days, so they all feel slightly molded, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so
all the little details count.
Let's have a look. This looks like a pretty brisk warm-up. I guess he must be going out with Sam Burns fairly soon onto the golf course. That would be a great watch. And there you go. Those are his records at the Open, his results. Trending nicely, never out of it. 2 top 10s. Just hoping to be able to hoist the most important championship trophy in the game.
Yeah, and you get the sense it's the career Grand Slams are certainly on his mind, and this feels like the hardest leg for him. So he'll have ultimate focus this week.
Yeah, it is. It's like it's hard to know what suits him, what doesn't. I mean, the best part of his game, you can't see it because it's in his head, right? His mental side's amazing. Look what he did at the PGA when everyone was kind of flying up the leaderboard at him. So Scotty checks the face, hands on the club. Have I got my grip? And so what happens to him? Very, very vertical hand path, hands on. He's got his aim. He's got his training club in there. You can see with the reminders of where his hands need to go.
How crazy is this? You know, think of all the amateur golfers. Think of the beginner golfers that use the same tool, and then our world's best player is still using it.
The challenges in golf are the same. You just get closer to perfecting them, or your mistakes are more small. It's not. It's we play what they play. You know, that's the magic of the game, and you know, and it's all about your game, isn't it? It's like if you're 5% better than I am at tennis, I never beat you, right? You don't have a good game, I don't have a good game, and that's not true in golf because we go around like. Next month, you guys could come and play on this golf course and walk the test that these guys felt. And that's one of the magical parts of our game. So the Scotty Scheffler footwork. and what you have to understand is, like, he moves very little. By the time the club head is parallel to the ground, he's already moving left, right? And then he just keeps moving and moving left. So when that left foot is rolled to the outside, and even as he gets into the longer clubs, bounces, it's only just supporting himself. It kind of like almost feels like he jumps, like he gets so much vertical force off that left leg. Very high left arm, very steep left arm plane, which faders do. Monty fader, he had the same. So working with his hands on the club. Now watch that left foot. So you'll see it kick. This is only probably a 9-iron, so it won't be that much, but it kicks and jumps.
Interesting to watch him at the Scottish Open last week. Seemed to, well, get relatively aggressive on the putting greens when he was missing a few short putts. Couldn't understand how the ball didn't drop on a few occasions.
No, I think that
he's
calm, as he seems to us, right? But I mean, he is like tigers in the competition. He's like, he will be the last man standing. He will die on the course to try to get one extra shot. I love that about his game. So, high left arm, 2 training clubs, 2 aiming clubs, getting his pictures right.
An extremely high left arm, isn't it, Simon?
Yeah, it's very steep, the left arm. So Scotty Scheffler's last 9 results. No, from the Masters. So fourth, kind of ho-hum. And then CJ win, PGA Championship win. Fourth win, 7th, 6th, 8th.
That tied 8th intrigues me because that's almost like a perfect warm-up for the Open. You know,
yeah.
Gets your blood pumping enough. He's worked out plenty over the last week, so ominous signs for the rest of the field.
Yeah, and he wasn't super hot. He had that hand injury, which he kind of said took a while for him to get used to. But I would say the Scheffler team, the Scheffler camp game is back on forward. 3 wins and a 4th in a month. That's kind of like Tiger Woods stuff. You know, you hear guys saying, oh, you know, I've just won, I'm exhausted, I'm taking 3 weeks off, and not Scotty Scheffler. Where's the next competition? So, that is the best man in our game. Stands very close to it. Hands close to his body, left arm high. Goes left early. And then just working that ball up to the apex and drops it down. I think he feels the face as well as anybody that I can see in the game right now. That those little micro calibrations that he makes, superb at that.
Amazing to think that when he played his first Open at Royal St George's, we barely looked at him, barely knew who he was.
Well, he did come out, I would say, as a hot college player, and there were many.
Yeah,
and then he went on to Corn Ferry,
finished top of the pops in Corn Ferry,
and then he came out. It didn't take him long. I think, you know, the putting on the tour was something that he, you know, maybe the green speeds or just finding the lines, something he's worked on a lot. Phil Kenyon, putting whiz, putting guru, putting whisperer, has helped him a lot.
I actually flash back to the Waste Management Phoenix Open. It was one of my first ever gigs in America. And Scotty Scheffler was one of my first ever interviews. And I believe that I was one of his first ever interviews because he'd just come from the Corn Ferry Tour. And people are like, oh, you need to go talk to this Scheffler guy. And I was like, are you talking about Schauffele or Scheffler? And it was a little bit of confusion. I'm like, oh, yeah, righto. So went and played a hole with him and spent a good 20 minutes. And it was great fun. And at the end, I kind of jokingly said, oh, I remember the name. And I didn't remember the name. And boy, oh boy, do I remember it now. Absolutely incredible looking back at the video and seeing the same swing, but yet so unrecognisable back then. Still a lovely guy.
Oh,
a great interview.
He's such a polite guy. He's so respectful. And golf is always lucky. Like, we're so oftentimes, our great champions are great ambassadors, global ambassadors for our game. I think that's such a crucial part. Maybe we haven't been lucky, but like for me, the best professional of all sports, Arnold Palmer, man, he had time for everybody. And I think that, you know, bless him, he created a legacy where his way of behaving to the fans who are the heartbeat of our game set a benchmark, set a respect. So, Scheffler, here we go. Let's have a look at that left foot now, a little bit more action. Yeah, it's like a landing, the way that left side launches up and then comes back down to the ground. So,
you can clearly see this is a relatively quick range session, purely a little warm-up session as he'll go get his bearings at Portrush.
This is the best seat. And you're about to get the best view. Come on then, time to go to work. So this This is the opening hole at Royal Portrush, a relatively short hole in fact, but most players will keep the driver in the bag and instead pull out the long iron to take these two fairway bunkers out of play. Now you've got internal out of bounds on either side of the hole, making it feel quite claustrophobic. Back in 2019, we had home favourite Rory McIlroy with the nation's hopes upon his shoulders, and this is what happened next.
Don't tell me. He's on the wrong side of the white line. Even the best get nervous.
Even if you do hit the perfect tee shot, the difficulty doesn't end there. With the second shot to approaching this green uphill without being able to see the putting surface, the majority of it does slope back to front. But this first third is a false front. Pitching there, you could end up at least 50 yards away, if not in that bunker short left. Alternatively, some players might try and favour the right-hand side to play a little bit safe, but then you overcook it, you're going to leave yourself an absolute stinker down the hill, making it difficult up and down. Alternatively, on the left-hand side, you've got another bunker there, playing hide and seek pretty much, and you've got the rough, long left too. Trust me, you don't want to be there because it's going to feel like you're chipping up and over a mountain. You make a 4 on this opening hole, you're sprinting to the next tee. When you think of links golf, you think about playing golf along the coast, which we are of course to a certain degree, but starting off with the 5th is probably when we get a real good view. And this being the most scenic stretch of the golf course, you're standing on that elevated tee box with everything in front of you. Now this is a drivable par 4, dogleg left to right. Some players will opt to play the long iron down the left corner. Others will absolutely be tempted to take on this drivable par 4 at just under 400 yards. It might be a driver or a fairway metal, depending on that wind direction and strength of course, but they have to make a calculated decision, because if you go for this, anything long, you've got the out of bounds, where chaos truly meets beauty and probably the world's biggest water hazard. Now, this is the most exposed part of the golf course where the nature and the elements of nature will truly show its teeth. But up next, you've got the par 3 6th. You've got the instant change of direction. You can hear the waves crashing out on this corner. Don't get distracted by these views because you've got that coming up next. And that looks like it's got my name on it. Now that is some par 3. Par 5 7th visually is one of the more dramatic holes, cut amongst the dunes, especially with that one all the way down the right, towering over you. And when you're standing on that tee box, it really feels like it's you against the golf course, and you've got these two fairway bunkers staring right back at you. Starting off with this one on the right-hand side, could be in play, of course, wind dependent, but ahead of the Open in 2019, they made a couple of changes, and this is one of 2 holes where they did just that, putting in that tiny bunker in the left corner. Despite only being so small, it will catch a fair few players out, and depending on your positioning, it will determine whether or not you can take on this par 5 in 2 or not. The fairway snakes all the way, gradually uphill. It will present some eagle opportunities, if not birdies. Anything slightly wayward, you could get punished. Undulations, a classic feature when it comes to links golf courses, and they have their pros and cons. You can definitely use them to your advantage. We're on the 10th, happens to be called the Himalayas, and this is a great example where you could hit the perfect tee shot and everything is spruced into place. Alternatively, you could hit an absolute perler and just get an unlucky bounce and end up in no man's land. But that's the beauty of this game and the stage that Royal Portrush presents itself. Alternatively, you can get quite unlucky and get varied lies. Here's a great example where the ball is below my feet, and imagine I'm standing over this with the wind howling from the left. Not only is it going to test my skill set, but also my balance and everything else that comes with it. That's not easy, for sure. Anyway, the green over here is one of the most undulating one yet. Let's go have a look. Race ya. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Low. That's not fair. there? You've got 4 wings and I've only got 2 legs. Anyway, 10th is a great example of how everything valleys in, and you could definitely use it to your advantage. But the beautiful thing about the Open and how it sets itself apart from all the other tournaments and championships is that you can have a particular lie. You can put 5 different clubs in someone's hand, and there can be a multitude of ways you can pull it off. Yes, sometimes the result might be good, other times it might not. You can use the ground, you can take it out of play. Say this back flag, pitch it about there, that's gonna ride in. Alternatively, pitch it in the same spot, maybe with a bit of height. I mean, ideally, I really wanted that to come back just to show you the severity of it. But even that's not a good place to miss. Oh, there's a reason why I'm not a runner. Right, imagine if you were about to hit this tee shot. That's it, from that tee box to this green. Respectfully, I think the majority of us would genuinely struggle to reach this green, especially if it's howling wind into from 236 yards, and it only gets from bad to worse because there's no place truly to lay up. Anything just short or right at this green, you get swallowed up by this steep chasm. And even for demonstration purposes, with all due respect, I'm not going to go down there because I think if I go down there, I'm not making it back up. But here's a little history lesson for you guys. Back in 1951, Bobby Locke, he actually was a smart man because he played it down the left, and to this day, they call this the Bobby Locke Hollow. That was his safe space. That's where he could play from and see the whole green right in front of him. Trust me, from back there, this is a tiny target. This is the final test here at Royal Portrush. It's a demanding tee shot with the out of bounds running all the way down the left. And on the flip side, you've got those googly-eyed bunkers staring right back at you. Now, if, and that's an if, you can hit this intimidating fairway, like Shane Lowry did back in 2019, after he struck that second shot, realizing that this was his moment, walking down the fairway, taking in the energy and the atmosphere that the final hole presents, seeing his name up on that leaderboard and catching a glimmer of his family. He celebrated walking in between these 2 bunkers with both hands raised, realizing that this was his moment. Who will walk down this hole and become the 153rd champion golfer of the year?
And the sun is out, which is marvellous. I mean, playing this golf, I actually played it about a month ago. We did a special feature for the RNA. It was absolutely fantastic, but you had 4 seasons in one day. The 9th hole, which is now called Darren Clarke's hole, it was into wind and I just about made the fairway. If you played Royal Portrush here, you'll know what I mean. Had a great cup of coffee with Harry in the halfway hut, and then went on to the 10th hole, which is one of Shane Lowry's famous holes from back in 2019, his second shot. It was one of the iconic shots of the tournament, wasn't it? On the way to that 63 on the Saturday. But right now we've got the players here. They're all starting to practice. They're all flying in. I saw Dan Brown, who's obviously won recently on the BMW International Open. He's in it just his sort of tracksuit bottoms right now. Did you see him? He's not in his golf gear.
He's very chilled.
Yes.
If you do want someone new to follow on social media, he's a great guy to follow.
Oh, is he? Tell me why.
I've never known like a golfer to like kind of care less about being like a pro. You know what I mean? It's
down to earth.
Very down to earth.
Easy
great
to chat
follow, like a man of the people.
Let's keep going as Kevin, our cameraman, walks backward, which is a skill in itself. We've got everyone from CBS, from the Golf Channel, NBC, everyone flying in from all around the world. And why wouldn't you for the greatest major championship, the Open Championship? But what have you seen? Players are just sort of getting, finding their feet right now, aren't they, on the Monday?
I would say up to this point it's quite relaxed. Like, there's a lot of people saying hello, catching up, might not have seen each other for quite some time, just getting loosened and heading out to the golf course. It doesn't it just feels like a nice reunion right now. It doesn't feel like somebody is about to make history, and I think that will start
But
to ramp
they are,
up
Pete.
as the week goes on.
Yeah, it all starts obviously on Thursday, very early tee shot. We spoke to Darren Clarke, who hit the first tee shot back in 2019. He said the nerves, my goodness, he felt them. Don't forget, this is the third time that the Open has been here at Royal Portrush. 1951, 2019, and now 2025. The stage is set. We're going to be back this afternoon, aren't we? Yeah, we've got a couple of hours.
Hopefully in this weather.
I know. Hopefully the sun stays out. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. All the stories, all the analysis, cameras everywhere. We promise we've got you. See you at 2.
Oh, it's in. It's in. Into the rain, the wind.
Here she comes. Oh, no. I don't believe it.
That's just extraordinary.
Good afternoon. We are live at the range. It is Monday of the 153rd Open at Royal Portrush. Sunny pictures now. Great crowds just coming out. We have had a bit of Mother Nature showing up, a little bit of a delay. Players had to come in off the golf course. A weather alert. We have resumed normal function and fantastic scenes as we bring you all of the pictures from the driving range. The driving range is lit up by top trace. There'll be lots of technology, the same technology as the players use. There it is. There is our worm cam view. Don't often get to see balls hit over a camera. A little bit of rain just zipping around. There it is. It looked nothing like that 30 minutes ago, I can tell you. Showers are forecast, 18 degrees, a little bit of wind. It's a typical links day. And we want a bit of that to really show off the links. Here with Tim Barter, who's been out on the golf course, having a cruise around. Any initial thoughts, Tim?
Yes, it looks quite difficult to me. Lots of elevation changes, lots of extremely well-placed bunkers. Obviously very dependent on conditions. You know, we saw last time around there's a low score out there if the conditions allow, and it can get horrific, as it did on the final day, and people were shooting high numbers. So it's a fabulous golf course. I think tactically one of the most difficult to unlock. I was chatting to a couple of very experienced caddies this morning, and they both said the same thing, that coming up with a plan here is almost as difficult as anywhere in the world to play, because there's just certain holes you think, what is the best way to play this hole, and it really taxes them. So
yeah, it's great. So much calibration needed if you're going to get your hands on the Claret Jug. And one of those men has just arrived. The man who has got the Grand Slam of golf. We had a chance to have a few words from him.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the opening press conference of the 153rd Open. I'm delighted to welcome former Open champion and, of course, current Masters champion Rory McIlroy to the interview room. Rory, thank you for joining us today. I'd like to start just by asking you what it means to be back here competing in the Open on home soil.
Yeah, it means an awful lot. You know, it's weird. It doesn't feel like 6 years has passed since 2019. I think it's amazing that Portrush has this opportunity so soon after the last Open to host again. And yeah, just, you know, great to be back. You know, I don't spend a lot of time in these parts anymore, just with travel schedule, you know, living abroad, all that stuff. So to be here, to see a lot of familiar faces, you know, even some of the, you know, every, you know, hole on the course has a different team of marshals from different golf clubs, and then just to see people that, you know, I've met throughout the years out there this morning was really nice. But yeah, it's really nice to be back, and obviously very, very excited for the week.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll start with Dan in the middle there, please.
Rory, you spoke after the Masters about needing to find your next Mount Everest. Your last two starts have been really, really solid. How would you describe how you're feeling coming into this week, coming into how you came into maybe the PGA or the US Open?
Yeah, I'm certainly encouraged by how I've played the last 2 starts, especially last week in Scotland. Yeah, it's been, I think the 2 weeks off after the Travellers, just to reset, to get over here, bit of a change of scenery, has been really nice. And yeah, like this is, when I was looking at the calendar for 2025, this was the tournament that was probably, circled even more so than the Masters for different reasons. So it's lovely to be coming in here already with the major and everything else that's happened this year. So, I'm excited with where my game is. I felt like I showed some really good signs last week, and feel like I'm in a good spot, and had not that last week was a pure preparation week, but it definitely I feel like it put me in a good spot heading into here.
Okay, next question, back left, Swami.
Yeah. Rory, the pressure is off. The Slam is there. The Masters is there.
Is it? Is the pressure off?
I know there's always a pressure. Now playing at home. You also spoke about your schedule. Now you're kind of adding new parts of the world, like my part of the world, India. So any comments on that? And now does it mean that you will be seen more often in different parts of the world?
Yeah, I hope so. I've certainly voiced my views and opinions about, the top level of men's professional golf maybe needs to get a little more international in some ways. And yeah, I'm excited to go to India. I've never been before. So I'm excited just to take in a new place and a new culture, and play in different parts of the world. I'm going to Australia at the end of this year as well. And I've always been quite an international player, and I've enjoyed going to different places. And I just think at this stage in my career, basically 18 years into my professional career, to still be able to experience new things and play in new tournaments, that's something that means a lot to me.
Okay, Mark at the front left there.
Hey, Rory. What are your most vivid recollections of the emotional week here in 19, and what do you take away from that maybe helps you this week?
Yeah, I think I remember not the ovation I got on the first tee on Thursday, and not being prepared for it, or not being, ready for how I was going to feel or what I was going to feel. And then the golf on Thursday feels like a bit of a blur. I try to forget that part of it, but I remember the run on Friday. I remember I was making a charge and making a run to try to make the cut, and I hit a 6-iron into the 14th, second shot. And I remember the roar from the crowd. It was sort of getting a little dark, and it was overcast, and I for whatever reason, like that, the one thing I remember is that shot and that roar of the crowd, and walking up to that green and getting a standing ovation, and that was it was really special. I wish I had have been here for 2 more days to get a bit more of that and experience it, but hopefully I can change that this week.
Come to the middle here. Next question.
Rory, I think it was in Full Swing, you were talking about you and Shane's relationship, and you mentioned he can be kind of a good role model for you in some ways. I'm just wondering if there's any traits of his or characteristics that you envy or wish to embody in yourself.
Yeah, Shane and I have become, we've always been close, but I think we've become very close over the last sort of 5 or 6 years. I think once we both had kids, or at least once I had kids or had a daughter, and I see how Shane is with his daughters, and I just think when I say like a role model, I just think about like how he is off the course, how he is able to separate his his family life and his normal life from his golfing life. And look, it may be a little more, I'm in a little bit of a different position, so it may be a little more difficult for me, but it's definitely a place that I strive to be in, to be as comfortable getting away from it as he is in a way, and enjoying enjoying the fruits of your success and you know, sharing that with your loved ones, and you know, so that I think more so that, I mean, that's what, you know, one of my New Year's resolutions was to have more fun, you know, and I think, you know, Shane is very good at having fun, and you know, I need more of that in my life.
Next question, back left there, number 1. Yep, you.
Hi, Rory. Just following on from trying to think positively about Portrush, what are your memories of breaking the course record as a 16-year-old? And speaking about that same kind of topic of being an artist instead of a scientist, how do you reflect on the golfer that you are now compared to the golfer that you were who broke the course record?
Yeah, I honestly, I remember a little bit of it. I don't remember a lot of it. You know, I think I was 9 under for the last 10 holes. You know, I had it going with the putter a little bit. It was certainly the first time I'd ever felt like in the zone, or that flow state, or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, I think as well, like, this golf course has changed. Like, I still, like, it's weird the way, you know, the original 17th and 18th have been taken out of this golf course, and, you know, the new 7th and 8th have been put in, but I still, you know, Harry and I were talking about the course last week, and he's like, oh yeah, on the 12th hole. And I'm like, no, that's not, it's the 10th hole. And he's like, no, it's the 12th. So like, even now I still remember this course the way it was, and not the way it is for the Open. And you know, I played the Irish Open in 2012, but it was still the original golf course. So I've really only played 2 competitive rounds on this new golf course. So it's a little bit different, but I think, yeah, look, when I shot that 61 when I was 16, I had a little bit of a clue of what I was doing, but I certainly didn't have as much of an understanding of the game or of my game as I do now. And I think, you know, in that 20 years, technology's evolved. I don't even think TrackMans were a thing at that point. So like, there's a lot of different things that have happened to the game of golf that probably push you in the direction of a scientist more than an artist. But as we all know, you know, the Open Championship and links golf, you need to show, you know, quite a lot of artistry to do well here.
Becoming champion golfer of the year is rarely a straight line. I got to play my first Open, very fortunately, in St Andrews. As a golfer, it's the most special place in the world. To play an Open there is incredible, and I actually played quite well.
Nicely done. 3 under through 10.
I didn't qualify in 2011. I didn't qualify in 2012. 2014, I shot 65 in the final round, actually to finish 9th, which was pretty cool. That was my best finish ever in a major. And then from 2015 onwards, it's kind of all downhill at the Open Championship.
You break a few eggs before you can make an omelette.
I was just going through such a bad phase in my career, and then 2018 was Carnoustie, where myself and my caddy split up, and probably one of the lowest points in my whole career. I don't think I've ever been in such good form going into an Open.
What a start. Shane moves to 11 under, he's leading the Open Championship.
I get down onto the tee and I'm looking around, the crowd are going mental, and I'm just taking it all in. I'm like, this is incredible.
Oh, what a boy, Shane Lowry.
There's no in between today. Like, it's either going to be one of the best days of my life or one of the worst.
What a time to throw in another birdie.
I have to go and win, and that's the way I felt, and thankfully I did.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go? Just swing.
Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing. Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Welcome back to Live at the Range. We're here at Royal Portrush for the 2025 Open Championship here with Incy Mehmet. Good to see you, Incy. You've just flown in.
Absolutely, it's great to be here. I just love the atmosphere
It's
of
buzzing,
the
isn't
Open.
it?
It's so
Actually,
special.
If Kev, our cameraman, can pan round, we can see the grandstands absolutely packed. We've obviously we had a bit of a weather warning about an hour ago. Everyone had to get off the course. Bit of possible thunder and lightning in the area. It wasn't to be. It was raining. Yeah. Sun's now out. You get 4 seasons in one day here, don't you?
I love that about the UK, and that's the most amazing thing. Honestly, moments ago, this whole place was absolutely empty. Safety comes first, of course, and now it's absolutely ram-packed. And yeah, very envious of these amazing spectators just soaking all the action. It's amazing.
Welcome to the range. Yeah. I'm going to show you as well, if we can pan round and show everyone who's watching, wherever you are, in your kitchen, in your garden, at work, possibly working from home, you can see the 16th, can't you? The grandstand there, overlooking one of the famous holes here, Calamity Corner. Pretty good view to go up there, isn't it?
It's a beautiful but a scary hole. I mean, there's no real layup on that par 3. Anything short or right, you know, if you climb back down, you're not going to make it back up. And interestingly, a lot of players, they actually play down to the left of that little hollow. It's quite famous. It's
Bobby
iconic.
Locke's hollow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You get a great view of the green. But if you look at the kind of surrounding of the range, it's the kind of characteristics of the dunes, the features, and you'll see that out on the golf course, and it even simulated here on the driving range. It's definitely something we'll see out this week.
It really is. You can feel the wind, can't you? And that the elements are going to play a big part this week. Over the next few days, the weather report, it seems to be changing as I keep looking at it. But this is what we want for an Open Championship. The players are going to be truly tested. And it's a pretty star-studded event, as you would imagine, when you've got an hour in the clubhouse or so, coming back out. The place here, the range is absolutely rammed with superstars. Who have you spotted?
Oh, we've got a real bunch here so far. I mean, look, we've got Dustin Johnson, we've got Victor Hovland, we've got Ricky Fowler, Patrick Cantley, we've got JJ Spawn,
major champ.
Yeah, I mean, it's just quite a star-studded section, and maybe for some, you got Tristan Lawrence as well, who predominantly plays on the DP World Tour, earned his status out in the PGA Tour, playing much better of recent. So yeah, it's really quite an amazing range so far, and I love watching players practice, especially this early in the tournament week, because it's quite interesting how they actually tackle it. Some players, they love to kind of grind it out, start practicing, you know, their coaches are here, they can really focus and work on things. Other players, they feel like they've done that. You know, they're here to play, and can they simulate the golf course out here on the range? Everyone's got their different approaches, so it's really fascinating to kind of tune in.
I spoke to Justin Rose a couple of weeks ago, and we spoke ahead of the Open Championship, and he says if you're trying to find something, if you've not brought your game to the Open, to a major, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. You've got to do the work beforehand. You've got to make sure that you play this golf course. Would you agree with that?
100%. Yeah. And I think the most beautiful thing about the Open, one of my kind of favourite features of this sort of championship is, I think Scotty Scheffler summed it up really well last week at the Scottish. This is a great example how you could have one particular line shot and you can play 5 different ways. You know, there's a real multitude in how you can kind of pull something off, and Link's golf course is kind of designed around using the ground, or you can kind of take it out to play, and I love that sort of versatility that we get. And then throw in crazy weather that changes every 5 seconds. There's so many variables in this kind of game and this sort of stage that we absolutely adore.
Yeah, we do. I played the course about a month ago, and going down the 9th hole, it was pretty brutal, into wind, into rain. We waited in the halfway hut. 10 minutes later, all the locals said, just you wait, it's going to be sunny in a moment. And it was playing the 10th, and it's a bit like today, isn't it? You know,
the locals
after
know.
They all do. We're going to do a little walk, actually, if we can, down the range, but we don't want Kevin, our cameraman, to walk into anything, but we'll...
That's the hardest gig, really.
It's really tough. He's doing a brilliant job, isn't he?
And then the caddy's protecting it.
Oh, nearly went into a couple of bags. But we've got the grandstand to our right. Everyone's here on our left-hand side. But as you say, you've just arrived, and today it's about getting to know the property, finding your hotel, sorting out your equipment as well. We've seen a lot of 2 irons in the bag. Would you expect that? And a 1 iron. We've seen one iron so far.
Wow. A little butter knife.
Yeah.
I love that. I think typically in terms of what a Monday would look like, especially if you've maybe just come from the Scottish, there's a certain degree of maybe taking it a little bit easier, like you said, just kind of getting your bearings, taking your time, maybe just doing a basic MOT check as well. You know, just fine-tuning, making sure your fundamentals, you know, your alignment's great, you're feeling good, and it's all about mapping out the golf courses as well. So golf being an individual sport, it's a team effort too. Caddies will be going out there, you know, really mapping out the strategy. You know, what's my finish line? You don't really want to pick out your start line because that could change throughout the week. So it's just really kind of gauging that sort of confidence and being comfortable with your arena.
Absolutely. You did a drone shoot here, which we've seen, which was brilliant. And you were throwing golf balls on the green and they were going in all sorts of directions. It just shows how much the undulation plays a part. And all these elevations as well. We spoke to Darren Clarke earlier, of course, a former Open champ, and lives literally a stone's throw away. He says he knows this course like the back of his hand. But anything can happen once the wind picks up. You don't know exactly where the ball's going to go.
Yeah, you could pitch the ball in the same spot, but two different trajectories could result into two completely different outcomes. One's a great example with that false front. You know, anything pitching in that front section, you could just end up 50 yards away. You know, it can make you look like a fool at times, but this game is hard.
It certainly is. Actually, Matteo Manacera said occasionally it's easy, so we want to speak to him more about how he makes it so easy. Listen, we'll keep you up to date with what's going on here. We're on Rory watch as well. He's just been in the press conference and he says he wants to have fun here in Northern Ireland. He's meeting up with mates and family. He said, gosh, we can't wait to see him, can we? But for now, let's get to George. He's out and about. George, where are you?
Yes, hello everyone. It is great to be back at the Open here in Portrush. I am your man on the ground for the week. I've been in the commentary box this morning, but now I am off the leash and I'm excited to be here. It's such a good setup once again. The R&A have done an amazing job. We've got the Open Clubhouse here, so we've just seen a cohort of players rushing off after the little rain delay. So there is plenty of the best talent here at Royal Portrush, and they come along this massive gangway down to the first tee and the practice green. But look at this. Just a reminder, this is a Monday, but the crowds are massive, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes. If you're not here as part of this great crowd, my job's to take you where you would want to go. So please leave us some comments, but also we're going to get some interviews with as many players as we can over the next 3 or 4 days. We'll be door stopping a lot of them. It's pretty hectic out here because there's literally so many players that are just the best of the best. So here is the putting green. A lot of the players will start here and finish here. Relaxing. We've got Cameron Smith out there, Tommy Fleetwood's out there. It just gets better and better. So it's an amazing setup, and you can see here the fans arrive through the chute. And can you imagine this walkway later in the week when the crowds are everywhere, the players are on fire, Sunday afternoon, the juices are flowing? It's going to be great. And then, as you can see, the first tee, so it can be quite a nervous walk at times, especially if you are in contention. But long story short, I was here in 2019, lots of memories, lots of good, some bad, but this first hole, looking straight up the chute here, absolutely stunning. A few bad memories if you're Mr. McElroy, who's in the press centre, but there's a lot of good memories for players like Shane Lowry and whatnot. Got some great golfers on here. Look, we've got young Daniel Hillier from New Zealand there. Akshay Bhatia's out there. It just doesn't stop. So hopefully, when I head out on the course over the next few days, I can give you all the very best access and interviews that I can. So keep in touch, and hopefully we'll see you very shortly with some of the best in the business.
Yeah, fantastic, George, catching all of the most in-depth sort of ideas and thoughts from the players. We are live at the range. This is sort of the view from the grandstand out onto the driving range. 2 holes make up the driving range there. You can see all of the different targets. Tim Botta, one of the best ranges you've seen?
Certainly, yes. I mean, the number of targets is going to please the players, because obviously with the different wind conditions, you like to better hit the ball in particular directions, so you're not fighting a wind that you're particularly uncomfortable with. I know Jack Nicklaus, as a fader of the ball, hated practicing in a left to right wind, and on occasion, if that was the only option, he wasn't allowed to go at the other end of the range, he'd say, well, I won't practice then because it's going to spoil my swing. So people do like to hit the ball in particular directions and wind conditions that they enjoy. And therefore, with the variability of the targets here, they're able to maybe switch around a little bit and hit it into the wind more if that's what they want to do, or practice in a left to right wind if they've been struggling with that, as Rory talked about last week at the Scottish Open. He said, just off the tee, I'm just not quite comfortable in that left to right breeze. The practice ground then turned left to right over the weekend, and he said he was able to work on it and fix it. So
Yeah, it's interesting. The west-northwest is the prevailing wind here. So here we go. Here's our worm cam. Don't often get to see a player hit over your head.
It's quite an interesting angle, isn't it, Sam, with both of us being coaches, to actually film from, so you can actually see the impact position and how open the hips are and how square or whatever the shoulders are at impact. It's a great angle on occasion.
I think that's what we see here. So, you know, probably if you think about, if you had a parallel line or a stick on the ground, at impact, on average, most of the players will probably be like 30 degrees open to that with their hips, and not that far off that with their chest. So you can see how much, you know, look where he's rotated to. He's rotated sort of like, if the target's 12 o'clock, he's finished at sort of 10 o'clock. It's like so completed.
Yeah.
I think that's what's probably an amateur hits to the ball and hopes he's done. Whereas a pro, the ball just gets in the way of this amazing movement all the way through. So let's see who's out there. The stars have arrived. Scotty Scheffler out on the course. So as we move down, Tom McKibbin from Ireland. See all of your stars. Trying to find, you know, what do you think, Tim, if you've come from the PGA Tour and you come to links golf, what's the one or two biggest adjustments that must be the most difficult to get your head round?
Well, obviously on the greens, particularly on a links course, the greens are going to be significantly slower than they are at home, so they're going to have to adapt their technique to suit that. And it's so instinctive, isn't it, reading greens, and you get so used to being dialed into a 12 or 12.5 on the stimp meter, fairly quick greens in other words, then suddenly you're faced with something that runs 2 feet slower over a relatively short distance, and you've got to suddenly recalibrate completely. And Scotty Scheffler suffered with that last week. He really didn't find the speed of the greens at all, so hopefully this week, having had that experience, he's closer to dialing in his numbers. And so that's the biggest adjustment they have to play. Plus, I think the wind over here is so much heavier than it is in America that it has a much greater effect on the golf ball. So guys look at it and they sort of calibrate and think, okay, well, into a 20-mile-an-hour wind, I'm going to hit so much less far with my 5-iron. But over here, the wind is so much heavier that it has a much bigger impact. So these are all things that the guys coming from America would really have to grind away at and try and figure out.
Yeah, it was funny because, you know, Tiger always had the reputation of being sort of the biggest grinder of hitting golf balls. Well, I watched him at the Open. He spent most of his time on the putting green. It was amazing. So you have to now enter a ballot to come and join the greatest show on grass, which is the Open Championship. Can scan that QR code and enter the ballot for next year. It is, you know, it's a family show. Like, don't in any way hesitate to bring your kids. There's tons and tons of stuff to do in the enormous tented villages that we have out here. Super important. Yeah, so last year's winner, Xander Schauffele, spent a few minutes with our own Henny Zool in the open zone. Let's join them now.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our defending champion golfer of the year, Xander Schauffele. Hey, Xander. Good. How are you?
What's going on? Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Now, you have sadly just had to hand back the Claret Jug this morning.
That's correct.
What are some of the emotions coming back on site at an Open Championship?
Yeah, I mean, you know, with the venue changing, it feels a bit new, I guess. But yeah, bittersweet to give it away. Definitely motivation to try and hold it again for a year.
Are some of the memories from last year flooding back to you? I know obviously it's a different venue, but a lot of the build-out very similar, and it's the Open Championship.
Yeah, RNA does a great job with the build-out. It literally feels the exact same, just sort of twisted a different direction. So a lot of similar fields, a lot of similar familiar faces. And yeah, just really, I remember last time I was here, I enjoyed playing the course a lot. So looking forward to sort of relearning it and preparing for the week.
Well, in terms of some of those familiar feels and memories, we're going to show you a few highlights from your final round last year at Royal Troon. It was low round of the tournament. It was a 65, bogey-free.
To get it just bump up the hill.
Talk us through this.
Yeah, this was a bad spot, and you know, when you're trying to win a tournament, you have to sort of get away with certain things, and one of those where you sort of guess how it's going to come out, and it came out perfect.
At the turn, this was again another little save for you.
Yeah, this was actually not a terrible place to leave it. 9's a really brutal hole, and when you walk away with a 4, you're ecstatic.
I mentioned that it was a bogey-free 65. This on 11 kicked off a stretch of 4 birdies in 6 holes.
Yeah, it feels, you know, looking back on it, it just feels like a little bit of luck, you know, to hit a pitching wedge. Yeah, I mean, to hit a pitching wedge to 3 feet on 11. You're trying to walk out of there with 4, maybe 5, and feel good about it.
And then this was the moment down 18. What were some of the emotions that you were feeling at this point?
Just hit the green. You know, there's some deadly bunkers around this hole, and my goal was just hit the green. You know, luckily it was downwind, and there's no better hole to have a 2-shot lead on hitting iron off a tee. So, an incredible walk down 18. Really cool to share that with Austin, and yeah, it's the best walk in golf.
Now, this was your second major victory and second major in that calendar year, the first one being PGA at Valhalla. What did that first major give you that perhaps you utilised here in the final round?
Just a lot of confidence. You know, I kept saying, just give me a chance, you know, just sort of this newfound belief, clipping the first one at Valhalla, and my goal was to just get myself in contention. So Saturday was a really big day for us, and put myself in a good spot, and was able to pull through on this Sunday.
Just in terms of that first major, giving you a lot of confidence to do what you did here 12 months ago, obviously as fans and in the media, we talk about a lot about what the players do and, you know, what you're winning or not winning and where your game is at. But for you personally, how does that feel, and how does that story or narrative feel to just get that weight off of your shoulders and to move forwards? Yeah,
it was incredible. You know, definitely some whispers I heard of being close often and not getting over the hump. So just a big monkey off my back, and you know, the hope is to, you know, it'll free myself up moving forward in future majors.
Since then, you had a little bit of an injury over the winter, but you've been building yourself back up. Last week, top 10 finish. Where's the game at now? How's it feeling?
Yeah, I've been trying hard to get back. You know, pretty humbling experience there. Sort of my first injury. A lot of firsts. You know, first couple majors and first injury. You know, sort of felt like I was on cloud 9 for a little bit, and then got struck off of it. So, been trying to find my way back up to the top of the mountain.
Yes. Well, hopefully, what we're about to do with you will kickstart that climb up the mountain. You're halfway there. We're just going to help you to summit, hopefully. We've got our Shane Lowry challenge that we'd love for you to take on. So back in 2019, he's walking up 18 with a 2-shot lead, and he had 175 yards into that final green. This is the shot here that we have recreated on our mat. Now, you're used to a bit of simulator technology, having played in TGL. But with our platform golf mat, we've got it was a little bit below his feet, the ball. It was uphill to the pin. So we've got that here.
All right.
And we've also got our causeway, Giant's Causeway stones out there, which is where the pin was.
All right.
So nearest is, off the top of my memory, I think it's 15 yards to beat. 15.1 yards, I'm hearing, 45 feet. Yeah, like I said, winds down off the right, 175.
All right.
Nearest the pin.
On the spot. Haven't even swung a club today. Wish me luck.
Do you feel... Nah, I feel like you look like fairly flexible. You'd be fine.
Yeah, all right. You know, just talking about how I was just injured, and here I am swinging ice cold.
But you're an athlete at the peak of his game.
Yeah, we'll just won't even use a glove. All right.
I mean, feel free to have a few stretches. Don't let me stop you.
No worries. I don't want to keep everyone waiting here. So, is this normalized?
Yes, it is normalized.
You know what? I'm going to club up here, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Play it safe. 175.
What have you got?
I have a 7-iron now.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm feeling this for you.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm not feeling very good about this, to be completely honest.
One of us is.
175.
Oh, Xander.
Catch a break.
Okay.
Got some oohs and ahs.
We're going to find out.
Pretty good for me.
10.5 yards. You are the current leader. We've got our replay incoming here, just so that you can embody this flight. Absolutely cold. First shot of the day.
It was, yeah.
Flushed it.
I know. Looks like I'm done warming up.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to hit the range now.
It's overrated.
Here we go. Look at that.
All right. That was good. Taking it.
What is your current swing thought?
That's a dark hole you don't want to crawl into there. Got a few going.
Just one. The top one. Do you actually have a few on the go?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, come on. Give me the full... What's going on?
Oh, it's... I've been working a lot with Chris Como, and my swing used to be sort of really shut and laid off. And for, you know, a year or two, I was pushing, getting the club more online. And this year, when I came back from injury, for some reason, it was short and really across. So for the last, you know, month, we've been trying to get it back to being more laid off, which is a horrendous feeling.
Is it?
Yeah. So
Okay.
That looked all right.
Well,
you know
that
what I
was
mean?
looking good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
that's
better,
working
so.
well. Last year, I seem to remember that you played a practice round big money match with JT. Similar plans this year? Is that like a good luck thing that you're going to keep going?
We actually spoke about it. It's been a while since we played a match, but yeah, I think I'm going to go out this afternoon around 1, maybe play 18, hopefully 9, and see how I feel. But yeah. I need to warm up before I play any money matches.
No, you don't. Not from what we've seen. Xander, thank you so much for joining us, and very best of luck this week. We'll give you a final chance to say goodbye to the Claret Jug for now.
Not touching it yet.
No. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Xander Schauffele had an injury, weight training. Can you believe that, of all the things? So, just knocked him off piste completely. Comes across as a charming guy, doesn't he? He's been a good Open champion.
He really has been a good Open champion. I was there this morning conducting the sort of interview when he handed the trophy back. And I said, you know, you explained last year how incredible the feeling was to receive the Claret Jug. Describe your emotions handing it back. And he said, it sucks. And I want to get it back on Sunday. So a good guy, good sense of humour. And we look forward to seeing him play this week, having a top 10 last week. Obviously, he's acclimatised very well. He's coming back to form after the injury, as we know. So I wouldn't count him out at all this week. He's a very, very good player in these sort of conditions.
Yeah, he was a great champion. Now, JJ Spawn is a US Open champion at Oakmont, of all places, in an unbelievable fashion. Tim, did you have a chance to have a closer look at that?
Oh, absolutely. It was incredible, wasn't it? I mean, the start to the final round he had was just brutal. He hit the pin at the second. The ball ricocheted off the green. He made a bogey. He made 4 or 5 bogeys in his first 6 holes, and you thought, well, JJ's race is run. He's out of it. And then the rain delay came. He regrouped, came out, and played phenomenal golf. Apparently, partly because he'd had a chat with, I think, Justin Thomas, and they were talking about how Tiger had said to Justin at one stage, you know, if you're 4 or 5 behind in a major, even with 9 holes to go, just hang around, stay there. Don't chase, don't go chasing pins trying to catch up, because incredible things happen in majors. And JJ had that ringing around in his head, thinking, okay, Tiger, the main man, has said just hang around, see what happens. And suddenly the leader makes a couple of bogeys and he's right in the race, and he converted it with a beautiful 64-foot putt on the final green, which was the fairy tale.
So, JJ Spawn, the 4th and final major of the year, is here right now. JJ Spawn, an incredible victory with some big guns behind him, not the guy we thought who was going to win. We are live at the range. This is the centerpiece, the focus. The guys working on their games, working on with their coaches, finding a swing that suits these conditions, putting new clubs in the bag. Do you think, Tim, that that's an easy thing to do? Just slot in a new club that's a new number to flight it down?
Absolutely not, but obviously it depends on the makeup of your bag. If you, for instance, have a lofted wood in there that normally you enjoy flying high in America and landing softly on par 5 greens, and suddenly you come over here and you need a 2-iron in there to keep it under the breeze and find some narrow fairways in these first farm running conditions, then the 5 wood's out, the 2-irons in, and they obviously spend these days just dialing in exactly what number they want in terms of what loft they want and what sort of configuration they want for the club to suit the type of ball flight they're trying to create. Obviously also with the short irons, they sometimes change the short irons because of the bounce on the bottom of the club, the amount that the back edge of the club is below the front edge, the leading edge. In America, they tend to have quite a lot of bounce there because there's always grass under the ball. Here it gets very tight. So therefore they change those.
Brooks Koepka for the first time with Pete Cowan dispensing wisdom behind him. Pete Cowan, what a great man he is. Loves coaching golf, doesn't he? Couldn't. Where's his home away from home? It's the driving range, wherever people are hitting balls.
Yeah.
Pete Cowan would love to be there.
Yeah, I've been talking to him for 30 or 40 years about the golf swing, and he's just so enthusiastic, so knowledgeable. And he keeps talking about, you know, one day I'm going to pack it up and retire. He never will. He loves being Pete Cowan. He loves being on the range and imparting his incredible knowledge to these players. Coached to so many major champions, you know, sometimes half of each Ryder Cup team is coached by Pete Cowan. It's extraordinary, the number of players that he has. But I've certainly learned a great deal from him over the years.
Yeah. So, Koepka ran close here the last time. Do you always fancy Koepka, someone like his game around a links golf course?
Yeah, you do.
Course?
And as he's shown in the past, he's, you know, 5-time major champion, and he steps up to these big occasions. This is what he lives for. You know, he has a better record in majors than he does in regular PGA Tour events or regular events he's played around the world. So he is inspired by these championships. He loves to be tested. He's got a great temperament to go out there and know when to attack a golf course and when to defend, and he's a great craftsman in that respect. Hasn't perhaps been in the greatest of form recently, but occasional flashes of the old brilliance, which suggests that he could come and contend again. And again, with Pete alongside him, he obviously worked with Claude Harmon for a long time, but they've parted company again, having parted company many times in the past, and they seem to get back together. But at the moment, he's working with Pete Cowan and just trying to hone that very unique swing that he has.
Yeah, it's sort of a kind of a left early, stay left, steep, isn't it? So here is exactly the stats. The Top Tracer technology is bringing you all of these numbers. 342 carry yards, annoyingly powerful, looks fairly effortless. 173 ball speeds, kind of PGA Tour, which that's a little hotter. Koepka is built like a linebacker as much as he's built like a golfer, so you're always expecting him to have more juice in the tank. 113 apex, 120, 110, that's kind of the range for PGA Tour. We're going to see him probably drop a few down, just trying to flight them lower. 70 apex, 60 to 70 apex is kind of what we're expecting on kind of a stinger shot. And it's quite a big adjustment to drop that much from your normal pattern.
Yeah, absolutely. But a crucial skill to have in these conditions, because when you're playing a links course, if you get that down breeze and it's a long par 5, there are par 5s here 600 yards plus, you want to be able to launch one high and really ride the wind, and then you get into a strong headwind, you need to be able to keep the ball out of the breeze as much as you can. So the ability to control your trajectory and control the flight of the ball, absolutely crucial, particularly when the breeze gets up on a links course.
Yeah, there's so much technology now in the game. You can just call your manufacturer in to say, I want this minor, tiny adjustment. You see the big, massive trucks behind the driving range to the left of our picture, the right of the range as we come on. So this is teed down a bit lower. See if that was flighted down. Be interesting to see what Koepka's campaign looks like this week. Oh, I always think of him as a major contender, a guy who shows up mentally for the big occasion.
Yeah, very definitely. As I say, he seems to be inspired by the majors, and particularly the tougher tests. So you put him on a really difficult golf course, and he's got the mentality to get around it and figure out what a good score is. And that's a real value that you need to understand on a day that you go on a golf course, what represents a good score.
Yeah.
Understanding that some days level par is a great score, and how do you achieve it, and how do you nurdle the way round the golf course, take the risks out of play in the way that Tiger took all the bunkers out of play at St Andrews because he knew they were virtually a penalty shot. So having a tactical attitude to links golf particularly, and saying to yourself, right, what represents a good score, how am I going to shoot it? And he has that particular talent in bucket loads.
Yeah, it's easy. I think, you know, not to say PGA Tour is kind of like, you know, one-dimensional, but it does seem to be many occasions like a stampede to 22, 24 under par. And certain players where a good score is around 4, 5, 600, you have to grind it out. I always think Rose is good at that. He's another one of those. Different view from behind now. Now the guy next to him can pump it out, I can tell you that. So if you think Koepka's long, Aldrich Podgita in the shorts is seriously long.
Well, he hit one off the first tee in Scotland last week. First shot of the tournament off the first tee at the Scottish Open, 401 yards. Admittedly, firm fairway, slightly downwind, but 401.
Yeah. Well, I was chatting to him yesterday on the driving range. He was warming up. He's just going through a few different drivers. A driver that he can get the ball more up in his stance. He's trying to get it more up to his left toe, and then trying to not get the spin too high. And I mean, he was practicing with 128 miles of club head speed. Hit 2 balls yesterday, just working on his game at 200 miles an hour ball speed. And I mean, if you can control that, and he's got a short game, he's just won.
Yeah, absolutely, won on the PGA Tour, threatened to win the Nedbank last year, so he really isn't. What is he? Only 20 years of age.
20.
It's incredible. The young fellas coming through who are just ready to play. Ludwig Aberg, when he came out, straight away ready to win on the tour. Straight out of college, they're so well prepared now, and their attitude is, well, I've seen others do it, so why shouldn't I be able to do it? You know, it used to be, well, you came on tour and you worked for 3 or 4 years to try and get yourself in a position where you felt you had the experience and the knowledge to actually win. These guys come straight out of the box and do it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's a really good point, how fast the guys get ready, and when they come out, they stand up tall, show their faces, and try to win. So Koepka.
Faithful caddy Ricky Elliott in the background. Great friends as well as a great caddy, which I think is part of Brooks' success, is the trust he has in Ricky Elliott. And Ricky's experience of this type of golf particularly, links golf, extraordinary. A great player in his own right, really, you know, fine player. So when he talks about links golf and what the right shot is, Brooks listens.
No, I think that's right. So there's a lot that goes into it, isn't there? I mean, you've got a manufacturer, you've got your coach, your caddy, the calibration of all of these different things that come together. So there it is, Brooks. Those are his wins, those 2 back-to-back US Opens, and then the 18-19 PGAs. Then he kind of disappeared a little bit, lost his game. He had quite a bit of left leg injury, which he says come from his golf swing. And he had made the decision, okay, and he'd been given advice, okay, you're going to have an operation, but probably the knee won't be as good ever. Right? I mean, that's a body blow, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it stalled him, as you can see. I mean, from the results there, he was on his path to, you know, obviously the Grand Slam. Looking at that stage, he won 5 in quick succession in a 5-year spell. So you're looking at him and thinking, yeah, he could go on and win a Masters without any doubt, and potentially an Open Championship as well. And we're looking at the guy that could beat Rory to the 6th person to become the Grand Slam champion, but stalled by the injury and getting back to, you know, some sort of form. He's won a number of times on the Live Tour, obviously, over there, so he's proved he's still well capable of winning when he gets in the hunt, but the consistency hasn't quite been there in recent times, and when he gets back to that consistency, which maybe Pete Cowan can help him do, then watch out.
I agree with that. I think that Koepka has got swagger, hasn't he? You know what I mean? But like he walks the walk, he's ready for the tough fight. And He's got a good game face. He can play golf under pressure. I think that's the big thing, isn't it? You know, I always think there are like 5 or 6 guys at any one time who can really do their swing under pressure. He always seems like it stays stable. He rises.
Yeah, he definitely rises. I mean, we've seen that in the majors he's won. There have been times when it's been going against him and he just sticks in there and grinds it out until it turns, and then suddenly the birdies start to arrive again and he's off. So he is a wonderful, wonderful golfer, and I say just hampered by that knee injury. Otherwise, you know, where would he be right now? He may have 6, 7, 8 majors up already if that hadn't happened.
Yeah, so wind has changed a little bit. Podrick Harrington grinding it out, played last week, plays the seniors. He's won on the seniors, he's won majors on the seniors, keeps his fitness up. Here we go. Koepka out the park, 335. So I think the wind has changed a little bit. So we'll leave him for a few minutes. So pretty much the wind rising and changing. When we first was here this morning, definitely straight across, maybe hurting a hair. It does move around, and as we go out onto the golf course with all of the holes moved in all sorts of different directions, it's a very complex test. Hard to maybe practice all of these different shots you're going to need on the range.
Absolutely, and again, a real challenge for the caddies because, as you say, all the holes run in different directions and the wind does move during the day. So normally they go out and say, okay, if the wind's blowing out of the north, I know on this hole it's going to come from right to left, and on the next hole it's going to come from left to right. But if it's moving, it's not like St Andrews where you're out and back and you can say, well, I can feel the move and it's going to be the same on every hole coming back in. Here you're constantly having to recalibrate and figure out where that breeze is. And if it's a bright sunny day and there aren't too many clouds around to read, then it can be a challenge.
Yeah, just getting those angles. Koepka definitely working with a couple of different drivers, just having a look at the stats. Those stats they're looking at are exactly the same as you can see, brought to you by Top Tracer. The ball speed, I think that's standard for Koepka. Maybe just looking at launch, the apex, obviously 121 feet. That's his stock shot there, and just maybe looking at how different clubs react, what's the spin going to be before you find what they call your gamer. So Koepka obviously working hard on tee shots. Tee shots going to be crucial around here. The rough is heavy.
Seems pretty happy with his golf swing to me. He's not questioning in any way the technique.
Okay, far right side is a huge like scoreboard, and within that you can see all of the scores, and the players will look over their left shoulder to have a look at that. So down on the driving range. Let's go down onto the range and hand over to our own Di Stewart.
Catching with Sergio Garcia on the range, and we're just talking about your bull here, actually, Sergio. This is, what's his name?
Azabache is his name.
Azabache, I've got it now.
Yeah, it's the color, it's the black color, the black shiny color that the bulls in Spain, you know, they have different colors depending which, they have different names depending which color they are. And yeah, so yeah, this is...
He looks pretty cool. Has he brought you some luck?
I think he's done well through the years. So
I think so too.
Yeah.
Listen, welcome to Royal Portrush. Incy's just flown in as well, so it's.
I'm just eyeing this bull up. Do you not have any sort of jewellery on it? I think you can rock a couple of diamonds or something.
Possibly.
No, he doesn't need it. We don't want too much blink out there.
Much club equipment change for a stage like this week?
No, not for me. I usually try not to change too much, mostly because, you know, throughout the year I'm playing with a setup, and if I come here and I start changing things, then I have to think about how that club reacts, how it flies and everything. So the good thing for me is that I can bring the ball down or up if I want to. So, even if I'm hitting a 5-wood, I can, back foot it and keep it under the wind if I need to.
Obviously, you bring in plenty of experience into a week like this, but you've been around for a while. And if you look at a lot more of the kind of modern golfers, they do tend to make a lot more changes. So from what you've seen, have you noticed many people making it? What do you think that ratio is like?
I think it's a little bit of everything. I think that some guys like to put in like a 2-iron and instead of maybe having a 5-wood or a 7-wood that they might usually have. I think that would be the biggest change that I usually see on an Open. For me, I feel like I can manage with what I have and with my game.
Royal Portrush, do you like it here, Sergio? You played in 2019.
Yeah, I only played it once, but yeah, it's a solid golf course, obviously. Like any Open, very weather dependent. But yeah, I think it's a golf course that it has a few really strong tests, and at the same time, then it gives you a couple of holes here and there where you can you feel like you can have a little bit more of a chance of making a birdie or even an eagle. So it's a good mix of holes, and it should be a fun week.
We can see the 16th actually. I'm sure you remember Calamity Corner, and then coming in you've got Purgatory, the 17th, which is a great name for a golf hole, and then 18th obviously towards the amphitheatre. But when you come back to major championships, especially with your history of Opens, do you go down memory lane and bring up those brilliant memories of Opens to get you going?
Oh, without a doubt. Obviously, I've always said it that I've been very fortunate the way that that people have treated me all over the world, but especially here in Gerbyturn, Ireland, and Northern Ireland. It's been super special for me. The love that they've always shown me. I guess mostly because of my Ryder Cup history and stuff. But I think that I've always enjoyed that walk on 18 on the weekend, especially, and with the chance of winning the Open. So I'm looking forward to having a good week and feel that again.
How's your game?
Game is good. I played really well last week. Unfortunately, I didn't hole out as well as I would like to, but I felt like I've been working on my game. The last couple of months has been a little bit off, but I think I figured out what it was. It was a little bit of ball position and stuff, and I felt like last week I was even on tough conditions at Valderrama with wind and stuff. I was in very good control of what I wanted to do with the golf ball. So that's positive, and I just got to keep building on it this week.
Yeah. Listen, your life's changed over the past few years, as we know. Are you enjoying what you're doing with Liv?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I think it's great. I love the team aspect of it. Is what I love the most. How you can create some great relationships and build something that hopefully will last for many generations. I think that it's an opportunity that some of us get, and I love that team spirit. I've always loved football. I've always loved the Ryder Cup. So all those things kind of really drive me, and I'm really enjoying it.
I know you're a tennis fan as well. Did you watch Wimbledon?
I did. Yeah, I did. Unfortunately, my boy Carlos. Yeah, but it was a good final. Sinner, Jannik played amazing, I thought. I think we're going to see some amazing finals with those two in the future, in the very near future.
It was so exciting. Final question is, can you win an Open? Come on.
I mean, that's why we're here. Obviously.
We've got the faith.
Yeah, no, for sure. Obviously, it's I'm 45, and I know that my chances kind of keep getting a little bit smaller, but I feel like my game is still there, and I think that any given week. At the level that I know I can play, I for sure can. Some of the guys have done it, so why not? And it would be a dream come true. Obviously, everybody knows how much I love the Open and what it would mean to win it. But even if I don't, to be able to have the history that I've had and to be able to play as many Opens as I've had, it's already a great achievement for me.
Oh, it's so good to see you. A lot of the crowd supporting you. I heard your name quite a few times walking around. We wish you best of luck.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, Sergio.
Thank you, have a good week.
Hope this brings you luck as well.
Yeah.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing. Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever.
However.
Wherever.
It doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
On the tee.
Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, whoa, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, fascinating to hear from Sergio Garcia. Always felt him as a sort of a shot maker. He'd be one of those guys who would have had his hands on the Claret Jug.
Yeah, about 5 times, I would have said. I mean, literally such an incredible control of his trajectory and his ball flight and all the different shapes required. I think probably the putter has just held him back. You know, so many times you've seen him get in contention and those putts just haven't had the momentum on them to carry them into the hole. But for a bulky putter, I'm sure he would have been an Open champion and may still have one in him.
Yeah, it'd be great. Well, a man who's got 2 in him. Carnoustie, and then back-to-back at Birkdale. Padraig Harrington.
The last man to successfully defend. So Xander Schauffele tried to emulate what he did in 2007, 2008.
Now, Padraig is in form. He's just won the 2nd US Senior Open at the Broadmoor. He made the cut in Scotland, Genesis. It's rare that we see, I mean, longevity as a sort of as a major theme. You know, Harrington, Langer, those guys. Being able to keep your game going through all the generational changes is an exceptional talent. Harrington may be the next Langer for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a question I'm stored up on him actually for the next interview I do with him on course, because we do those on the DP World Tour, and I'm going to say to him, are you your generation's Langer? Will you ever stop playing competitively? You know, will there ever be a point you think, do you know what, I've done enough? Because he just loves it. He cannot walk past a golf ball on the range. He said to me, well, I can't walk past one, I have to hit it. If I'm walking off and there's 3 stray balls there just as I'm leaving, I'll grab a 7-iron and hit them. He has incredible enthusiasm for the game. He still believes he can win a major championship. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Not a senior major, this major championship.
I agree.
And you have to say, with the power that he possesses, because he hits the ball as far as most of the young bucks do, because he's worked so hard on retaining his fitness and his strength and his speed. He's worked incessantly on speed and power and clubhead velocity and impact to create the distance that he needs to be competitive. That he's got the length to play, he's got the guile to play. He always says to me when we get to a links course, I feel I've got a shot advantage over just about everybody in the field because I understand it better than anyone else. So he understands the craft and playing a links course and how to play it and how to use the contours and when to play the right shot. And you know, he's open enough to say, I genuinely feel when I turn up at a links course, I've got a 1-shot advantage over virtually everybody in the field.
Your thoughts on the Tom Watson Stuart Sink playoff?
Oh goodness, yeah.
Can you forgive Stuart Sink for that?
No, no one ever can.
No one ever can.
It was the most incredible thing, wasn't it? Tom Watson threatening to win at the age of 59 3/4. I mean, it was ridiculous. And but for a firmer bounce than you might have expected on the 18th, he would have done it. So.
I still can't look at. I know Stuart Sink, and he just covers his eyes or he does his hands like that because he knows what I think. Anyway. No, he's a good chap, Stuart Sink. So Harrington, is it? So what is the major thing you would say? Is it the love of the game that keeps you going? That's the whole thing. It's just how much you love the game that keeps you going. Adam Scott's long and good. Harrington, long and good. Langer, the best ever.
Yeah, it's interesting though, but Harrington loves the game. He loves to compete. But yet when I've spoken to him on one occasion, we were talking about the way psychologists work with golfers, and he said the weird thing is, and he always, if I say white, he'll say black. He always likes to disagree with everybody.
So contrary, yeah.
He loves it. I love to interview him because I know exactly what's going to come up. But when I was talking about psychology and the sort of recommendations that they make to golfers, he said, well, psychologists won't have the word fear mentioned. He said, but my whole career is based on fear of failure. I've worked as hard as I have because I didn't want to fail. And even when I won my major championships, it was still, I need to work harder and harder and harder, because now the expectations are higher, and therefore the fear of failure is even bigger. So although he loves the game and he loves to compete, he's also driven by a fear of failure, which is an interesting sort of
that is
anomaly.
Fascinating. Yeah. So Harrington, new glove on. Just warming up a few gloves. You're probably going to need 4 or 5 good playing gloves this week that you're happy fit in, you're happy that hit.
Yeah, absolutely.
These have all come out the playing truck there.
Interesting, last week's champion at Scottish Open, Gotterup, I've never seen anybody do what he does. He doesn't do the glove up, he just leaves it open, which is kind of weird. I mean, he gets the grip from the leather, I suppose, but at the same time, is it moving? Is it slipping? You'd imagine so.
Yeah, that was strange. So, let's have a look at Podrig's swing. His first coach, I think, really, that put him on track as far as I can see, was our beloved Bob Torrance. You know, very much sort of a rotary, connected kind of a swing. Now I think he's at a peak Cowan, so there's a lot of footwork there.
It was interesting because when he came on tour, I think it was 1996, he came on tour and he won quite quickly, won the Spanish Open quite quickly. And at that stage, he was really quite a poor ball striker, really very poor, to be fair, but a wonderful short game, could up and down it from anywhere around the golf course, had a great attitude, great mind. But he realised that his ball striking ability wouldn't allow him to get to where he wanted to in his career, so he went about working with Bob Torrance, now working with Pete Cowan, to make himself a great ball striker to go along with the short game skills he has and the mental attitude he has in order to turn into a major champion, and obviously did it in spade with 3 of them. So
yeah,
but recognised his weakness is what I'm saying. He didn't, although he'd won the Spanish Open, he knew he wouldn't be able to go on and win big tournaments unless he got the long game to match the short game style that he had.
That's interesting, because that was exactly Nick Faldo's motivation. Was, okay, listen, I'm a really nice player, but under pressure, my willowy, long, leggy swing won't work. So I with this particular tool, which is just my swing, it's not a part of me, it's just a tool which I use to hit the ball. I need to change this tool to get better and better. And Faldo really did that. Tiger did it 4 times. Right, I mean, you've interviewed Tiger more than anybody else. Did you ever get a chance to chat to him about his motivation? Was it just a case, this doesn't work, I'm just doing it? I always felt like Tiger got bored and wanted to do something new.
Yeah, it was kind of weird, because I interviewed him after he'd moved from Butch Harmon to Hank Haney, and he knows Butch is a very good friend of mine and works for Sky Sports, who I work for. And so I think he saw it as a slightly loaded question, which I suppose in a way it might have been it. I didn't think of it that way. I was just basically said to him, you've moved from Butch Harmon, with whom you've won 7 majors and become world #1 and dominating the game. How are you going to be a better player under Hank Haney than you were under Butch Harmon? And he didn't really answer. He went round it, but he said, I'm just trying to improve, and I think that's the best way for me to do it. I think Hank can add an element to the game that I haven't had with Butch. And then obviously he went on to work with Sean Foley and others and whatever. So he was constantly, like Harrington, you know, pushing himself to the next level, the next level, the next level. And again, asking Podrig that question, and you know, people often say, having won 3 majors in 18 months, why did you go about changing your golf swing and trying to reinvent yourself? And he said, because I'm not Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods has got 14 majors at that time. I only had 3. I wanted to get as good as he was getting. When do you know when to stop improving? Is, you know, because we said, why didn't you just, you know, having won 3 majors in 18 months, you'd think you'd settle for that and continue to win them. But he was pushing and pushing and pushing to try and reach Tiger's level.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So Podrig just, I think, using an app on his phone to get a bit of data from the machine behind him, so he could just have a closer look at some of the numbers that he's got. Pete has now left Koepka and gone over to Harrington. It's a fascinating point, though, because, I mean, I understand totally the desire to keep improving, right? And, I mean, we've seen that succeed and fail. Martin Keimer was a fader, tried to draw it, disappeared off our screens. It's a difficult thing to do, isn't it? It's a difficult thing to detach yourself from your swing or your pattern, or certain body types just move in certain ways.
Well, Victor Hovland's the latest example of it, wasn't it? Victor Hovland won the FedEx Cup and, you know, was on the path to world #1 and then decided to make some changes to his swing. He's now backtracking. So
yeah, the Open champion, the champion golfer of the year, Podrick Harrington, 2 times. And then in an epic battle with Phil Mickelson, Henrik Stenson prevailed. Let's get down and hear him and Di Stewart. Pardon, with George Harper Jr.
Well, not a bad first interview of my week. Henrik Stenson, 2016 Open champion. Welcome back. It must always feel special.
It is indeed. Great to be back here at Portrush. Played in 2019, obviously, and yeah, it was a great week. I hear there's going to be even more people showing up this time around. So yeah, I think we're in for a good week.
You've just come out. Are you seeing the course for the first time this week and just walking a few holes, I see?
Yeah, we're going to walk 18. I got Fanny on the bag. You know, we don't get to see each other too much these days, so it's going to be a fun week. She caddied for me in Dallas a couple of weeks back, so yeah, we've got some catching up to do, and yeah, of course, looks great. Like you said, I've just seen the first hole, and yeah, with wind like this, it's always going to be a test.
How important is it walking the course, and what's your usual routine at majors like this?
Well, I'm walking it today, formalize some sort of a plan, and then we're playing 9 tomorrow and 9 on Wednesday, and see if that plan is any good and any changes needs to be made, or if that's what the plan is for the week.
Nice. And just briefly, while we're here on the first green, it's our first look at it as well. Yeah. What can we expect later this week? Because it's quite intimidating approach shot with it being so high, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that was one of the things that struck me when I came here the first time in 2019, and a lot of links courses, you feel like the greens are down at your level, but here you got quite a few shots where they're a bit raised up, and as you can see here on the left side, it goes down into deep bunker and deep rough, and yeah, I think there's quite a few places where there's a lot of that stuff you don't want to have any part of. So yeah, you gotta, as always, have control of your ball flight and your spin, and try and play smart.
And finally, to see fans again, do they still love having an Open champion back on course?
Yeah, we get asked to sign a few things and be in a few pictures. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, it's always a pleasure to have you back, my man.
Thank you.
Go well, and we'll see you shortly.
All right, we'll do.
Cheers, mate. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, George. Henrik Stenson, that was an incredible match play, really, over 36 holes that he had with Mickelson, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the only one to rival the duel in the sun, wasn't it? 1977, Tom Watson and Jack Nicklaus. We thought that will never be done again, where two guys had just separated themselves from the field, and they're literally going shot for shot down the stretch, and Henrik and Mickelson did it in incredible style. And the golf they played, I don't know how far ahead, 11 ahead of third place, I think, something like that. Ridiculous. They just separated themselves. For two of them to do it was extraordinary. We used to Tiger winning by 8. Okay, he's an exceptional human being, but for two of them to do it was extraordinary.
Yeah, it is. So we are head back to the range. Ooh, the power punch of Ryan Fox has been putting some fantastic performances together on the PGA Tour. A tour you would think his talents would really shine.
Well, he's a very aggressive player. Very aggressive player, and he loves to just go after a golf course and try and bully it. And in America, with the conditions that they often play in, with, you know, soft and power hitting being rewarded to the extent it is, and he's a very powerful individual, as you can see from his build and the fact his shirt is untucked. He's unleashing a few.
Yeah, he is.
One of the nicest human beings on the planet. He's just such a joy to be around.
Amazing.
He really is.
He'll give us a full show with a big driver. There it is.
He has real problems with his left ankle. It needs operating on to realign it, and it hasn't been able to be done, or they say it's career threatening. If he has it done, it may not work, and if it does, he won't be able to play again. So he's chosen not to do it. And if you watch, his left foot is becoming more and more and more and more open. It's splayed outwards to try and take the pressure off that left ankle.
It'll nearly be aimed at us. So just have a look at this. Muscle power. 177. He's just teasing us with a few little warm-ups there. But two fantastic wins. He's a member at Fox Hills Golf Club. You often see him down there. He's got all the time in the world for the members, all the time in the world for the juniors. So, yeah, let's have a closer look at his feet. Pick up what you were saying there, Tim.
Yeah, if you look at the left foot, it's going to be really widely splayed. I mean, both feet are sort of 10 to 2 almost, but the left foot's getting more and more splayed as he goes on in his life, because he's just trying to take strain off that left ankle, which can at times give him real jip. Pretty sure he wears orthotics in his shoes as well to try and give himself some relief from the pain that he would suffer.
And has he damaged that through golf, do you know? Or
I don't know. No, I don't know. probably through rugby, and his dad was a famous New Zealand All Black rugby player, and I know he played every sport growing up, tennis, cricket, rugby, all the different sports, and eventually turned to golf.
So, yeah, watch the way he sets that left foot. Almost, I mean, not aimed at the hole, but not far off the direction he's going to hit the ball. Just muscle power golf swing. Like a man kind of throwing a ball underarm, isn't it? Very much right side driven, like skimming a stone.
Yeah, it's quite unorthodox in a way. I mean, he loses a little bit of height in his golf swing. He gets the club coming down on a very steep plane at times and has to compensate for it. But he's done a great job with Jamie Goff, was his coach for a long time. I think he still is. And he hasn't tried to change it. He hasn't tried to sort of say, right, we need to adjust this golf swing. We're just going to work with what you've got.
Yeah.
Maybe that he's not working with Jamie now that he's over in America. He may have found somebody over there to work with. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, so just have a look at this lower body. Watch it, the way it kicks that left hip. It's like he's using that front leg as a high jumper. Is posting up, going that vertical force. He's really just tickling a few down there. These are just little openers. If we text him and said, listen, you only got 180 ball speed, did you know did 200? He'd be like, what?
No, he would accept that challenge. A winner of the Dunhill Links tournament up at St Andrews and Kingsbarns and Carnoustie, so very capable on a links course. Very nearly won an Irish Open, had it stolen from him by Russell Knox with a couple of huge putts, one to get into a playoff and then one to win it. So he has won, as I say, at the Dunhill Links, but he's also been very close to winning on other links courses. So he enjoys this type of golf. It's very creative golf, and it suits his way of playing. He likes to aggressively attack it, but I think he's tempered that a little bit in the last couple of years. I think he now is capable of hitting an iron off the tee, which he wasn't at one stage. It would always be draw the driver and take your chances.
Yeah. Ryan Fox and Darren Clarke, peas in a pod?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
They'd be fantastic company on the course and even better off it.
I was just about to say the same thing, yes. On the course, they would be great fun. Off the course, it would be potentially damaging.
So...
just incredibly powerfully built, isn't he? Comes from, you know, as I say, his father was a New Zealand Rugby All Black. His grandfather was an international cricketer, so he comes from sporting genes, if you like, and he's used that natural physique he has and the strength he has to learn to play the way he plays.
So Ryan Fox, driver to a few wedges, just working on a few little droppers there. Floating it down.
You mentioned the 2 wins he's had on the PGA Tour, and won them incredible style. Chipped in for the first one and hit an incredible fairway wood close to the flag to the second one. So he's riding a crest of confidence at the moment.
There it is. Giant's Causeway. But that is the Claret Jug, and that is worth everything in the world in our game.
On the tee.
Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more. Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing. Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever,
however,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
to start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
Yeah, fantastic to have the weather cooperate with us. We are live at the range, bringing to you all of the different combinations of work that go on behind the scenes. Some guys just hitting a few shots, loosening up. Other guys in-depth, deep dive into their swings, working with the equipment manufacturers. Tim Barter, a lot of stuff to do before the gun goes off on Thursday.
Yeah, and obviously players with different agendas. Some players are happy with the way they're playing and they're just trying to conserve energy and keep things ticking over because they know if they get into contention on Sunday, that can be really taxing both physically and mentally, so they're trying to conserve energy. Other guys are coming here saying, I missed the cut last week, I didn't play particularly well, what's going wrong? Let's have a chat with the coach, try and figure it out, and try and, particularly today, because by Wednesday they want to have sorted it, so today they're trying to analyse it and figure out what it is. Tomorrow they'll work on trying to fix it, and hopefully by Wednesday they'll say, right, I'm comfortable now, I'm ready to rock.
Yeah, well, only one man can host that Claret Jug. And a man who has done it in the past is down with Di Stewart. Let's hear from them.
Brian Harmon on the range. Brian, good to see you. You flew in last night, back here at Royal Portrush. You did play, we just spoke, you played in 2019. Just missed the cut by one stroke.
Yeah, I think I was the last guy in the field in 2019. So got here kind of late, but loved it from what I remember.
It's a really special place. You got a bit of rest today. What is the plan? Because everybody has just been in the clubhouse for an hour, obviously with that little delay. But today, tell us what you do for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'd love to get out and maybe play the front nine. It's hitting a great wind to practice in, better wind to play in. So I'll try to get out and see a few holes. And but you know, I won't spend a ton of time on the course. You know, the practice rounds can get pretty bogged down in those practice rounds sometimes. So just trying to manage my time as well as I can.
Listen, you're an Open champion. You won it a couple of years ago. What is it like coming back to an Open Championship venue? Are you being pulled in lots of different directions?
Yeah, you just have to you have to know how to say no. I was kind enough.
You said yes to us. We're so grateful. Thank you. So are our viewers as well.
There you go. No, I'm happy to be here. Played the Scottish last week. Game feels like it's trending. Just gotta play a little smarter golf, I think.
I know you travel all around the world constantly. I mean, what's the secret to kind of rejigging your body clock and feeling ready, I guess?
I think just being able to sleep when the sun's down and be up when it's up. I think that's the hardest part. Struggled a little bit last week in Scotland, had a little bit of jet lag, but when you get used to dealing with young kids, it certainly helps.
A lot of my friends these days, eye masks is a real thing. Do you sleep in eye masks?
There's no. I sleep on my side. And I've got a big head, so none of them fit right. So
they fall off, don't they?
They do. They're not comfortable. No, they did give us a new eye mask this week, so I'll try it. But I bring electrical tape. I tape up all the little.
Oh, electrical tape?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
In the UK, you guys love lights in your room. I'm not sure why. Little lights. Every outlet's got the lights. You know, so like a towel on the base of the door for the light in the hallway that stays on all night.
I have friends like this.
Then,
they have no lights.
And then tinfoil on the, we got it.
Oh, I'm glad you've got all these bases covered. I'm hoping this will inspire some good golf. Listen, we have to go back a couple of years, though. It brought so much joy to so many people. You plotted your way to win an Open Championship. Do you sort of flood your brain with those memories when you come back here?
I mean, I think more about the way I was feeling that week. I think about the way I try to put myself back into the nerves and just kind of how I overcame those. So I think about that more than like the individual execution of golf shots.
So just being in a mentally good headspace to be able to, you know, just be in the process.
Yeah, I mean, you can't predict what's going to happen. You get funny bounces over here, and it's all about how you continue on, I feel like.
Listen, we'd love to borrow some of that tape because I've got lots of lights in my hotel room.
I got rolls of it.
Oh, great. So, Brian, you're an absolute gem for stopping. Thanks for the chat, and we'll hopefully catch you later on in the week.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Have fun. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How about that? They think of everything. Bringing electrical tape to make the blackouts in your room. This is another level of sophistication.
Another level of detail.
In the old days, you'd go from the bar straight to your bed. No, now it is not like that. Much more professional. There you have the last 5 opens. You had the last 5 opens. Xander Schauffele is our defending champion. We heard from him. Here we go, worm cam. Ah, and there we go. Yeah, Brian Harman. That was the way he played the course with all sorts of superstars pounding at him. Amazing mental fortitude to just keep his plan going.
And won comfortably, didn't he? Won going away, basically. Really did have command of his game that week, trusted in his ability to play the course the way he'd planned out, and it really did work for him. Cam Smith winning at St Andrews in 2022. Surely one of the best putters in the game of golf. Cam Smith just holds it from all over the place. Fine hitter as well, but the putting at times is insane how well he putts.
Yeah, it was the putter. It was like a VHS tape on the end of a stick, wasn't it? It was a big old thing, like a branding iron, but it certainly worked. I don't know if it's still in the bag anymore. Well, as we zoom in, Sahith Theegala, that's a very interesting swing to have a look at. Maybe we can spend some time with him. He has had a very serious neck injury, Tim. He has had, like, the last 2 months really plagued with that, quite a few withdrawals.
Yeah, sad to see, because he's a very exciting golfer to watch. He really does like to take golf courses on and attack them. Got a unique style, as you say, a golf swing that's totally unique to himself. Said as a youngster he was extremely crooked off the tee, and it made him creative because he had to escape from so many difficult places. And now he still goes out and puts himself in difficult spots to challenge himself and come up with the creativity and the shots and, you know, the mental fortitude to actually get himself out of them. So he's not your run-of-the-mill sort of autonomous, is it, as a golfer? Just,
yeah,
you know,
automatum. So,
yeah.
I mean, I think he's like a Houdini, isn't he? I mean, he is not a good driver of the ball. You know, if you chat to him, he'll say he's always starting kind of that stuck under, start right, go right. That's his bad shot. So let's have a look at the Sahith routine. Can often get a few little knee dips and bends. Oh, there you go. There's one. Left wrist is taped up. That's new.
Quite unusual to see somebody stand over the ball for that long without any sort of waggle. You know,
yeah.
Most people would create tension. They'd get tighter and tighter in their hands and forearms, but he doesn't seem to do so.
So, working through his bag. Little driving iron slowly making its way out. Here we go. Definitely gives you the feeling of keeping it pretty loose and informal.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Very chill character, isn't he? I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that when he came to St Andrews Open, he got in very late, and the only accommodation available was in the student university, and he took it, and he had a blast. He came to the Sky Kart one day, and I interviewed him, and I said, someone's told me you're staying in student accommodation because there wasn't anything at this late stage. And he said, absolutely right. And he said, I'm having great fun. He said, very basic accommodation, living in the student halls. But, you know, he said, they're making me feel very welcome. They're introducing me to some of the best places in St Andrews, so he had a great time.
Well, he was a superstar golfer himself at Pepperdine. Here we go. Now the left wrist. Oh, and the right wrist.
Say
Look at that.
little bit of thumb twitching, but there's 1 or 2 waggles, and then there's a good 10 or 15 seconds where he's not waggling at all, and it's getting a bit stationary. And as I say, a lot of people would develop a bit too much tension in their hands and wrists if they held on to the club that long without any movement.
Yeah, Sever used to put his club head down, but then he'd move his feet.
Yes.
Westwood used to never move. Yeah, it's interesting. So here we go. So
but you are getting ready for a really athletic movement. This weight's going to move from centred to over to your right, back to your left, and a lot of rotation and coil and whatever going on, all in 1.5 seconds. So you'd think you'd need motion. It's a bit like watching a football goalkeeper save a penalty. They need to be moving in order to react quickly and move. And to stand still over the ball for an elongated period would seem to be potentially making you static. Nothing like in his case, but it would, in many of us, it would create sort of that static feeling of not having the ability to move quickly when you need to.
Now, I think he does use this club on quite a regular basis. So I wonder what that little dip is down there for. Maybe to push himself up and feel a bit taller. There he is. Watch the legs. Quite a bit of knee movement. A bit of a looser, freer action. You see a lot of swings, very rigid, very position conscious. That looks like there's a lot more freedom, a lot more feel of the face.
Yeah, no,
a bit more of a Shane Lowry sort of a swing.
Exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, Shane Lowry sort of attitude. I'm going to swing this club head. I'm not going to just coil up my body and uncoil it and expect the club head to find the ball. I'm going to physically swing this club head back and forward. It's almost like the club head is swinging and the body's responding, rather than many players obviously the other way around. They rotate their bodies and the club sort of follows what the body tells it to do.
Yeah.
But this is very fluid and very free. And he does have all the shots. He can hit it right to left, left to right, high, low, all the shots in his bag. And just that inaccuracy off the tee that perhaps holds him back just a tiny bit. He's been very successful, but he's got such a lot of ability and talent that if he can tidy it up a little bit off the tee, he could be really dangerous.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. You know, shot makers do well at Open Championships, so look for Sahith as we get closer to the drama of Sunday. So upper body, he's got a very sore neck, so let's have a look. Anything in the upper body that there's kind of that little tilt back, almost that Scotty Scheffler kind of tilt back, stay back behind it. So Sahith, we wish you well. I hope you have a good competition. Okay, the driving range. Some have called it Misery Hill.
Yes, for good reason, because we've all spent time out there grinding away, trying to find the swing that Adam Scott possesses, which he makes look so simple, but is so difficult to recreate.
Sahith working his driving iron. The purpose of that, you have lots of little different dog legs. You're going to be thinking, okay, you know, I need to avoid those fairway bunkers. The fairway bunkers are basically like water hazards. They're one-shot penalties. So if it does get windy, what are the players trying to do just in terms of sort of flight it down, punch it, keep it running? Because it will run.
Yes, absolutely. It's just keeping it out of the breeze, really, just keeping a penetrating low flight. You know, the nature of a golf ball is that it's spinning backwards. With any club that you hit that has loft on it, the golf ball is spinning backwards, and the harder you hit it, the more it spins backwards, and into a headwind it will shoot up in the air and potentially sort of stall and balloon and come back at you. So they try to find ways of taking the spin off it, keeping the ball down, keeping it out of that breeze.
Yeah, there's a lot of sort of stutter start on the hands and the grip moving there, almost like the trigger isn't quite stabilized in his swing yet. So for Sahith, just working up through the top of his clubs now. Picks a much different target now. A little dip down with his knees and his head. Hands kind of moving all over the place, feet moving. Yeah, fascinating to see all of the different ways of getting it done.
Yes, it is. It's always fascinating, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, the only position that truly matters is impact. Where is that club coming from? Which direction is it travelling in? Is it square when it strikes the ball? Is it going to create the shape you want? So there are no prizes for pretty backswings. It's all about creating the right impact position, and these guys all do it in their various different ways.
Well, a man who's done it in all sorts of different ways, one of the great minds in golf, and very amusing, is with Henny Zool, Padraig Harrington.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to have in the open zone with me two-time Open champion Padraig Harrington. Padraig, how are you?
I'm great, yeah.
Yeah, how does it feel years later coming back to Open Championships, but specifically coming back to an Open Championship on the island of Ireland?
Both of those are very special. Look, having won it, you come back and you take time to enjoy that. People say things, ask you questions, and you do have to walk around like you have won it, you're in the champions locker. But it is a bit more special, obviously, when it is in Ireland. Obviously, our second time doing this at Portrush, and you know, this is somewhere I would have played as an amateur. So coming back here and again trying to soak it all in, because you can go by very quickly, and you can get caught up in, you know, over practicing. The fact of the matter is, it's unlikely I'm going to forget how to play golf Thursday. So I'm going to chill out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and probably play 18 holes of golf in that time, and just take it easy and hopefully just be nice and fresh for Thursday morning.
If we rewind back to your first Open victory, Carnoustie, that ended an Irish winner of the Open Championship in 60 years. There was a 60-year drought for that one. At that time, were you aware of that? How aware were you of that moment in history for you?
I wasn't aware of it at that time, but I would have been aware of the fact that we hadn't got winners. I talked to some of the sort of older, distinguished journalists, the Irish guys, and they just said that we had players that were good enough, but they just didn't believe it. Now, it's not that I believed it, but I didn't know any different. I was sort of kept my head down, blinkered, whatever way you want to look at it. I never really thought I couldn't win, whereas I think the guys that came before me, for whatever reason, they just let things get in their way, you know.
Well, that belief saw you through to successfully defend your Open Championship title here at Birkdale. And in doing so, you were the first person since the early 1900s. And know from what you said, you're not a big stats person, but to win an Open Championship, super special. To defend an Open Championship must have been unreal.
Yeah, that was a bit of validation, to be honest. You know, my first one, I obviously messed up the 72nd hole. And while winning is very exciting, winning your first major is so exciting, winning the Open is so exciting, it always leaves a little something wanting when you do that down the last hole. Whereas in Birkdale, you couldn't have drawn out. If you were 15 years of age and you were trying to write how you would win an Open, I swung the club well. I played in the wrong side of the draw. I played in the last group. I played with Greg Norman. There was so much about it. I hit great shots on Sunday. I hit that shot in 17 that just came up there. That's exactly how a kid would draw it up. But so my first one was very exciting. My second one was very satisfying, just like really deep down satisfying. And I think I was very aware, and I think, you know, when you win one major, you always kind of want to get to two, because you want to validate, you want to get past that. You know, you don't want to be known as the guy who won one major. It can be quite a burden on players when they win one major. So to get a second one was incredibly satisfying, really was.
Now, in terms of the Open Championship being on the island of Ireland, last time it was here at Portrush, it was, of course, Shane Lowry that won in 2019. There is this incredible legacy that's being built in real time throughout history of Irish Open champions. And on that vein, you will be hitting the first tee shot here at the Open on Thursday morning at 6:35 a.m. How does that feel?
Well, I am very proud at this moment to be selected to do it. It's a great honour. Bit of nerves involved, no doubt about it. I might sneak out Wednesday night and take away all those white stakes down the left and the right. You know, so I'm not an early morning person either, but
no, you're not.
It's such a big honour. I'm committed to it. Well, for us golfers, it can be an early start, but I'm going to show you how I'm going to do it. Actually, I might take a different approach and just Rolls Royce it straight to the tee and just hit it, no warm up.
I quite like that because that might combat any nerves that are jangling around. And in fact, we are going to take a look at this first tee shot, look at what Padraig has to face. We're going to ignore those white stakes because they won't be there. Padraig will go out on Wednesday night and remove all of those. But yes, this is the tee box here, teeing ground. Tell me what you're looking at, what you're trying to do. Talk me through this.
Obviously, depends on conditions. You're just trying to hit the fairway, so you're very comfortable if you hit it this down short of these two bunkers. This one is dangerous because anything turning runs down into it. You're going to get yourself in a lot of trouble. You're very happy with a second shot, hit it up onto the green, 2-putt, and walk away with a par. It seems like as we look there, it's very straightforward, very easy hole, and the wind has a big effect. But in the tournament, as we see many a player, as I said, falter on that hole. I don't want to dwell on that, but yeah, it's one of those holes that you can't win it on the hole, but you can certainly lose it on the first hole. So it's a bit of a disaster hole and you want to get away from.
OK, well, we are going to ignore the disaster. We're going to go with the plan of you Rolls-Roycing it onto the tee. Would you like me to announce you?
Yeah, that'd be OK. A bit of practice, visualisation,
a bit nervy for me.
Yeah.
First, on the tee, in the 153rd Open Championship, a two-time Open champion, Padraig Harrington.
Thank you. OK. I don't know let's see where would the middle of the fairway be. Let's see where we're pointing. OK. Wherever I hit it, I'm going to pretend it's the middle of the fairway.
I think just straight up at the Giants Causeway, just there.
So what I'm going to do, Rolls-Royce it, but the most important thing, because I know it's going to be on camera, is I'm going to pose after I hit this, no matter where it goes. First shot of the day, no warm-up.
Oh.
And I'm just going to stand there, admire it. Little sub-twirl.
You flushed it.
I did, actually. Maybe I shouldn't swing so hard in real life.
I know we were joking, but I think that might genuinely be the plan.
Oh, I'd like to do that, yeah.
Yeah, let's just cement that into your mind and your memory so that you can get all of the good feeling. That was 309 yards.
309 yards, little poke with a 3-wood.
Yeah.
It's obviously a little bit downwind here at the moment.
You're drinking from the fountain of youth.
Yeah, I tell you what, it was, oh, God, it is. Miss it. Oh, perfect. Can I go down and put the ball there? I hit it already. Can I just leave it there?
You take the stakes away on Wednesday night and I'll just run down and just put the ball there.
Just fly
160 miles an hour ball speed, no warm-up.
Well, yeah, I'll probably get... I could get it over 170, but it mightn't go so straight. I'll settle for the straight one, which, to be honest, the first hole is about. You'll see a lot of people just swing one smooth there, just poke it down there, as I said. And in links golf as well, the smoother you swing, generally, the less spin. So you can manufacture your way around the links golf course by just depending on the different spin rates and things like that. So I might use that shot for sure.
In all seriousness, you are one of the most passionate, diligent people I know who is totally in love with the game of golf still, despite the many distinguished years that you've been playing the game. What are your expectations and thoughts ahead of the week?
There's no doubt, like all golfers, we last about 20 years. 15 years onwards, you start to burn out, 15 to 20 years. That would have coincided with about 2015-16 when I would have got my last win sort of on the regular tours. I found a new lease of life, though. You know, I probably went through five years of this is hard, this is difficult. Maybe just the idea of the Championship Tour, getting on the Championship Tour, has found a new lease of life. I've a different way of looking at it. And I spend more time enjoying my life around the golf rather than focusing so much on the competition. So I know I'm going to practice enough. I know I do enough work in the gym. I've just got to make sure I embrace all of golf and enjoy it. So I said it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and that's the first ball I've hit today. So I'm never going to be totally relaxed, but I am a more relaxed version than I was 20 years ago. And that's the only way I can do it. What happens as you get older, you try and keep up with your young self, but that intensity is just too much. So you have to find a new way of doing it. And I feel good. You know, I can compete on any one given shot with all these guys. Can I do it over 72 holes is a longer, tougher task. But, you know, in my head, I could believe I can do it. I don't believe I'm here to make up the numbers. I believe I can play good golf and I'm well capable of doing it. I'm under a bit of pressure to do it, obviously. You know, these guys are really good. You know, the strength and depth is deeper than back in my day. So you do feel under pressure. But I'm certainly capable, and I believe I'm capable, which is more important, so we'll wait and see.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I know that everyone at home and here on site is going to absolutely love watching you out there at Portrush. Thank you for your time.
Hopefully so. I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thanks, Henny.
Yes, fascinating to hear from Padraig Harrington. I am joined by Henny Zool, and he has become a great educator. He's an entertaining educator on top of being a contender. Henny.
You know, I said to him right before we did that piece, I said, I have to say thank you to you, Padraig, because I saw a video that you did on social media where you said that a great golfer won't necessarily love the game of golf. But if you love the game of golf, chances are you're going to be a pretty good golfer. And that was in regards to getting kids into golf. And he just said, make it this incredible experience for them. And you're very experienced of this, of getting your boys into golf. But he said, let them run through bunkers, take them somewhere where they can just be free and give them an ice cream at the end and just have that positive mental connection with golf and just have it be fun. And I've done that, I embodied that, and I've done that with my daughter. And now she sees a speed golf specialist at Sunningdale Heath, and it's great fun. And she literally sprints around the golf course through bunkers and loves it.
Yeah, there's so many different ways of enjoying the game. And it's great to have all of our gallery come down. We do see more and more young people under 16 walking around the golf course, you know, and I mean, that's a new thing, I think, at the Open, Henny.
Yeah, and do you know what's really cool is that it's not necessarily that they want to be professional golfers. There's so many kids that I meet now that are like, I just love golf. I just like playing. I don't want to take it anywhere. Just a great game.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Now, Brian Harman, working on his game. He was a genius when he worked his way around. Hoylake picked up his win. Yeah, fascinating to see Brian Harman. I mean, that's one of the things that has happened in the men's part of the game, I think, Henny. There's so few, like if you think about 30 events on the PGA Tour, with him being a medium hitter at best, there's only a few events where he's actually competitive. The Opens are there's always different ways of getting yourself around this place.
Yeah, I think in a multitude of different ways with the Open when you're looking at it, and it's both in terms of distance and age. There's not many tournaments where you can say that a golfer the age of Harman or even Harrington, and you're looking at these guys and you're going, yeah, you genuinely have a chance to win round pretty much any of the Open
Tom
venues.
Watson.
Yes, exactly.
Nearly 60.
It has that incredible heritage to it. And so for these guys, yes, obviously they prepare and they want to win week in, week out. But I think when the Open rolls around, there's that extra special, right, this is a really genuinely good opportunity for me. I'm going to put a little bit extra into this.
Yeah, shot makers over power. And I mean, he was incredible. He was so disciplined. I mean, he putted off the charts. So, but nevertheless, I mean, he held off Rahm, Rory, everybody.
Yeah, and then followed that up by having a great Ryder Cup as well.
Yeah, amazing. So, just to remind yourself, in not the best weather, this was Brian Harman's Open victory.
Certainly thought I could do it, but I have this really bad habit where I try to predict the future and try to figure out what's going to happen. So being in the spot that I was in the golf tournament, having an active brain does not help you at all. Walking up the 18th was something that I had thought a lot about for a long time. That's when it all hits you. I wanted that ball in the hole. I wanted that tournament over. I wanted to hug my caddy. I wanted to celebrate. I was really proud of what I'd done, and I wanted to take that moment, you know, for myself. As much as it is about the journey most of the time, for a brief second, I got to feel what it was like to see it all pay off for just a minute.
Yeah, magical scenes. The mind of Brian Harman was on point that week. It's definitely over 4 days. It will frustrate you. It will drive you mad. There's a lot that the mind has to absorb over 4 days at an Open, Henny.
Yeah, and I think there may not be a disparity massively in terms of ball striking to what we're seeing, but on the range beforehand. But when you're playing a links golf course especially, there is quite a disparity in that if you're playing great, you feel like you're playing a different golf course to someone who's struggling, because you're just seeing different shots, you're seeing different things, you're not missing shots, you're not getting into some of those lies and those mounds, and you're just seeing it and feeling it completely differently. So yes, it is tiring, but actually when you play good golf on a links golf course, I think it feels quite straightforward.
Yeah, it's certainly a conundrum. So maybe just looking at some ball position. Oh no, just trying to find what's square. So if you're at home and you think you've got problems, right, Brian Harman, Open champion, is just picking up a few tips from his caddy of what's actually a square club face. What's it look like? Aiming stick, ball position stick, and is my face square? Those are the fundamentals.
But these are things that even Scotty Scheffler gets his sticks out week in, week out. You have to stay on top of the basics. And people would sometimes laugh at me, because even now, in my little old retiree, don't play that much state, I still have to chuck sticks down on the range, because otherwise I don't know what on earth is going on. Where am I aiming? Was my feet aiming? Is the club back on the line of my feet? He's working with his coach, Justin Parsons, here, who's out of Sea Island in Georgia, so part of what I term the Sea Island Massive.
Yeah.
There is quite a lot of PGA Tour golfers out at Sea Island in Georgia. But I think it always has this wonderful little environment to it, because these guys compete with each other week in, week out when they're on the PGA Tour and when they're home as well. So there's a wonderful consistency. It's a little bit like that Jupiter, Florida. There he is, Justin Parsons. Nicest guy on the planet. Works with a lot of... well, pretty much. I don't know if there's a player at Sea Island who doesn't work with JP. But he's home. This is his home country.
Yeah.
And so in terms of the wisdom that he can impart to Brian Harman, that's quite significant.
Yeah. How about that as a little pattern of shots? Very consistent.
Not bad,
Let's have a look. I mean, and that's his game. It's a precision game. But I just feel like a lot of times, let's have a look, see where he can put the fourth ball.
The other thing as well is that Brian Harman's from Georgia, which the wind can blow there.
Yeah.
Sea Island, it's a very windy place. So in terms of how he's going to navigate the wind on the range is really hammering you down and off the right-hand side, which for a lot of players is an absolute flat-flighted nightmare.
Yeah.
But he won't be fazed by that. He'll know exactly how to handle those conditions.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's nice to see shot makers, you know, perform their magic when the game moves towards the 350-yard high bomb. I don't care where it goes, if it's in the rough or it's not in the rough, and that positional play is lost. I think that the game is going the wrong way for that. The Open, I think, makes the magicians, the shot makers, the Lowrys, the Harmans shine.
Especially around the green.
Yeah.
And that's an area that Brian Harman excels in, his short game, a variety of different shots, being able to be creative.
Yeah, no, fascinating to see. Well, we'll leave Brian and we'll go and find out what George Hopper Jr. is up to.
I've now made it to the second hole, and we're joined by Curtis Luck from Australia. Now, Curtis, this is your first Open. It's been a long time coming. Can you tell everyone at home, I guess, your brief story as how you got here today? Because a few injuries later, you finally got to a major.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a weird year and a half for me. I've been injured since May of 2024, so I've not been playing a whole lot of golf, and sort of used a few of the Aussie events just to check in and see where I was at, and happened to string a good week together at the Aussie Open and finish second to qualify for the Open.
Pretty crazy. And so this is what, your third event back after injury, a pretty tough one to come back into.
Yeah, I believe this is my third event technically of the year. I've played probably, I think, 6, maybe 7 all up since I originally got injured. So a few of those came last year, but yeah, it's a little rusty. Yeah.
class. And if we flash back to the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship in Korea, where you were victorious, you got an entry into the Open, but you turned professional. So how big of a full circle is it to finally be here and to play in such a prestigious event?
Yeah, amazing. Obviously, yeah, 2016 and 17 were a really interesting year for me, and I had a lot of options on the table. And I felt at the time that it was best for me to turn pro and utilise some starts as a professional. So yeah, I'm just pretty stoked to obviously be at the Open this year, and what a place. Portrush just is pretty incredible.
Yeah, first thoughts on the course. You were here for a bit yesterday. What do you think of this amazing venue?
Very tough, yeah, very, very tough. I think this one's going to be a serious challenge this week. I got to walk 9 holes yesterday and get a little glimpse of what it's like. Watched a few shots come in, it's pretty firm. I thought maybe with a little bit of rain here or there over the last few weeks, there could be a little bit of receptiveness this early in the week, but no chance.
No cigar. All right, mate, we'll let you enjoy the rest of your warm-up round, but best of luck this week. It's good to have you here.
Thanks, buddy.
Winning the Open changes a life.
A hero at 22 and the first Spaniard ever to win the title.
A name remembered, a legacy secured. But look beyond the champion and you'll see that maybe there's a little more to it. From first swings to final pass. From the back streets to the big stage. From the inner cities to the outer reaches. The Open's impact stretches far beyond the fairways. Every ticket, every fan, every roar drives our mission to shape the future of golf. Removing barriers, protecting the land, honoring the past, leading for tomorrow. So yes, the Open is life-changing, but what begins as a moment for one creates a game for us
all. On the tee.
She was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Welcome back to Live at the Range, to one of the most beautiful parts of the world. Here in Northern Ireland, this rugged Northern Irish coastline, it is the stage for the 153rd Open Championship here at Royal Portrush. On the Dunluce course, 2 miles east of here is Dunluce Castle, dates back to the 13th century. This place really is steeped in history, and my goodness, what a view over the course. It's going to be spectacular over the next few days. We can't wait for the action to begin. I'm here with Trey Niven. Trey, we've just got off one of these buggies, and as the players arrive here at the practice ground, this is where you get off, and then we walk up here and we'll encounter the putting green in just a moment. But Trey, tell us where you've been. You've recently been in Germany. We've just seen Dan Brown. We'll hopefully catch up with him shortly. But what a great story from Dan, and also his relationship to last year's Open Championship.
Yeah, he's done unbelievable over the last year really, since what he did at Troon, leading after 2 rounds, I believe, and he's really embraced that kind of push start into his professional career. Won on DP World Tour now as well, twice. Winner in Munich a couple of weeks ago, and he's one of the nicest lads as well. If we ever get a moment,
cheery. He said, "Oh, you can absolutely come and chat with us. He's going to do everything. Lots of media. He's got his shorts on and his pulled up socks and
he's
his
a cool
great
lad,
tan.
Yeah.
We've got all the fans here behind us who are picking up some tips possibly, and also our autograph hunters. Have you got lots of autographs today? Yeah, you've got a few. You don't want ours, do you? Whose have you got? Whose have you got so far?
I got Rosie's, and I got Luke Donald, and who else? Look,
it's fabulous. What about you? Have you got the same people? Anyone else?
Shane Lowry.
That's a big one.
Justin Rose.
We're a bit disappointed in Darren, I have to say.
Oh no! We'll get him to come back. We'll get him to come back. He was on our show this morning. What's your name?
Margaret Bradley from.
Well, she's given the surname as well. Margaret's not happy, are you, Margaret?
You got autograph call over here, Di.
What's this? You want a little selfie? We're actually live on television, sir. Oh right, okay.
Here we go. There we go. How's that on a Monday?
There we go.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So yeah, that's live on television, sir. There you go. Enjoy. So these guys are all going to be waiting for autographs, and to my left-hand side is Kev can pan round. This is a beautiful putting service, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fescue, 100% fescue. I was speaking to Gary, the head pro here, saying that the greenkeeping staff have worked incredibly hard to get these greens absolutely perfect for the week. What do you make of your first impressions of the course?
Oh, it's unbelievable. Firstly, just looking out there, how big and wide those sand dunes are. They are huge. Unbelievable. Most links courses, they're kind of, I don't know, you don't get as lost in this, but it's like you're driven by the sand dunes here and where to go and where to walk. And again, the putting surfaces, honestly, this is looking unbelievable, and it's shaping up to be one of the top venues, I think, for an Open Championship.
Do you know what I love? I love all the youngsters coming and inspiring the next generation. Everyone here sort of waiting for the players to come, and they do spend a lot of time signing autographs and saying hello. We've got Jason Day there, who's looking in his cricket whites as well.
That was me in 2014. That was Di. I remember one of my first Opens I went to was 2014. Royal Liverpool.
My goodness,
Rory
you're so
win.
young, Trey. Oh, it's really good. Jason's signing some, and hopefully they'll have a good week. Hopefully we can catch up with him at some point as well. So the putting green is here. It's all really well organised, and if we take a walk straight down, we can go to the driving range, which is obviously where we're based for the week, bringing you all the action, all the coverage, and George Harper Jr. out on the course. And our commentators, I'm sure you've heard them. We've got top tracer technology. The data is really important for all these players. They want to get their numbers spot on before the major championship starts. That first tee shot we just saw was released on social media that Podrick Harrington, I just had a quick word with his manager, he's going to be hitting that first shot. I mean, what Podrick's done for the game of golf is incredible, and I'm sure it'll be a real honour for him to hit that shot. Tell us, Trey, what else have you been up to? Where were you over the last few days?
So I was actually in Scotland last week. I spent the Monday doing some video content actually with Matthew Jordan, who's here this week.
Oh, great.
Master of links golf, grew up at Royal Liverpool, and he was just giving me a bit of an education actually. We did a little 4-iron bunker challenge. He was showing me how to get it out of a bunker with a 4-iron. And then,
how'd you do that?
Well, we might have time to show you at some point this
Brilliant.
week. But,
I'm sure a lot of our viewers would want to know that.
It involves some loose trousers, because you've got to get down nice and low. You don't want any tight trousers on, because you might get an accident happening down there.
Mine are actually quite tight. I need to change trousers if I'm going to do that. You also caught up with Marco Penge.
Yeah.
All the commentators last week were speaking about Marco, and you mentioned his name actually to Luke Donald. What do you see in the guy?
Oh, he's honestly, firstly, he's just one of the nicest lads ever, but the game he possesses, he is a monster of a driver of the golf ball. Hopefully we'll catch him at some point, but he's a tall lad, he's very wide, he's a proper athlete of a person as well. He's some stature on the range. We'll see the data at some point, but he's up near 185, 190 mile an hour ball speed last week in Scotland, which is unbelievable. But I think we talk a lot about his long game and how far he hits it, but he's also got an unbelievable touch around the green. So I think he's definitely going to be one to watch this week.
Great stuff. Well, this is where a lot of the work happens. Actually, speaking to a few of the guys this morning, you don't really want to be tinkering, changing too many things before a major starts, do you? So is it these few days about just getting to grips with where you are and exactly what your plan is over the next few days?
100%. I think on a Monday, if Monday's probably there. If you're going to find a swing or change something, Monday's probably the day to do it. From tomorrow, players are going to be out on the golf course thinking strategy. How the hell do they get around this golf course?
Yeah.
It's going to be so difficult, and an Open Championship, it's always bounded by the conditions and whatever weather we might have this week. So yeah, I think they're just going to be finding a little something, and then whatever they've got to play with it.
Yeah, just looking at Patrick Reed, actually, he's been here for about 2.5 hours working on his swing. I think he got here really, really early this morning, and then we had that bit of a weather delay. But Patrick, how does he swing the club in your eyes?
He's kind of one of them traditionalist golfers. You'll see him with very loose hands, loose wrists. By the way, he's got an unbelievable short game. But I think he's almost like his short game is so good, and then his long game's a longer version of that. Watch his wrists here. He sets it up. He'll give it a little waggle. He'll get his feet in there, nice and comfortable, rehearsing that nice one-piece takeaway. And then watch the release through here. It's very fluent and classic, isn't it?
Just honestly, you can learn so much if you are at Royal Portrush. Come down, sit in this grandstand, Kev. If you can pan to the grandstand here and see, it was really busy before rain came down a little bit, but people are coming in ebbs and flows, but it's a fantastic place to pick up some tips. Okay, we'll stay down here, see what we can find, but for now, let's get back to our commentary team.
Yeah, great scenes, great place to watch the golf. You see so many more shots when you're sitting up in the grandstand than you do out on the golf course. Justin Rose instantly into vision. A very, very nice finish last week. What about his Masters? You're so very rarely do you actually remember who finished second to someone. But I think because the way Justin Rose behaved and the way that he respected the stage and the occasion that Rory won, I think you would remember him based on his sportsmanship and his respect of the game.
I mean, it was an unreal round, wasn't it? Was it 6 under par?
Yeah.
Final round. That putt on 18, he knew it was at stake, and he still performed under the highest of pressures. I think had things not gone well for Rory, you could have soothed yourself as a golf fan with the fact that Justin Rose is the Masters champion, and that would have felt absolutely okay.
It would have
more than okay.
Yeah, more than okay. Yeah, more than okay.
And you'd have felt like, yeah, he went out there and he did earn it.
Yeah.
But then if we think back to 12 months ago at Royal Troon, when he came through qualifying at Burnham and Barrow, final qualifying, didn't he finish runner-up?
Yeah.
He was second.
Yeah.
He's someone that I think could absolutely, we were talking about older players winning an Open, he is absolutely, as we fist pump here in the commentary box, one that could get it done this week.
My next question, Henny, could someone like Justin Rose do well around a golf course like this?
I think we don't even need to add in the someone like, we can just say, could Justin Rose do well around this golf course?
Yeah.
I think the answer is yes when we look at this. Tied 20th back in 2019. Arguably, he's playing better now.
Yeah. 1998, Henny, before you were born.
No, I was 8 years old. I had just started golf.
Henny, man, let me do the talking. I was pumping you up there.
Sorry, continue.
The very young Henny Zool, 21 starts, 46 maybe Justin Rose. Anyway, so let's have a look. Works really hard on his game. He was out on the driving range for a long time on Saturday. I was at the Scottish, and just an hour and 45 minutes. I mean, Victor Hovland came on, played with Victor. It was like literally Victor Hovland 30 balls, Rose 120 balls.
By the way, which is no mean feat physically at that age, having played 18 holes in a grueling schedule. To be able to do that is very impressive indeed. I'd say that he's mentally stronger now than what he was back in 2019 or even at the start of his career.
Yeah. Yep. a lot of Justin Rose fans. Plays the game in a really, really nice way.
He's a great ambassador of the game as well.
Yeah, global.
Yes.
Yeah, nice. I agree.
A great guy, plays golf in the right spirit, always does the right thing, works diligently. I think if you had a child in golf and you were thinking about who to tell them to look up to, Justin Rose, you couldn't really pick a fault in that.
No, copy that
choosing.
guy. Yeah.
On and off the course.
So Fuji, when he's back to us with the hoodie, long serving caddy. As Rose said, he can't live with him, but he can't live without him, so they keep their relationship going. Who are they chatting with? Is that Liam? That's Liam from one of the manufacturers, so there must be some chat around equipment.
It's a lot of players going back and forth and caddies to the tour tracks. As you said, Monday is the day to figure it out, to try and make some changes, to get new wedges with different grinds on. Typically, you want less bounce on a links golf course, but maybe they'd have figured that out the week of the Scottish and then doing some fine-tuning, finding out what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, that's maybe a chat about the different golf balls, maybe talking about some spin numbers, what have you. So, Justin Rose, you can't get closer than... you can be second, I suppose. You can get closer. Tied second last year, and then Birkdale, again Birkdale, and then St Andrews 2015, his 23rd appearance. It'd be nice to put a 1 on that.
Yes. I think he would love that.
He would love that. I mean, that's another thing of the great part of the game is there's so many different ways of playing the game. You know, it's like you look at the tennis and it's so demanding. Like if you don't have the speed to get to the ball, by Djokovic is such an exception. You've got that tighter window. American football even less. Football even less. You know, there's such shrinking windows, whereas golf has this longevity. Tom Watson, nearly 60 years old, lost to Stuart Sink. Rose. Maybe have a look at his numbers a little bit here. A bit more of a scientist, Henny, than an artist in a way. Works a lot of his positions.
I would agree with that.
So, aiming club. Arms hanging in towards him a little bit. That's more because he's going to try to fade it. The more your hands hang out away from you, the more you're going to draw it. So Xander Schauffele has his hands out. He's a drawer. Rory hands away from him. He's a drawer. Scheffler closer. Ludwig Abo. There's certain patterns that you can start to see, kind of like, you know, those matchups happen though. So Rose for me, very much about his numbers, his angles, much more routine around his game than, let's say, as Shane Lowry.
For sure. And I think, you know, to your point about the hands being high and low, the reason for that is hands high, club head comes a little more on the inside, hands low, club head comes a little more on the outside. I was missing it left all last week, so actually this has just given me a new swing thought. I know what you're going to say. My posture was out, my hands were high. That swing thought you gave me didn't work. Well, it did, I just didn't practice it. And my posture went out. But that just reminded me that my hands are probably a little bit too high. I need to work diligently on my game like Justin Rose.
Well, there are two types of students. Some players can't actually do it. And then there's another group who can't actually remember what they're supposed to do.
It's like that TV show, isn't it? Can cook, can't cook. Can't cook, won't cook.
Yeah. Anyway, here we go. Let's move on swiftly. Rose. Always feels for me like, and it's interesting, isn't it, when you watch players get older. For me, it's like that hip speed is one of the things that decreases. You know, if you look at the Morikawa, it's like just lightning. Ludwig, lightning. You know, and then as you get older, Rose, Scott. I was looking at Darren Clarke, and I used to coach Darren. I played college golf with him. He's the fastest hips and legs you'd ever seen, and you can just see that that's probably takes the punishment over time and just kind of slows down. That's another thing you see, you know, faders typically have much faster hips. You know, Liam in the background just maybe putting a different iron in the bag there. Let's have a look and see. Maybe talking about the lie angle. Here we go, Rose. Arms hang in. Pretty neutral in his hands, always has been. That little sort of trying to keep the club head outside of his hands there. Just holding that ball on the line. You don't want that face closing down too much. You know, that's one of the things with higher hands. And the further they get away from you, there's more rate of face closure. So you need to almost either to get ahead of it or to play that draw. Whereas if it's closer to you and you're quicker hips like a Morikawa, that club face stays much more stable through that hitting zone. Those are the different combinations. My associate Henny nodding and, oh no, now not nodding, now hands in head.
Yeah, because this is everything that was wrong with my game last week. Had I just listened, then I wouldn't have missed it left, and even further left, and then left again. But on the plus side, I know exactly what to do to remedy it. What are your thoughts on his footwork here? Very on the outside of the left foot.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that, you know, it's kind of giving yourself space to get the matchups as you get slower. So let's have a look, and you know, much more planted, much more steady feet. You know, we see from some of the younger players, Scotty Scheffler in particular, much more, you know, dancing feet. The feet are just trying to balance the body. Justin Thomas has got both heels in the air, almost both toes in the air. So that huge vertical force is a modern part of the game. Rose is more kind of lateral and rotational, kind of staying on a flat. So he was working hard yesterday on just trying to keep those body angles, look to us like keeping that left arm on his chest a bit more, coming down. I always felt like when I watched him years ago when he wasn't playing well, it was almost like that transition speed, you know, he got kind of almost started the downswing too quickly and kind of got a bit wipey, and then that left arm comes off his chest, gets stuck under it, kind of too grip first into the ball.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you've got multiple different things going on and different points at which things can go wrong. So you've got the setup, height of the hands. And this is where someone like Justin Rose being so diligent is helpful, because he stays on top of everything. Then you've got top of the backswing and that transition, which speed-wise can throw things off. And then you've got holding the hands off through the ball.
Yeah.
And the footwork.
It is interesting. It's like, you know, you look behind the best players, and so many times you just see the best coaches standing there. It's not a game I think you can play independently, because the feedbacks that you need are so micro, aren't they?
Yeah,
but they make such massive mistakes once you get downstream towards impact. So Rose just working through some longer shots here, holding that one up nicely. I think that's kind of what he was trying to do there. Let's have a look. Is that the
looks like a mini driver.
Yeah, I would say so. There he is. What do you think? Do you think Luke Donald's looking and saying, yeah, foregone conclusion, Justin, you are on my team, or you've got to do something to show me? You think Rose has done enough? Going to America as well, on top of that.
I think he's done enough, especially if you look at the dynamic within the team and the fact that there's a lot more younger players coming through. Who is your stalwart? Who's the one that's going to guide them, help them, be that almost vice captain or captain in the team room and lead the players, the younger guys? And I think Justin is perfect at doing that, and he showed it with Bob McIntyre in Rome and how he led him to greatness, really.
Yeah,
and then Bob went on and had a wonderful year.
Rose never let him get a foot away from him. He just took him by the hand and took him all the way through. So,
yeah, given how he's performed so far this year, I think the Masters put him firmly on the radar, and then he's been consistent since then.
Yeah, I think last week at the Genesis was important for him. He put some really good shots together. It was fascinating to see him go out there with Hovland on Saturday. Hopefully both of those players will be in our team in September. Amazing to think this is the last men's major. We're kind of done with we go this, PGA Tour a bit, boom, FedEx, then a big break, and then Ryder Cup, and that's the end of 2025.
They come thick and fast, these majors, through the summer, don't they? From
I know
March.
you. Are you a fan of that?
Do you know what? I am a fan of the condensed season. I'm a fan of the season ending at the Tour Champs. And then you've got the full series events, which essentially play for positions 51 on the FedEx Cup rankings upwards to see who gets what category for next year ahead of Q School. I'm a big fan of the season ending at Tour Champs because I didn't like it rumbling on and being a wraparound season. And ultimately, I think the majors being squeezed up together are a product of that.
Oh, stop it. Have a look at that. Justin Rose, you missed that. Henny, you were looking at me.
I was.
Oh, it's like James Bond. That's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that. Misses the ball.
Yeah.
1 foot up in the air. Doesn't get it back in, but 2 back in, straight in the hand, ball on the tee.
I'm in luck because our esteemed producer has just said that there is a replay lurking around somewhere.
Come on, Rosie with some different skills. I didn't think we were expecting that. Not at his age.
Do you think you could do that? You have that level of coolness, I think.
Dangerous level of coordination. Thank you, Henny.
You're going to add this to your repertoire.
That was so impressive. Now you see, now he's got it. There, look at that. See, he's got 7 people working for him. No one's paying attention.
He's done it again.
No.
No, it wasn't that.
I suppose we feel that's, well, we're just seeing some different skills now.
I know,
and
but
so
I'm practicing in the
nonchalant.
zone.
Here we go. Miss, 1, 2. What do you think of that?
Iconic, isn't it?
Hey?
I mean,
you don't see that every day.
I am very grateful to our team for finding that for me because that is what I'm going to be practicing in the zone all week long until I get it.
You could actually have that as part of your challenge.
Yeah, the Justin Rose challenge.
What's the keepy uppies?
Well, I think
but
you
with
need
a
a
golf
little bit
ball.
of football skills there, which is concerning for me.
You think the Americans wouldn't be good at that?
Well, I don't think I would be if I have to demo that.
Well, you got the wrong shoes on for that. But I think...
Thank you.
Here we go. Back onto Rosie. Still got tons of speed, plenty of speed. 173 ball speed, still right on top of PGA Tour average. Here we go. So...
Shane Lowry.
Yeah.
Wandering past.
Yeah, Shane was up early. He was first on the range, I think. Had his rain.
Was he?
Yeah, in the pouring rain. Now here we go. Have a look at this. Look how open he is to us when he hits. Easily can see his belt buckle. See his the rotation there.
I love
finish.
That.
Yeah.
Yes, I love that move from impact up to the follow
finish.
through.
Yeah.
If you could bottle that and sell it, I think he would be a bazillionaire.
A bazillionaire. Okay, well, look at that. Peace and tranquility, but only on this side of the dunes. On the other side of the dunes, people fighting to become Open champion.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee.
Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole.
Hey, what? Go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing.
Swing wild.
Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever,
However,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
He was walking away from me, but I grabbed him. European Ryder Cup captain, Luke Donald. Luke, good to see you. I know you were trying to run away from me, but you're here at Royal Portrush.
Never run away from you. I am here, yeah, just literally as captain, really, just checking with a few players. Again, more checking in, talking to the players, getting ready for Bethpage, because it's not too far away, is it?
My goodness, Trey, it really isn't, is it? It's September and 2 months away. Preparation has been crazy. You work so incredibly hard. We know the prep that you put into Marco Simone. Do you ever get a day off?
There's always days off. I've tried to prioritise a little bit more time with my family as well. So I'm going to play probably 14, 15 events this year. So it's enough to be competitive and see the guys. But when I'm not playing and I'm not thinking about the Ryder Cup, I'm with the family.
Good stuff. Your golf's been pretty good.
There's bright sparks. I wish it was a little bit better, but I have high standards, I guess.
Well, Trey, we absolutely delighted. We cannot wait, can we, for the Ryder Cup? It's one of our favourites. Bethpage Black. It's not going to be a pushover, though, is it? I mean, the Americans are going to be on fire. In terms of your team, do you have a basis of what you're working from at the moment? Do you have, your key players already there?
Well, you're getting a better idea, obviously, after this week. This is sort of the last big event, before qualification. We still till September 1st for people to try and impress me. But I think there's certainly some of the players from Rome are really shining through in the last few months. So, but we'll have to wait and see. It's very interesting for me to watch, to see how much it means to these players, how much they're working at their games, how much they have an eye on this week, but also an eye on the Ryder Cup.
What can you learn? What did you learn from 2023? I mean, it was success on every single level, but you never stop, do you? You always want. You're always curious.
It's a different, totally different. Challenge, I think, playing an away Ryder Cup than it is a home one. So you need a different strategy. How we deal with the crowd will be imperative, and the kind of players we bring to New York. So we're very, very excited. I've had almost two years to work on this one. Had a little bit shorter time on Rome, so it's been a little bit less stressful because it's the second time around. But certainly really enjoying the process again. It's been so rewarding to be captain for so long.
And how much, Luke, does it throw a spanner in the works for you when you've got some of the youngsters that are popping their way through, like Marco last week, for example, in Scotland? He's had a good week and gone out there with some of the world's best and battled for a big championship.
Yeah, those are really good problems to have. The bigger the pool of players you have to choose from, the better. So, it's great to see some of these young guys like a Marco, who's really, really improved over the last few months, and to stand up obviously and finish second in a world-class field like last week is really impressive. He's playing this week again. Again, he had a pretty solid PGA Championship, I think, and the more he can play in those big events, the majors, and test himself against the very best and
get familiar with these big crowds, I guess. Isn't it?
Get familiar with good crowds is really important for someone like him.
Is it hard not to immediately go to such experienced players? I mean, Justin Rose, who's just walked past you were chatting to, obviously he's been such a massive part of Ryder Cups gone by, but is it hard to not dismiss them, really close to the time?
Well, away Ryder Cups are a different pressure, a different situation. The crowd's going to be pretty much against you, and that's something you have to deal with. And I think having a bit of experience does help with that. But again, you still need some current form as well. So be juggling all kinds of different things, looking at what we need to sort of make the best 12 possible.
And finally, Royal Portrush, what do you make of this place? Obviously, you've been here.
I have been here. I've never played the full course, believe it or not. I didn't qualify in 2019, and I've been here on a few corporate outings. And
I think I saw you about a month ago here.
Played a few holes, but I haven't played the full 18. But from what I hear, it's just a fantastic links. I'm hoping, just like it was 6 years ago, we have a European winner. So I'm excited. I'll be excited to watch.
Listen, Luke, thanks so much for your time, and we'll see you beforehand. But to all our viewers, best of luck at this year's Ryder Cup.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, returning the Claret Jug is a little bittersweet. You know, it means, obviously means I was the Open champ, which is an awesome feeling, but all good things come to an end, so you have to re-earn the possession of it. I think my memory sort of peeled back. Sunday was obviously a really good round of golf, true open golf, I felt. And then of course, the walk up 18 is something you never forget and something you want to relive as many times as possible. I'm really looking forward to getting back on property. I remember liking Portrush a lot when I played it. From what I hear, it's going to be completely sold out. It's potentially going to be one of the biggest opens ever. Growing up as a kid, that's kind of all you want to do is play on the biggest stages and in front of the biggest and best crowds. Yeah, the Open's completely different to most majors, just purely based on, one, its links, and two, you have no idea what sort of weather you're going to get when you're on property. Lots of different challenges present themselves when you're competing in this tournament. Just something you stare at all the time. I'll have to re-earn this one.
Xander, great to see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Great to have you here.
Good to be back.
Great to see you. Come this way. It's fantastic to have you here. I'm afraid it's time to pass this back, unfortunately. I hope you've had a great year with it.
I'm kidding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, if I can just join you for a brief chat. Xander, you told us how incredible it was to receive the Claret Jug a year ago. How are the emotions now you've had to hand it back?
Yeah, it sucks, to be honest, but definitely, obvious motivation to win again and to get it back.
Mark, your first Open Championship as Chief Executive of the R&A. How special to be part of this process of receiving the trophy and passing it on to a new champion?
Well, very special. Xander's been a great champion, so we're delighted to have him back. Looking forward to a good week ahead. This also marks really the start of our championship week. It's the culmination of lots of hard work from the R&A staff and lots of our partners, so we can't wait to get going.
Mark, Portrush is such a special venue. Tell us exactly why it's perfect for an Open Championship.
I think first and foremost, it's a brilliant test of links golf. We've got a great stage here for some of the best players in the world. It's also just a wonderfully scenic golf course, great views of the Causeway Coast and Dunluce Castle and the surrounding area. And I think it's also special because the Northern Irish fans are so passionate about golf, knowledgeable. Last time out in 2019, noisy, so we're looking for more of the same this week.
Xander, what does the Claret Jug mean to a guy that's won it, a champion golfer of the year?
It's a dream. It's what we dream of as kids. Winning, my dad being European, it's something that, him being my swing coach for quite some time, it's definitely something that he brought up once or twice while we're preparing for tournaments and as I got older. So it's a moment we'll cherish forever.
Padraig Harrington, the last man to successfully defend. How do you fancy your chances?
Yeah, I was just actually with Paddy at the airport, so hopefully he can rub off some good vibes.
Mark, as you say, this marks the start of this championship. How much anticipation and excitement are you now feeling? We're underway. Xander's here, the trophy's back.
Huge anticipation. The golf course is in great shape. We've got 278,000 fans coming through the gates this week. Record attendance yesterday before the action really even gets started. So we're ready to go and looking forward to crowning the next champion golfer of the year.
Gentlemen, really appreciate your time. Good luck this week.
Thank you.
Okay, guys,
Yeah, and with a handshake and the trophy pass, Xander Schauffele almost felt like there was remorse there, Henny.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to give it back. He was saying to me in the zone when he came in that gave him a huge amount of confidence and belief in his game. And I think since then it's been a little bit of a bumpy road with his injury and now trying to get back to it. That Claret Jug signifies the last big victory that he had. And so I think, yeah, he's very reluctant to let go of that and give it back, because that means, OK, I've got to get another one quick.
Yeah, it's very final, isn't it? 2024 is over. That's it. You're done. 2025, it's up for grabs. If you want it, you've got everyone's got a chance. But I do feel that the Open, the RNA, the traditions are kind of like a heartbeat of our game a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I think especially anytime you have a connection to Europe, like you said, his dad's from Germany, and so it almost feels like a bit of a home major to him. Despite the fact that he was born and raised in America, it's a bit more meaningful to him especially.
Now, Phil Mickelson, an enigma in many ways, but what a talent.
Yeah, I mean, an undeniable generational talent, isn't he? What he did at Kiowa Island, being the oldest man to win the PGA Championship in a major, and it was in style as well. He didn't limp across the line there.
Yeah.
In terms of properties of golf course, is this fairly similar, being firm and bouncy and windy? Yes. But we haven't seen great stuff from Phil, anything great from him for quite some time.
No.
So does he still have it, or has he gone over the peak of the hill?
Yeah, I would say he's gone over the peak of the hill, but I mean, he created an aura around himself. He was such a sort of a massive risk taker, the way that he played golf. And I mean, I remember talking to him, and he said the one major that he could never really see himself winning because he played how he played was an Open. And then it all changed at Muirfield. So Phil is here, one of the guys who's a right-handed person playing golf left-handed. Copied his dad, who was right-handed, so just mirrored it. Look at that, 128 starts in majors and 6 wins. 6 wins. You have to remember, one of the and 12 and 7 on the runners-up and thirds. A guy who played in the Tiger Woods era, probably the hardest era to get results from.
Yeah, for sure, because if you think about the players that were around at that time, I mean, you had Ernie Els, Vijay Singh, Phil Mickelson, Tiger Woods. There was this, it was an incredible golden
David
time.
Duval.
Yeah.
So full committee meeting here at Team Mickelson.
Yeah, the two chaps on the left are from Callaway, just trying to dig into some equipment changes, equipment tweaks.
Yeah, that's an interesting. I don't think that we see, if you go to the Masters, you're not changing your clubs. It's the Open, it's the links, it's the wind, it's the conditions. Those are the things. That's another element, Henny. You're on the range all the time. You see the manufacturers are on sort of a conveyor belt backwards and forwards with new bits of kit.
I mean, if you have the wrong spin on a driver, you're dead in the water. If you've got the wrong bounce on a wedge or a club, which is what he's looking at the back and he's looking at the sole, then you're struggling. It's an uphill battle.
Yeah, well, we're back on the range. This is live at the range. Let's find Di Stewart. So, just have a bird's eye view. This is sort of what the gallery is looking at. Players working on their games, trying to find the 14 clubs you're going to take into battle. Get yourself used to dropping the apex down from sort of, 115 on PGA Tour down to sort of 70s, the stingers, all the different shapes and movements. So it's not at all the game that you have, when you're on PGA Tour just reading out the numbers. There's so many more factors. So, oh, hello, Di. What you got for us?
I'm waving. I'm glad you can see me. Well, I'm here with Brian Brian Harmon, who's agreed to do our challenge. Oh, there we go. Oh, Kev, my camera now, has agreed to do our 160-yard challenge. We're celebrating HSBC's 160th anniversary. Brian, they're clapping for you already. There are two challenges. The first one is to hit the 160-yard marker in the distance, and the second challenge is to carry it exactly 160. Are you up for this?
I'm up. I'm doing it.
What are you playing?
I'm gonna punch a 7-iron because that 160 sign is actually 174. But
oh, okay. We're not telling anyone that. Right, here we go. Just hitting it to see, and I'm going to let you know how you get on. We've got the tracer on you. We've got all cameras on you. Here we go. Where's that gone? Can you see it? Oh, it's okay. It's just a little bit left. That went 151 yards, Brian. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. Oh, just the right. That was literally almost perfect. That was 165 yards. Just get in the middle of those two figures and you win a prize. I'm not sure what the prize is. I don't know. We're going to find one for you. Someone has to quickly rustle up a prize now. We've gone again. Third try. That looks brilliant. Looks brilliant. Oh, it hit it! It did! High five! Did you see that?
What do I want? I want a car?
Oh, you don't win a car, you win a lift to your hotel, apparently.
Awesome.
Which
Thank
is
you
not
so
very much.
much.
We might get you a free coffee as well.
sweet.
There might be a latte and offers. Do you drink coffee?
I do, yeah.
Great stuff. And the next challenge is to carry exactly 160.
Okay.
So it doesn't need to be too close to that board. What are you taking for this?
We're going to do a little sawed-off 8-iron.
Okay, 8-iron. Just carrying exactly 160, celebrating HSBC's 160th anniversary. This is a good challenge for everyone at home to try, actually. That looks lovely. Okay, saying 156. How do you know that? Oh, you're looking at it. It's yeah, exactly 1. You've got it. Okay, that's 156 yards. You're 4 yards off. You want that second prize. Okay.
There. That's going to be close. I can't see.
We can't say. Hold on. Oh, it's 155. You're 5 off. Just add a tiny little bit more. We want you to win this. He's nervous. This is more nerve-wracking than 2 years ago. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Beautiful. We're tracking it, tracking the carry. Come on, be good. Oh, Brian! Can I give you a high five? 158. That's not bad at all. How are you feeling after that challenge?
Good. Yeah. Working on a little stuff out here, so
I mean,
yeah.
you're right at the top of the leaderboard because you're our first contender.
Oh, great.
So congratulations, you're winning so far.
Winner by default. I like that.
You've been a great sport. Thank you. We'll go to commentary.
Thanks.
See you soon.
See you guys.
Yeah, fantastic work from Brian Harmon. Sorry for the technical issues that we had there. Everything is miles away from everything else. But you could just see from the way that he did that, you know, he was told to hit it 160, hits the board, then land it 160, 155, 156, 158. It's that kind of skill set that he brings to these sorts of competitions, Henny.
Yeah, and you know what? It's not surprising, given just how consistent he is. His ball flights earlier were mirroring. It's very impressive indeed. Might not be the longest hitter in the world, but is incredibly accurate.
Yeah.
If you could give him a big hitter's tee shot and get him up there,
yeah,
I think he'd be right up there, top 10 most weeks.
Live at the range. Fascinating view. It's a new product, really. He's been going a couple of years. You know, this whole aspect of the preparation before the gun goes on Thursday morning has always been kind of only seen by those who come here. We bring you that show, fascinating insights. So we have the top tracer technology, so all of the driving range is lit up by that. We can track every single ball. We saw the consistency of Brian Harman as he went through the 160 challenge with Dye. Now on his 3-wood, shake of the head. Not what he wanted. Yeah, medium hitter at best. Not many courses really on the PGA Tour suit him. Hilton Head, I think Valero, Texas he won. It was windy. So just working on his game, working on his shot shapes. It's a proper wind here, though, Henny. You were in the States a lot. It's more like a dome golf over there. This is a different test.
Yeah, undoubtedly. It's actually pumping quite hard at various different points, and I think that's something that the players just have to accept at Open Championships. You might get really lucky, go out early. Who's to say 6:30 in the morning could be dead flat, make a great score, and then it could start blowing, it can die down. It's truly one of those venues where you have every single season in one day.
No, it is interesting. Nature and the course combined, that is the test in front of them. Here we go. John Rahm on the left. Ooh, Tyrrell Hatton. Let's have a look. Great iron player, Tyrrell Hatton.
He was one of my picks to do well in a major this year, if not snag one. I'm not putting it past him to not do very well here this week.
Yeah, it's a good shout. I mean, I think that's really how Shane Lowry won in 2019. Was he just hit more greens than anybody else. Even though he didn't hit that many fairways, he put tons of balls from the right side in play. Tyrrell's a fantastic iron player. That is what he has done this year so far. Kind of showed at the Masters, definitely showed at the Oakmont, which was very tough, very technical from tee to green. Yeah, love watching him play. You're never 100% sure what you're going to get from Tyrrell, but nevertheless, always worth a great watch. Smile on his face at the moment. Can turn quickly to a grimace, though, Henny.
Yeah, it can, but then it doesn't stay that way. I just think he is one of those people that needs to let it out. I think if he bottled it up, he would be like one of those balloons that explodes or like whizzes around in the air.
Oh, when the airs come out.
Yes.
Yeah. His head, you mean?
Correct.
Well,
I think how he plays and what he does is exactly what he needs to do for his personality.
Yeah, he's a great player. Great player. Okay, little takeaway drill for Tyrrell. Just working on getting some lines going. So, little takeaway drill, low hands, maybe just trying to keep the club head outside of his hands. Has a fairly sort of, I'd say like a faders kind of an action.
Yeah.
Steeper arms. The club shallows a little bit when he comes down, but you can see quite a lot of angle between his hands coming down and the club coming out of his hands.
Mm-hmm.
Just keeping the club head out. kind of one of those zippy hips faders, like fast hips, keeps the club head from passing his body, takes the draw out of his game. So.
Yeah, and quite deliberate on the way back to a nice transition.
Yeah.
We look at the speed and tempo the next time he hits one. Of course.
Or at least where the speed is. The speed's at the bottom to the finish,
correct.
not in the transition. And I think that's a key thing of really good ball strikers. That is his bossing his manufacturers there. That's Dom.
Yes.
So the players in constant communication with their manufacturers. Have I got the right package of clubs here? Is there anything that I could do that would even pick me up a half a shot over the day?
Important to know that that's only on a Monday or Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
After that, we're not seeing this from players and manufacturers. Manufacturers are usually out of here by Wednesday night.
Yeah.
They're not tinkering around in the week.
No, but I think that's another one of the challenges of the Open, you know, it's different turf than they hit off all year long. You never play so much wind. There is results, his last 5 Opens. Portrush, the last time, 219, he really contended. Probably not so happy about the rest of that package. But nevertheless,
yes,
a contender this week. Let's see, Tyrrell. Dissatisfied. Lost it to the right.
Yes, but I think has a 5-second rebound. So
you think it resets?
Yes, I do. I want to see the tempo of this swing. So we see him go down into the ball. There's his drill there. Get the feeling. Checking his points on the way back. Typically golfers will check those 2 points, halfway back, club parallel to the floor, and then top of the backswing, and then impact and halfway through. Those are the points that people will look at.
Yeah, fascinating to see the action, all the things behind the scenes. And if you want to join us, or you want to be part of the gang, that is the code, the QR code to our online shop. Now, I'm telling you, we have got the snazziest umbrellas you've ever seen. If you want to be part of the gang, you've got to buy an Open umbrella. I bought 4 last year. I gave them 3 of my best mates. We all go, we played the other day out in the pouring rain, 4 yellow umbrellas. We were the cool guys.
Is that the descriptive word that you're choosing?
We were pretty cool. I can accept that maybe, but for that moment,
right?
We looked good.
There's a bit of a conundrum, isn't there, where when you describe something that you do as cool, it immediately becomes less cool.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. It was a moment in time, it's past. But, but go shopping, and if you want to be cool like me and my mates, get one of the yellow umbrellas. Anyway, moving swiftly on.
Please.
Tyrrell. That is his Tour Tracer data. So when you see him look down, he's looking to see exactly that advice. That's the ball data. Into the chat. just watching Tyrrell Hatton. Quite a bit of wind now. Kind of down and off the right. Tyrrell looking to see if what he sees and feels is happening on the data which we show you. There he is, 23rd in the world. Definitely going to be in our Ryder Cup team in Beth Page. Alongside his live golf teammate, John Rahm.
Yeah, and it's super important to him, Ryder Cup. It means the world to him. He's delighted that he gets a chance, another chance to play. One of the highlights of his career, and since the start of the year, that is what his focus has been. Got the win in Dubai.
Yeah.
And that really was what he set his goalposts out to be, was Ryder Cup. Bethpage Black at the end of the year, that's what I want.
I think, you know, I think Tyrrell's handled all of that stuff incredibly well. I have a huge respect for the respect that he has continued to show to DP World and to Luke Donald and to our Ryder Cup. So full tick boxes on all of that for me from Tyrrell. Let's have a look. He's working hard on something. He's working. There's a little position that he's working on club parallel to the ground. So hands low, kind of shaft out. I don't think this will be one with the drill. But it's a very slow start that then builds in speed, isn't it?
Yeah, I quite like that. I think that's something that we can all learn from. He's saying his pelvis is pushing forward at impact on the way down.
I think could be the drill, you know.
Go right.
Yeah, could be get it like a little behind him in the takeaway.
Yeah.
He's steep anyway, so if he doesn't get that shallowing, he won't be able to keep the angle. So here we go. It's so detailed, isn't it? I think that's what amateurs don't understand. It's super detailed. Am I doing exactly the pieces which I need to do to hit it any good? So
yeah, there was like 8 little adjustments that went on there.
Yeah.
It's just over the ball.
Yeah.
In terms of his body, making sure shoulders are back, pelvis was neutral.
Yeah.
Body angle was correct.
Yeah.
And all these things could be like millimeters off, like your pelvis, the tilt.
Oh yeah. And you can't even, and then you can't even hit the ball.
No.
It's an annoying game, isn't it?
It was so annoying. I don't think I could overemphasize how annoying this
Are
game
you
is.
still annoyed from last week?
Yes. There was some good stuff in there, but then there's also wild that, like, a good swing can produce such horrific results. And you look at it and you film it and you're like, how?
Yeah. Did you do my little high right hypno?
No, I just couldn't get into the pivots. I just couldn't figure it out, because also it's important to note that you can think about all these things. We're seeing all these players make these little adjustments and have these swing thoughts on the driving range. You get out onto the course and you have to leave 90% of that alone, because you can't think about that and think about the target as well.
That's
You've got
an
to
art,
think
though,
about
isn't it?
Golf shot, not golf swing. That's the saying that we use, is play golf, not golf swing. And so that's why the players are so incredibly detailed here on the driving range, because you just can't be on the golf course. So that's my roundabout way of excusing myself and saying, no, I did not think about your wonderful swing thought while on the course.
Yeah, it was a genius swing thought, I can tell you that, guys.
It was great.
Here we go. You just have to remember it for it to work. That's a different problem. We'll work on that next time, Henny.
Please, I'm that person that walks into a room and goes, what am I doing? Why did I come in here?
Yeah, the goldfish.
The goldfish.
Anyway, here we go. Just fascinating to watch. I mean, this is a very precise package of movements that Tyrrell's working on here. Really complex, right into his little jump there, a little bit longer club. 150. That's a driving iron. Yeah, so he's trying to figure out, okay, what's the new combination of clubs I'm going to put in there? Where does this fit in? I know I need a stinger. I know you need something in that 60 to 70 feet apex that goes like 260 because it's going to run. It's quite green out there at the moment, but it's firming up. Like you can just, I was out there earlier at lunch, and you can hear the balls landing hard. I mean, there's a noise when they land.
Yeah, there is. It's going to firm up throughout the week. Although, no, I take that back. Because there's just absolutely bucketed 2 loads of rain out there today. So I think that's helped the rough to be a little juicy, help the golf course soften up, perhaps.
So let's head out to see what Trey Niven has got up to. He is with Dan Brown.
Right, Dan Brown, we're at the Open Championship, mate, and also you're a man in some serious form, aren't you? Winning Munich this year. Caught up with you in Munich, didn't I? Yeah. And you was in some nice pre-round prep, wasn't you, when I bumped into you on Wednesday?
Yeah. So that was quite unexpected. The last thing I was thinking about that week was the golf tournament, but obviously was playing nice. Had 3 weeks off, I think, to prep for these 3 weeks. Obviously starting in Munich, and yeah, it was a nice way to start the little sort of swing off.
And I caught up with you actually. I was just referring to Wednesday night, little double Stein, wasn't it? And that was a pre-round rep, wasn't it? That was a flavour for the night.
Yeah, I told you I wasn't going to have a beer, and then I ended up getting roped into having a Stein. Yeah.
But I think that's a remedy. That might be. It could be Guinness this week.
It could be, but I'm not going to test the waters with that.
Okay, we'll leave that off for now.
Yeah.
Obviously, such a good performance last year at Troon, Dan. Tied 10th, got you into this year. How much are you looking forward to playing Open Championship here in Northern Ireland?
Yeah, I mean, obviously from kind of the minute the tournament finished, you're kind of raring to go again for the next year. It's one of them where you put it in the calendar and you just, you're kind of getting excited before it's even come around. And then driving in this morning, got the ferry this morning, driving in, kind of you're on top of the hill coming over,
cool
and you
looking,
can. Yeah, and you can see all the grandstands and the course and everything. It's a great view, and it just gets your juices flowing again.
And how much from that performance last year? Obviously, you've had so much attention in media and fans. Seems like you've got so many more fans now from last year. How much has that performance in an Open Championship? What's that done for your career?
Yeah, it's. I wouldn't say it's changed me as a person or anything sort of mentally, but I think I've definitely gained a few extra fans, which has been nice. Yeah.
And this week, what do we make of the course? Have you been out there yet?
I've not been out. I'm going to go out and do 9 holes quite shortly. Some bad weather coming in tomorrow. I'm not sure how much practice we can get done tomorrow, so I'm going to. I didn't plan on doing 9 holes today, but kind of looking at the forecast for the next 3 days, I'm going to nip out and try and get out on my own and run around pretty quickly.
Right, I'm not going to take up too much more of your time. I know that bad weather could be in tomorrow, but best of luck for this week, Dan.
Thank you. Thanks.
Daniel Brown, he's turned into some player now, he really has. Alongside me, I've got Mark Rowe. Mark, Open Championships, just love them, don't you?
Yeah, nothing better is that the highlight of every season, the highlight to be playing. It would be always a season that you think you missed something just if you didn't have that Open Championship player's badge on your belt or on your cap. You'd miss something. It was, there's nothing better.
Yeah, you must have played in a fair few yourself.
Yes, 13 in total. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I was 12 or 13. I was actually first alternate for one, but I count that. Is that okay?
Did you get a badge?
I got a badge.
Yeah, well, that's
so
okay.
I'll have that, yeah.
No, you talk about Dan Brown there. What a performance in Munich. You know, an emotional performance. What a to get through the week, given everything that was happening around him, within his family at the time and friends. Really was one of the most emotional. I mean, I was with David Howell in the commentary box. We were actually both in tears at the end.
Were you?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was.
Cool, that must have been messy.
Well, it was messy commentary the whole week.
Looking down into Bryson DeChambeau here, right at the end of the range. Sometimes it's good to get to, you know, if the wind's in a certain direction, you want to actually, I always found, don't know about you, Mark, but I wanted to practice into the wind.
Yes.
Not down.
I think most professional golfers in the world of golf do not like practicing crosswind, do they?
No.
And you're absolutely right, Richard. They would prefer to be into the breeze rather than down the breeze. Bryson looks like He's analysing something like he always is every second of every day. I think there's something going through his mind of a scientific nature.
Well, yes, he is sort of known as a scientist, isn't he? What, you know, at this stage on a Monday, do you think any of these players really are trying to pick something up here? I know what it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You just go through your normal practice routine, but
yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I think Monday you can have a little, you know, maybe toy with some things, toy with a few different clubs, maybe different ball flights, different lofts on certain clubs. You're starting to get a feel for conditions, aren't you? And I mean, look at it now. It's breezy out there. We've had rain today, a little bit today. Apparently conditions tomorrow not great, and rain forecast during the week as well.
Yeah.
So you're starting to factor all of those things in. But of course, you know, there's no pressure right now. You can see he's super relaxed. And this is, of course, a debulked version of Bryson at one point. Yes, at one point he was even bigger. Now he's just super strong. He's a super athlete, and you know, he's always a threat in majors, isn't he? He's got a major championship mentality.
I always found going on the range that you know, when you played in the Open, it was to start with, it was a little bit you were in awe as to who was actually coming onto the range. You know, my first Open was at Muirfield in 1980. And let's just have a look at Bryson DeChambeau's results at the Open Championship.
Not great, in all honesty. Let's be honest.
Really.
One top 10 at St Andrews, and the rest has been indifferent, which maybe it's the hard-running, fast conditions, maybe it's the little bit of breeze once it gets up, but he's a much better player now. Yeah. He's a way better player now. He's he'll be a threat. I'm almost certain he'll be in the mix this week.
He won't be too far off. I'll tell you who I'm going to go for as well. I really fancy, I know he's moving on in age, but I really do quite fancy Justin Rose to do really well this week.
Yeah, coming off 68, 63 last 2 rounds last week at Renaissance, that's not a bad shout.
You have got a TV at home. Very weak left hand, look at that.
Very weak left hand and very powerful biceps and a lot of club head speed.
Lovely coastline here, live at the range. 153rd Open Championship.
On the tee.
Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more. Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing.
Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
Welcome back to Live at the Range. These players just coming towards the end of the first practice day Monday. There won't be loads of them out there. Now, there'll be a few dotted out on the course still, Mark, just having a little bit of chipping and putting and seeing how the ball rolls.
Yeah, that's, I'm surprised actually how many are still out there on the range, but it's not too bad right now, is it? It's just cooling down slightly, and as you can see, gentle breeze sort of down and just slightly off the right-hand side on the driving range. Bryson animated as always, still talking, still chatting.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier, Mark, about, you know, so you're sort of in awe a little bit your first few opens as to who comes onto the range. I was saying 1980 was at Muirfield for me, and I went on the range and I was so scared I couldn't hit past a 6-iron. You know, you thought, I'm not going to hit a 3 here and shank it down right and take somebody out. So, and then all of a sudden I hear this thudding shots behind me, just thudding shots, different sound. And I turned around and it was Jack Nicklaus hitting balls, and it was, you've been near and watching him hit balls, it's a different sound, Mark.
Yes, I have a very similar Jack Nicklaus story actually from Troon, the Open Championship at Troon, and I was hitting balls and there was kind of a kerfuffle behind me, and I thought, who is it? I don't want to look behind me, but I had to, over my right shoulder, and Jack and Jimmy Dickinson had arrived. Jack Nicklaus behind me, put his balls down, started his balls. I shanked the first 3 shots. And Jimmy Dickinson was...
And that was with the putter.
Yes. And Jimmy Dickinson was looking at me thinking, what's wrong with Rory? What's wrong with him? So he was so sweet at the time. He went, Rory, can I introduce you to Jack? Just because he knew I was shaking like a leaf. And that was really nice.
Were you playing with him, or was it just an introduction?
No, just an introduction for 5 minutes, and it was still one of the thrills of my life, you know.
Most definitely.
Well, Bryson pounding away, isn't he? Let's take a look at the flat carry. Can't really see what club he's got. Hang on, there were 223, 146 ball speed. Hang time 6.8. I'm going to say, I'm going to shock here, but I think that could be a 6-iron.
Do you think it
yes,
could be?
Yes, downwind slightly off the right, 223, could be a 6-iron.
Yeah, it could.
Yeah.
Bit of right to left on it.
Yeah. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's just crazy, isn't it? When we think of our distances over the years. Yes, the ball technology changed. Yes, the club technology changed, and Bryson has forearms like my legs. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's incredible power when you see it, and when the compression on the golf ball is a different sound.
It is.
Might be 7-iron.
Yes. Golf clubs, his irons all the same length.
All the
it's
same
bizarre,
length.
isn't it? Let that one drift a little to the right there.
Yeah, curve there, 3 feet. That's obviously important, isn't it? As you say, there's a bit of breeze off the right. Is he hitting a soft draw? No, he's really hitting a straight shot, and the wind's just moving it that little bit.
If you were playing into a right to left breeze, would you try and hold shots up? How would you play, Mark?
I think that depends, but my given choice on a links golf course in links conditions and strong winds was always never to ride it on the wind, because you lose control of it. Firm, hard, bouncy conditions, I would always be trying to sort of shape it into it to control it.
So you would have...
two clubs more, probably.
Yeah, definitely. But you wouldn't use the wind as your friend, so to speak. You'd try and fight it.
Yes, I would do on a tee shot, perhaps, when I wanted distance. Yeah, I'd let the wind take it, obviously, because I want distance. But iron shots and wedge shots in particular, short iron shots, I'm always trying to cut them and feather them and hold them.
Yeah. Well, some of these players might go. What are we now? Coming up for 5:15. They might go out and play a few more holes. It's certainly light till very late.
Well, it's actually not a bad part of the day, really, is it? You know, there's what we call a gentle links breeze. I mean, that would be anything up to 20, 25 miles an hour.
If you were exempt, Mark, for the Open Championship, back in the day, you used to qualify on a Sunday and a Monday. The Scottish Open used to finish on the Saturday. Would you, if you were exempt, would you be here on a Monday?
No. But in all honesty, there were not too many years where I was exempt from my Order of Merit position, my Race to Dubai position as such. So I did either have to qualify at the Scottish, which I did 2 or 3 times actually, when you had the spots as they did last week as well. Got through that way, and also I went to the qualifying. I had a couple of playoffs. I got through in a couple of playoffs as well. So therefore, that's taking care of your Sunday and your Monday, your Monday and your Tuesday. So. No, I think Monday's a rest day for me, but I don't think they'll be doing much. I mean, they're just getting a feel, aren't they, for hitting a few balls and making sure there's no little niggles anywhere in the body and everything's running well. He's just hitting 3/4 shots here. These are very soft, 164 ball speed. We're talking about a player that when he gets his drive rack can get up into the 190s. You know, easy, lazy power, Bryson.
Well, it's great. We've got a sort of a top tracer, it's called, following the flight of this ball. It always gives you a very good idea of what's going on. He's not happy with these. He's just hoiking these a little left.
You got the apex at 119 there. A lot of the players will be on the range working on what I call wind shots. You know, they'll be working on trying to change the flight, keep the ball down. They might even be adjusting the loft on some of the clubs. The driving iron's very important. These sort of what we used to call a 1 iron, but it's now a 2 iron, strong 2 irons, strong 3 irons, that these guys can get running. They can keep the apex of the flight down under 60 feet, get it running, chasing, use the ground contours. Very useful club to have in links golf.
Did you slow your swing down in the wind?
No, I didn't really think about that, to be honest with you. I love playing in the wind.
I loved playing in the wind.
Yeah, me too.
Absolutely loved it.
Hated rain.
Rain I couldn't stand. But I think we're pretty much the same, aren't we? You have to put all those waterproofs on and all that. A bit of foot.
I love watching his feet. I love the footwork. Oh, hang on. Just saying it's... I was just saying there, look at that. I said it's quite a nice sort of early evening, and then comes the rain again. It's almost impossible, particularly it's quite heavy as it comes.
It's like April showers, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. There you go. There's that little sort of almost like a toe heel quick sort of step that gets him going. That's his rhythm tool. 1 or 2 players do that. They said Ben Hogan used to tap his from toes to his heels during his swing, and lightning in the area.
Yeah.
Off you go. Can't stay out there.
No, if there's lightning around, you have to immediately leave the course, leave the range, leave the putting green, and take cover.
Guessing Bryson hasn't heard the hooter, because he's just, no, I'm carrying on. If lightning strikes me, it'll make no difference. Look at that.
Yeah.
That is a moody sky coming in.
It is, but you know, it's a good tip, isn't it, for the you see Bryson DeChambeau, they're just hovering the club head just above the ground behind the ball to give yourself a nice solid one-piece takeaway.
Yes, yeah, it's I always found that I don't think I ever grounded my driver as long as I can remember.
No, I remember that.
It looks okay there, doesn't it? It looks quite blue
fine.
overhead, but just I think off to the right there is a very ominous cloud. And obviously lightning within 10 miles, isn't it? If it's within 10 miles,
is it 10 or 15? It used to be 15, I think.
Well, I think it's 10.
Do you?
Yeah.
Go 12 and a half, sure?
Yeah, yeah, we'll go 12 and a half.
So the horn's gone off. And unfortunately, the players have to leave the range, the course, and the putting green till it clears up.
Becoming champion golfer of the year is rarely a straight line. I got to play my first Open, very fortunately, in St Andrews. As a golfer, it's the most special place in the world. To play an Open there is incredible, and I actually played quite well.
Nicely done. 3 under through 10.
I didn't qualify in 2011. I didn't qualify in 2012. 2014, I shot 65 in the final round, actually to finish 9th, which was pretty cool. That was my best finish ever in a major. And then from 2015 onwards, it's kind of all downhill at the Open Championship.
You break a few eggs before you can make an omelette.
I was just going through such a bad phase in my career, and then 2018 was Carnoustie, where myself and my caddy split up, and probably one of the lowest points in my whole career. I don't think I've ever been in such good form going into an Open.
What a start. Shane moves to 11 under. He's leading the Open Championship.
I get down onto the tee and I'm looking around, the crowd are going mental, and I'm just taking it all in. I'm like, this is incredible.
Oh, what a boy, Shane Lowry.
There's no in between today. Like, it's either going to be one of the best days of my life or one of the worst.
What a time to throw in another birdie.
I have to go and win, and that's the way I felt. And thankfully I did.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more. Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing. Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Well, that looks absolutely perfect, doesn't it? But there's not a soul in sight.
No.
Unfortunately, we've had the horn has gone off from the RNA, which means there's lightning in the area.
Yeah, don't you hate the horn?
Yes.
You know, just when you're enjoying your practice, and obviously safety, got to leave. And I doubt they'll come back at this stage. I can't imagine they'll come back at this time in the evening. I think they'll be
No.
on for maybe half an hour.
Well, we're going to show you. Henny now with Nick Taylor in the Open zone, and this was earlier on today. And I hope you enjoy it.
I'm delighted to have the reigning Sony Open champion, Nick Taylor, here in the zone with me. Nick, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
You are having, I think, probably your most consistent season yet in terms of results. Finishes obviously kicked off the year with that Sony Open victory. But I guess, what have you been working on? What has been the difference that you've felt this season?
Yeah, working on a lot of the similar stuff from last year, just continuing that into this season. I feel like I've probably driven it my best this season. Accuracy-wise, you know, I've tried to put a little distance on, but more so just keep it in the fairway as much as possible. And my iron game's been very, very solid all year. So if I keep it in play, I give myself a lot of birdie opportunities. So everything's been kind of working. The putter has been more consistent this year than last season. So everything's just been kind of clicking. So it's, I think, a reason why my consistency has been better.
When we're previewing tournaments week in, week out, obviously a big discussion point is different venues, conditions, styles of golf courses. Sony Open is incredibly low scoring, but you guys have to adjust week in, week out to what you're facing. How do you, or how have you prepared for Portrush this week?
You know, I played the Scottish last week, which I think is a great prep. Just similar grass, playing in windy conditions. The shots around the greens, trying to be creative. You know, I feel like Scotty's talked a bit about last week that went viral, but, you know, you can have 5 to 6 different options when you're taking a chip shot or putt it. So, you know, working that into this week. I actually came here in 2007, like a college trip, but I haven't been back, so I don't really remember a lot of the course. I'll see it some today and then the next 2 days and try to do as much prep as I can.
Yeah, I'm sure a college trip is slightly different to being here, preparing diligently as a professional. To kickstart your week and to aid in your preparation, we are going to ask you to take on our Shane Lowry challenge. It might jog your memory of 18, because we're going to recreate his second shot on 18 on Sunday, which is 175 yards. We've got our Giants Causeway stones out there as the flag. This is what you have to face, our flyover here of the challenge. Have you hit shots yet today?
I have hit a few, so I know it's a lot of helping wins. I got that going.
Yes. So you're warmed up and ready to go. This is the equivalent in terms of the short game shots you were mentioning of walking up to the pin, taking a little look around it, cementing that in your mind, picking your stone out.
Exactly.
Ready to take it on.
Do that front stone. Try to land on that one.
The front stone. I like it.
175 yards, you said?
175, yeah. And very similar, well, exactly the same, I should say, to Shane Lowry's shot. It's a little, the mat is a little down and uphill to the pin.
Okay, very cool. You said, what's the closest so far?
10 yards.
Okay.
I like that you asked that question because that shows me where your mind is at.
Well, one shot.
Yeah,
I'll try to
one
pull it
shot.
off.
Nearest the pin.
All right.
smooth.
That's way short.
Let's take a look.
Well, I was trying to hit it 150.
Front right.
Okay.
Leaving it
He had a
below the
6-shot
pin.
lead, so I feel like that's pretty good if I was in this position.
15.5 yards.
Okay.
What did you hit?
I hit a 9-iron, so
Okay.
I was budgeting about 20 yards of help. Didn't quite hit 155 yards, but that's how it was going with the TrackMan using that. It's a lot of help right now, so doing this, being able to prep for the tournament is big.
In terms of major performances this year, tied 23rd at the US Open, which I guess is most similar in terms of condition and firmness of ground that you'd feel at an Open. Is that something that's in your mind of confidence boosting that you're going to try and build on?
Yeah, definitely. I've performed better this year in the majors, got comfortable playing late at the US Open, so hopefully I can put myself in that position. It's a different animal here. The conditions can change, in a minute. So being prepared for that, mentally prepared for that, I think is the biggest challenge this week. So going into Thursday, knowing that anything can happen and be prepared for it.
Well, hopefully we've given you some good feelings stepping into Shane Lowry's shoes,
Very
hitting
good.
it front right on that green with the 6-shot lead.
Yeah,
Could
exactly.
be you on Sunday.
That's the plan.
Nick, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
joining us.
Thank you.
And a round of applause for Nick Taylor, 5-time winner. Always good to hear from the players, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, he's having a very consistent season on the PGA Tour, Nick Taylor, and he'll come in here with high hopes of a good performance. But links golf and the challenge of Open Championship is very different to anything week in, week out. So it's a learning process, isn't it? It does sometimes take quite a few years to learn how to win on a links course.
Well, talking about winning, Shane Lowry was the winner here in 2019. It was time for him to face the world's press for his pre-Open press conference earlier on today.
It's great to be back, I suppose. I was here a couple of weeks ago, and I was here last year for the first time, but I was here a couple of weeks ago and all the grandstands were open. That's when stuff really starts to flow back to you. So it was pretty cool to kind of get that out of the way. And then I came up here yesterday. I played 9 holes last night and 9 this morning, and yeah, great memories. And I'm looking forward to the week. But obviously, I know, that's quite a while ago, and no matter what I done then, it doesn't give me any God-given right to do anything special this week. So I just need to get my head down on Thursday morning and get after it and see what happens.
Okay, great stuff. We'll go to the floor for questions. Microphone number 1.
Hey Shane. Some brilliant videos from the night you won in 2019. Can you just walk us through that night and the celebrations, or what you can remember of it?
Interesting first question, isn't it? Here to talk about golf, and all I know wants to talk about is drinking. But yeah, I celebrated pretty well, and I was. Golf's a funny game, where you lose a lot more than you win. And I've always been a firm believer that when you win, you need to try and celebrate those victories. So I did that night.
Okay, Dan, in the middle.
Rory was in here saying that over the last 5-6 years, you guys have become really close, and he's grown to really admire the way you're able to separate your life from golf and really get away from it. What do you admire most about Rory?
I think his constant work ethic. I think, and yeah, we have become quite close over the last number of years, and I think it's helped both of us. I think I help him, but he helps me as well. I think I certainly feel like I've learned a lot from his work ethic and how I apply myself to the game now. We spend a lot of time together, and just you go where we live in Florida, there's a lot of players live there, and you go to the range and there's never a day it goes by where you get there and some of the top players in the world are not there. So you're like, well, if all these guys are here, we need to be doing it as well. So it's, I think my biggest thing for him is how much, he's done everything there is to do in the game. He finished that in April, and, his constant drive to get better every day is admirable, yeah.
And then as a quick follow-up, just going off that question before, there does seem to be this sort of narrative out there that you're this big drinker and big partier.
Yeah.
Are you kind of over it, or?
Look, I let people believe what they want to believe, and I just kind of do my own thing, and the people close to me know what I'm like, and Don't get me wrong, I do enjoy it from time to time, but I know when I need to put my head down and work. I know when I need to do that. You can't be, at the top level of any sport, if you're not applying yourself well, and I feel like I do it.
Okay, next question is in the back, microphone number 4.
Shane, welcome back to Portrush. What have you made of the receptions so far? And also, Padraig was the last to win it back-to-back. Have you been leaning into him for any advice?
Yeah, there's this back-to-back. I wouldn't say back-to-back. It was 6 years ago. So Xander has a chance to go back-to-back this year. But yeah, look, it's amazing to be back. It's pretty cool that we're back so quickly after such a short period of time. Like we've only had 5 Opens since the last Open here in Portrush, which is, it just goes to show what the RNA and the organisers think of this venue. I think it's, obviously I'm a little bit biased, but I think it's one of the best venues. And you look at it in this weather, and I think it's just incredible. The golf course I played at this morning I think it's perfect right now. I think it's ready for a great week of golf, and I think. Trying to judge the scoring, I think the scoring will be a little bit difficult, and it's going to play quite tough. So, but yeah, it is amazing to be back. Look, I'm there, and I'm obviously there's a lot of memories, and there's a lot of thinking back to what I did, and what I did was very special, and to walk down the 18th hole with a 6-shot lead. I'm probably never going to do that again, so I'm not going to try and replicate that this week. I'm just going to go out and try and play the tournament as well I can this week. I've prepared as well as I can for this tournament. I know I have, and then it's just up to me to stay out of my own way on Thursday morning and go and get after it and see what happens.
Okay, Mark in the front.
Hey Shane, regarding Rory, we talked to him a little bit earlier today, and he was talking about how ill-prepared he felt going to the first tee in 19 here with the adulation, and he was taken aback by it a little bit. I'm wondering if you can relate to that to any degree, in how overwhelming that can be, and if you and he had ever spoken about that, that experience that he had in 19.
Yeah, I reckon that first tee that morning in 2019 was the most nervous I've ever been on a first tee of a tournament, and all you want to do is get the ball down the fairway, and obviously Rory didn't do that. So I remember talking to him a little bit in the lead up to that, and he did put a lot of pressure on himself, and talking about it being the biggest tournament he's ever going to play and stuff like that. But you live and you learn, and I'm sure he's not going to do that this week. And look, it is a big event for all us Irish people here this week. It's huge, and we are going out, and all we want to do is give ourselves a chance come the weekend. And if you give yourself a chance, look, you never know what could happen. You do something very special. So. But yeah, we've talked about it at the odd time, but not that much. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about what he did on the first hole. I don't mind talking about what I did, but yeah, no, not that much.
Okay, Phil.
Hi, Shane.
Hi, Phil.
Obviously, you took the decision not to play Scotland last week, having a scorecard. Where did you play? What courses? And can you just talk a little bit about your love of links golf and the difference it is to that target golf that's so in the last 2 weeks I've played Portmarnock, the Island, Baltray, Waterville, Hogshead, and Adair Manor. I didn't miss anywhere else. So I've played some of the best courses we have in the country, and I feel fortunate that I have that not on my doorstep, but I can go do that pretty easily. I've only played Scotland once in the last 8 or 10 years. And then I went to Hoylake and missed the cut, so that didn't work out well. So I went and I parked myself down in Waterville last week, and I spent a week down there, and I played golf every day. I played a lot of golf, and the weather was almost too good. That was the issue. There wasn't enough wind, and the sun was shining too much. It was too warm, but It's been an amazing couple of weeks. I haven't been home to Ireland since Christmas as well, so I've been home for the last 3 weeks. So we've had, I've had a nice time, been back home, and I kind of feel like a little bit rejuvenated and ready to go again. And I've had a busy season, and it's about to be another busy kind of next sort of 3 or 4 months as well. So I feel like I'm ready to go again.
welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff.
Absolutely brilliant.
Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee.
Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, whoa, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, it doesn't look too bad there, does it? Certainly on the left-hand side of that screen. But there's some nasty stuff around, Mark.
Yes, lightning. You cannot stay out there when there's lightning in the area. It's too dangerous. So that is why we have a sort of desolate scene over there on the driving range. Everybody has to retreat, take cover.
Stands as well, and the crowd.
Yeah, everybody. It's time to clear out.
And that's what's looming. I think they'll have a few of those this week. I think these thundery showers.
Yeah, we're going to have
It's so hot, isn't it?
It's going to be a mixed bag. It's as simple as that. The forecast has been, the long-range forecast has been for rain on and off, so the players know that. They're coming here expecting to deal with that, and they'll enjoy that in a way because that's proper Open Championship links weather.
Now, Mark, you were doing the BMW International the other week, weren't you?
I certainly was.
And the winner was?
Daniel Brown.
OK, well, I think we should have a little listen to him. It's with Henny in the open zone earlier on today.
Let's come back to this championship, shall we? And last year, you had an amazing Thursday. You were last out, weren't you, on Thursday?
I think I was second to last.
I saw you on the Wednesday, and I said to you, when's your tea time? You go, oh, I'm out with the bins.
Yeah. 4:16 it was. I can still remember it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. You coming home in almost the dark, weren't you, as well? And it was a 65. Did you shoot? Was it?
Whatever 6 under was. Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, here we go. This was the final part on the final green.
Yeah.
What was it? Tell everyone at home, because it's almost a dream to lead the Open. Like when you're young, like this putt to lead the Open. Tell us what it was like to lead the Open Championship.
Not too sure. I mean, I sort of went into the week. Obviously, it was my first major, but I still wanted to perform. I didn't want to just make up the numbers. So I prepared how I would do for a normal event, and I didn't sort of big it up to be what it is. Obviously, it's a huge event, the biggest we play, really. But yeah, it was just a case of trying to manage myself the best I could, not do too much and not overdo kind of your practice days, and yeah, it was tricky, sort of gearing yourself up for the quarter past 4 tee time. It was I was kind of the day before. I was thinking, do I have a nap tomorrow before I go out, or do I stay up late and then have a lie in? And I think I ended up staying up till 2 a.m. to make sure I'd stayed asleep for as long as possible in the morning. Yeah.
Amazing. You said that this is the biggest event you play. I'm not sure it's as big as the Shane Lowry Challenge that you're about to take on here.
Probably not.
OK, so it's 175 yards. And you're going to try and recreate this shot. Shane Lowry in 2019, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
His second shot into the last, 175. I mean, he was 6 clear at this point. He was home and hosed, but this was enough for Shane. OK, so we're going to try and get you to recreate that now. 175 on a 1.5% slope, like Shane.
Yeah.
OK, we're aiming towards the mini Giants Causeway. Excuse me for the oxymoron.
Yeah.
But there we go. What kind of... we're downwind here, aren't we?
Yeah, we're sort of 5 o'clock-ish.
We are 5 o'clock-ish, yeah.
If you want.
OK, what kind of club are you thinking here?
I'm thinking, I mean, I hit my 8-iron 164, 165.
OK.
I'm thinking down breeze, take a little bit off that, just a smooth one. Hopefully.
Hopefully. You're talking a great game.
Yeah. Has anyone hit it yet?
31 feet is the closest so far. So we're going for its proximity. So it's closest to the pin, OK, which is the massive Giants Causeway out there.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big pin. Tell us what you're thinking here,
So
Dan.
we're probably looking to aim it, hit quite a neutral one, really.
OK, like it.
And aim it sort of 3-4 yards right of target and then hope it drifts back.
OK, you only got one chance at this, by the way. Make it a good one.
Right.
Ooh, crowd really get into it. Oh, keep coming round.
Sure.
That is.
I didn't strike it.
That wasn't your best strike. It was a tiny bit thin.
It was close to the hosel.
OK, should we have a look back at it?
Can we have a go again or not?
Oh, he wants another go already. Apparently, it was almost where Shane hit it to. 41.5 yards it was. Almost, look at that. It's almost the same.
Got the slope.
That's seat. He wanted another go. I'm going to ask my producer, can he have another go?
Because you can win the Open from there with 6 shots, can't you? We'll take
Do you want another go? Are you competitive
Am I allowed?
like that? Of course you're allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah, the crowd want it as well. Yeah, that's what they've come to see.
Just need to give it a bit more oomph.
You need a bit more oomph, yeah. You hit a good one in practice. I've never seen anyone practice as much as you doing this shot earlier, Dan.
Only hit 2.
It's a better strike, Dan.
Better strike, but it's a bit left.
Bit left.
Should be good for number, though.
It was a good number. It was a good number.
Oh, no, it's decent. There you go.
Oh, you could be leading here. 12 feet.
Does that count, though,
Well,
because I've had 2?
This is going to be a big issue. You've had a second go at this, but you're the closest.
Can we just edit the...
Shall we edit this? Shall we edit this and pretend that first one didn't count?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think so, too. Here we go. This is it. I mean, that's pretty damn good, I'm going to say.
There we go. Shane would have held it from there.
He would have held it then, 1 by 7.
Yeah.
Easy game.
Bosh.
Easy game. Here we go. Do you like watching your swing back, by the way?
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? I've worked hard at it.
Here we go. Look at that.
Bit of spin.
Bit of spin. Bit of spin.
Yeah.
There we go. OK, shall we say you're the new leader?
Yeah, go on.
So, go on, then. Yeah, go on, then. Yeah, big round of applause, everyone, for Dan.
Thank you.
Dan, have an amazing week. You were, as I said, you were kind of the story of last year. If this has got anything to go by, you're going to have a lot of people following you. So
you did tell them to applause before, though.
I actually didn't. You know what? That's amazing. They just love you, Dan. Have a great week. Thanks for coming in, Tone.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers. Done.
Top man.
Well, interviewing him there obviously was not Henny. That was Josh Ant-Man, who was asking a few questions, having a bit of fun there with Dan Brown. Oh, they're still looking pretty grey, aren't they? Now, earlier on, we've had our man, George Harper, out on the course, running around like a gazelle. Let's see what he's up to right now.
We've made it to one of the most beautiful parts on the course here at Portrush, the 5th tee. Look at the little islands in the background, but this is a fun, drivable
Welcome
par
along
4.
to the Open.
Group we've
It's
got
everything
here.
you want.
Take a look at this. Ricky Fowler is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Open, Ricky. Lovely little baby fade. Go in's the call. Go in's the call. You're joking. Okay. So that's about 6 feet. Now let's go join this dangerous duo of Akshay Bhatia. Come with me. Ethan Fang. Our amateur champion, Ethan Fang, on the tee there. Now, Akshay, welcome back to the Open, mate. How does it feel to be back here at Portrush?
Man, the weather is unbelievable, so it's nice to play a couple practice rounds with no rain. So it's great, though. You know, fans are out here already, and it's been a blast.
Tell us what you boys are thinking about this hole. It's beautiful, but tricky as well.
Yeah, obviously drivable when you get this right wind of south, so we're only really trying to carry it probably 290 adjusted.
Yeah.
So downwind, you know, 3-wood's probably got a good chance of maybe sinking on the green, but it doesn't put us in trouble, so.
That's exactly right. Now we've got Ben Griffin in this group as well. Just sneaking a little 3-wood down there. I think 3-wood's the play. Takes the back out of it, doesn't it?
Yeah, don't want to go long.
We don't want to be on the beach this early in the week.
No, not really. You know, maybe after Sunday would be great.
All right, get on that tee.
All right, let's go.
Let's see what you got.
Looking like left edge of the green, Shay?
Yeah.
So you've got 2 books here.
I do.
What's the reason
I've
behind
actually
that?
got 3, to be honest with you. I've got one from 19. I've got a provisional copy, and then the real book is in the bag. But
Okay, always prepared.
tried to be, yeah. Now touch out of the left.
Touch out of the left. This is absolutely stunning up here. Doesn't get much better than this. Needs the wind to knock it. Lands soft, it's running off the hut. It's an easy up and down from there. Should we test out driver while we're here? Or?
No, I don't want to lose a golf ball today, so.
Don't want to lose it? Oh, that's a cutty little thing. And Akshay, just before you go, how much do you love playing links golf and coming over here from America, mate?
It's fun, man. It's, you know, you get so many different shots that you get to hit, and then weather changes the golf course dramatically. And so, you know, in the States, it can play very similar. Here, you know, we got a south wind today. We could get a north wind, and the golf course plays completely different. So it's fun, and, you know, as many people say, the fans are so respectful. And we really enjoy playing in front of the people that actually care, you know, as much as these people do. So you know, I love coming here.
I feel like you got some magic hands. You got a lot of good touch. This should suit you a little bit, shouldn't it, over time once you get used to it?
Yeah, I think just over time, getting to play it, and you know, like I said, it changes so differently, and so just getting adjusted to how much the ball is going to curve, and the weather, and just being, you know, as prepared as you can.
All right, my man. Best of luck this week. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Doc.
Always a pleasure. So there we have it, the 5th tee. It's going to be a very fun spot, especially come championship days. Today it's only playing a 3-wood, but later on in the week you'll see the best of the business take driver. There is risk reward, but also a lot of fun. So if you are here at the Open, there's a great grandstand to sit on, and it comes just after the hardest hole on the course, the 4th. So this is a real hot spot if you can make your way here at Portrush.
On the tee.
Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, whoa, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing.
Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever,
However,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
just swing. Head over to golf.golf.
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
So this is the opening hole at Royal Portrush, a relatively short hole in fact, but most players will keep the driver in the bag and instead pull out the long iron to take these two fairway bunkers out of play. Now you've got internal outer bounds on either side of the hole, making it feel quite claustrophobic. Back in 2019, we had home favourite Rory with the nation's hopes upon his shoulders, and this is what happened next.
Let's go, Rory!
Don't tell me. He's on the wrong side of the white line. Even the best get nervous.
Even if you do hit the perfect tee shot, the difficulty doesn't end there. With the second shot to approaching this green uphill without being able to see the putting surface, the majority of it does slope back to front. But this first third is a false front. Pitching there, you could end up at least 50 yards away, if not in that bunker short left. Alternatively, some players might try and favour the right-hand side to play a little bit safe, but then you overcook it, you're going to leave yourself an absolute stinker down the hill, making it difficult up and down. Alternatively, on the left-hand side, you've got another bunker there, playing hide and seek pretty much, and you've got the rough, long left too. Trust me, you don't want to be there because it's going to feel like you're chipping up and over a mountain. You make a 4 on this opening hole, you're sprinting to the next tee. When you think of links golf, you think about playing golf along the coast, which we are of course to a certain degree, but starting off with the 5th is probably when we get a real good view. And this being the most scenic stretch of the golf course, you're standing on that elevated tee box with everything in front of you. Now this is a dry ball par 4, dog leg left to right. Some players will opt to play the long iron down the left corner. Others will absolutely be tempted to take on this drivable par 4 at just under 400 yards. It might be a driver or a fairway metal, depending on that wind direction and strength of course, but they have to make a calculated decision, because if you go for this, anything long, you've got the out of bounds, where chaos truly meets beauty and probably the world's biggest water hazard. Now, this is the most exposed part of the golf course where the nature and the elements of nature will truly show its teeth. But up next, you've got the par 3 6th. You've got the instant change of direction. You can hear the waves crashing out on this corner. Don't get distracted by these views because you've got that coming up next. And that looks like it's got my name on it. Now that is some par 3. Par 5 7th visually is one of the more dramatic holes, cut amongst the dunes, especially with that one all the way down the right, towering over you. And when you're standing on that tee box, it really feels like it's you against the golf course, and you've got these two fairway bunkers staring right back at you. Starting off with this one on the right-hand side, could be in play, of course, wind dependent, but ahead of the Open in 2019, they made a couple of changes, and this is one of 2 holes where they did just that, putting in that tiny bunker in the left corner. Despite only being so small, it will catch a fair few players out, and depending on your positioning, it will determine whether or not you can take on this par 5 in 2 or not. The fairway snakes all the way, gradually uphill. It will present some eagle opportunities, if not birdies. Anything slightly wayward, you could get punished. Undulations, a classic feature when it comes to links golf courses, and they have their pros and cons. You can definitely use them to your advantage. We're on the 10th, happens to be called the Himalayas, and this is a great example where you could hit the perfect tee shot and everything is spruced into place. Alternatively, you could hit an absolute perler and just get an unlucky bounce and end up in no man's land. But that's the beauty of this game and the stage that Royal Portrush presents itself. Alternatively, you can get quite unlucky and get varied lies. Here's a great example where the ball is below my feet, and imagine I'm standing over this with the wind howling from the left. Not only is it going to test my skill set, but also my balance and everything else that comes with it. That's not easy, for sure. Anyway, the green over here is one of the most undulating one yet. Let's go have a look. Racia, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No, that's not fair. You've got 4 wings and I've only got 2 legs. Anyway, 10th is a great example of how everything valleys in and you could definitely use it to your advantage. But the beautiful thing about the Open and how it sets itself apart from all the other tournaments and championships is that you can have a particular lie. You can put 5 different clubs in someone's hand and there can be a multitude of ways you can pull it off. Yes, sometimes the result might be good, other times it might not. You can use the ground, you can take it out of play. Say this back flag, pitch it about there, that's gonna ride in. Alternatively, pitch it in the same spot, maybe with a bit of height. I mean, ideally, I really wanted that to come back just to show you the severity of it. But even that's not a good place to miss. Oh, there's a reason why I'm not a runner. Right, imagine if you were about to hit this tee shot. That's it, from that tee box to this green. Respectfully, I think the majority of us would genuinely struggle to reach this green, especially if it's howling wind into from 236 yards and it only gets from bad to worse because there's no place truly to lay up. Anything just short or right at this green, you get swallowed up by this steep chasm. And even for demonstration purposes, with all due respect, I'm not going to go down there because I think if I go down there, I'm not making it back up. But here's a little history lesson for you guys. Back in 1951, Bobby Locke, he actually was a smart man because he played it down the left, and to this day, they call this the Bobby Locke Hollow. That was his safe space. That's where he could play from and see the whole green right in front of him. Trust me, from back there, this is a tiny target. This is the final test here at Royal Portrush. It's a demanding tee shot with the out of bounds running all the way down the left. And on the flip side, you've got those googly-eyed bunkers staring right back at you. Now, if, and that's an if, you can hit this intimidating fairway, like Shane Lowry did back in 2019. After he struck that second shot, realizing that this was his moment, walking down the fairway, taking in the energy and the atmosphere that the final hole presents, seeing his name up on that leaderboard and catching a glimmer of his family. He celebrated walking in between these 2 bunkers with both hands raised, realizing that this was his moment. Who will walk down this hole and become the 153rd champion golfer of the year?
That was a great day, wasn't it, Mark? I remember it very well, Shane Lowry winning that. Excellent. OK, let's have a look at the top trace. The longest hits of the day.
No surprise, is there? Look at that pot heater, the animal, the beast that he is.
He's quite long, isn't he?
Oh, he is an amazing 20 years of age, world at his feet.
Good Kepkin there, 356 yards, Kerry.
Yeah, Miliozzi popping one out there. So you don't have him down as a long hitter, but a little bit of breeze behind off the right-hand side. But that pot heater, my goodness me, that might have been his 3-iron.
Might well have been. It's been an excellent day, all these kind of shots. And again, Live at the Range will be back tomorrow at 9 AM. Thanks for joining us.